That's all right. Oh yeah, Dante's there then. This is mine.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is now 9:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. Welcome back. Hope you all had a good break over Easter. So, first of all, just the usual announcements. Then I've got just a few things to say, and then we're going to go on to start ecology. Yep. Good. All right, then. So, first of all, the usual announcement about fire, the fire alarm. That shouldn't be sounding today, should it? So if we do hear it, the fire exits are over on both sides, and we go down the stairs, congregate in the car park, and don't come in until we're told it's safe to do so. Can everybody manage stairs? Anybody got any difficulties? No? Everybody all right? Good. All right, thank you. Could you please check that your mobile phone's turned to silent, please, so they don't go off in the middle of the inquiry. As you know, we are going to be discussing the timetable. Now, for that, I thought as we're going to mainly be sort of concentrating on how we're going to deal with the highways, I thought it would be essential really, to have everybody here. But obviously people have other things they're doing. So we have managed to get a time when Kent County Council, National Highways and the Duchy of Cornwall representatives can be present virtually. And so we've made arrangements for that to happen so they can also take part in the discussion. So I'm not going to talk about any of the stuff that we're going to be discussing then. 4:30 then, so wherever we are, we'll have to stop then and move on to that. I was just going through my notes, and there are a few things I think that have arisen which we haven't addressed yet, but we might have done, so put me right if I'm wrong. But there was talk of, when we found out that Bexon Court was a Grade 2 star listed building, there was some talk about possibility of reassessment of the effects by the heritage experts. Of course, they might not have wanted to do that, but anyway, I haven't heard anything more, so it needs to be followed up. Either they're going to or they're not going to. It was suggested, I think, by the applicants whether Soames wanted to.
I think just as I understand what's going on, we think we've done a draft addendum to the Statement of Common Ground, which is sitting with the council, so it's in train.
Right. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Barrett. Well, we'll also need to know about Dr. Doggett's view, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. It may have been sent to him already, but if it hasn't, then it'll go to him. It's going to be a sort of tripartite? It'll definitely need to be tripartite. So if it's not with him yet, it'll go from the council to him.
Right, so that remains on the list then. Ages ago, in fact, when we were talking about landscape, there was the issue of the Peter Brett Associates Red Line Assessment.
That's right. Yeah.
And the question was asked, who did it?
I think do you remember we got about as far as I think we're going to get. Mr. Duggan explained that the officer who was responsible, okay, I think had actually passed away.
Oh, right,
so
that was that. Yeah. So we're not going to have any more about that.
I think the working assumption is probably it was an officer in the council, but we will never know for certain. I don't know.
No, I agree. I don't think we'll ever actually know. We just know it's not LUC or Peter Brett Associates.
Yeah. So given that there was no one else, that's what I've said. But anyway. Right.
So we'll tick that off then. I do remember now. Right. Yes. So we've got new plans, haven't we, that add those existing developments outside the site. So was the one in Batchild and the one and correcting the Swanstreet Avenue.
Yeah.
And so I think that's all been done. But we were also, I think it's Miss Bonney that raised the issue of the A2 alignment to accommodate Stones Farm. And that was going to be done, wasn't it? That was going to be added. Is it on the...
Yeah, we think it has been done.
So where can we find...
Can I come back to you? I don't know the answer. Have they been added?
Have we gotten the CDs then? The new plans?
Are they online yet? We think they've been submitted but not yet put onto the website. But perhaps I can come back to in the morning break. We'll have a chat and...
I've got everything that I think I should have on there.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
check with the
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you just check, as well, just to make sure that that's what Miss Bonney wanted?
I will double check. She is on her way. She's running a bit late this morning.
Okay.
But she'll be here later.
Thanks.
Right, so you're going to give me the CD numbers for
We will.
that? Right, okay. Now, I'm rather embarrassed to say that for some reason or other, don't seem to have any more in my possession the drawings booklet for the northern site. So I wondered if I could have another copy, possibly with the new bits. Well,
That might take a day or two.
well, it doesn't matter. I mean, that's fine.
We've probably got one here somewhere, but can we give, do you need it now?
No, not particularly. No, but I would like.
We'll give you one hopefully in the morning break.
Okay. The old one will be fine. Whatever. Thank you very much. Right, now, remember we had that long discussion about Stones Farm and so forth, and there was one issue which I'm still not sure about, and that was this issue, I think I was promised a note actually, of the land, the Trentport land north of the railway, and just how that part of the NRR is going to be delivered, given that it's in your scheme and it's also they're reliant on it.
Yeah. This is going to be something that you're absolutely right. We've done a note on it. We're trying to put it in the note on an agreed basis with KCC.
Right.
And
okay.
KCC have got the note at the moment. So the plan is that it goes to you on an agreed basis well before we get to, well, it's going to have to be this week, isn't it? So that everybody's clear on it before we get to highways.
I mean, what I'm particularly keen to know is whether there will be any ransom implications if somebody else did it, built it, as it were, given that they own the land. Secondly, whether there be any viability issues if that were the case.
Yeah.
And thirdly, why they're not a party to the Section 106 agreement, given that that's a pretty vital cog in the wheel.
All of that, yes, all of those topics are addressed, and I could have I could give you a sort of potted summary,
No,
but
it's
it's
all
better
right.
to do it properly.
Wait and see it.
Those topics are all covered, and you'll need a chapter and verse on it, both in that note, and then also it'll be one of the things to be discussed at one of the 106 round tables as well.
Yeah. But we're not doing that till later on.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's later on. But the idea is that the position on that question, on all three issues that you've just asked, will be a matter of agreement with KCC.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, I did ask the question, and I think I got the answer, but I'm just checking. Oakwood Farm, the barn, the building, is a non-designated heritage asset. And I asked the question, would it include the dwelling as well? Because there's a dwelling, isn't there? And then there's a barn, and then there's a modern garage or something. And I think I was told was no, it doesn't. But I just wanted to make sure I knew I'm correct in that. Could you?
Can well take that away and confirm with the heritage team.
Thank you. And if you've got anything, yeah. Right. So, so I've talked about this afternoon. That's fine. And I don't need to say any of that. Oh yes. So we've got it's called a biodiversity topic statement of common ground. I'm presuming it's ecology statement of common ground because it covers ecology basically.
That's correct.
It's terribly late in the day. I mean, a day before we're actually due to start the evidence is really not much good to anybody, is it? But I suppose it's useful. But I just wonder why it couldn't have been produced a bit earlier. Because I've done my preparation ages ago on ecology.
Yeah. There's not an easy answer to that. No comment. No, I'll take the fifth.
Oh,
The efforts have been ongoing on both sides to get it done as soon as possible. But I mean that doesn't answer your question.
No. Okay. Just on statements of common ground, and I'm going to ask the question later, but I keep reading that there's a statement of common ground on public rights of way, and there doesn't seem to be. It was fine. I mean, it's been in the offing for, it feels like months, but anyway, apparently it was finally agreed last night. Well, again, similar point.
Well, you've already done your agenda. I know, you've done the agenda.
I've obviously done all the preparation.
I know.
For it,
well, we'll obviously circulate it. It would have been much better if it had been done a couple of months ago.
All right. Well, there we are. Right, that's all I've got. So, anything that anyone wants to raise?
No, thank you. So just to say, you've got that you've obviously got it because you've just referred to it. That the so-called biodiversity one, statement of common ground.
That has literally just arrived. It's in your office.
Oh well, I've got it.
Did you get it off the table?
No, I just printed it off at home.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah,
so we've got that, and that presumably will get a number. And oh, is it? Has it already got one?
Well, I have.
I assumed it would just
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Fine.
I have read it anyway. So,
Fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
If it helps, that reference is core document 34.16.
Right. And Mr. Rhymes, you're going to be dealing with it for the council, aren't you?
That's correct, madam. Yes.
Good. Okay. And you'll be contributing yourself.
Yes, I am.
topic.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. And obviously, Mr. Bell as well. Yeah. Okay. So if there's nothing else, if you'd like to introduce your witness, and let's get going.
Thank you very much, madam. Just to start, you'll just need to turn your microphone on. They tend to switch off, but because people are watching online, it's just important to make sure that you've got your microphone on. So let's start. You are Helen Forster, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And your proof of evidence is at core document 38.4.2. And to introduce you to the inquiry, you have a BSc Hons in Countryside and Environment Management from the University of Aberdeen, which was awarded in 2001, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You are a full member of the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Ecological Management.
Yes.
You have 17 years of experience as a local authority ecologist, which you detail in paragraph 1.2 of your proof of evidence. And you are formally attached to Kent County Council, but you are providing evidence today on behalf of the local planning authority, Swale Borough Council, under a service agreement, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Just like to start with the scope of your evidence, and then I will introduce the 4 topics that I'd like to go through with you. You do not, in your evidence, address the impacts of the schemes on 2 so-called European sites. The first is the Medway Estuary and Marshes. The second is the Swale. And likewise, you also do not address the impacts of the schemes on land said to be functionally linked to those European sites. These impacts formed the subject of the first putative reason for refusal for the Northern Scheme and part of the 4th putative reason for refusal for the Southern Scheme. just briefly, why does your evidence not address those issues?
Natural England are the statutory consultee regarding those designated sites, so we deferred to them on this particular matter.
Okay. Now, for the northern scheme, the sole ecological putative reason for refusal related to European sites. So just to confirm, the evidence that you give today and in your proof, that relates solely to the southern scheme, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, Madam, for ease of reference, when I refer to the scheme today, I'll just be referring solely to the southern scheme. Now, if we turn to your proof, which we have at core document 38.4.2, on page 8, you set out at paragraph 8.1, you say there are 3 key areas of concern to the Council relating to ecology, and they are first, ancient woodland, second, the local wildlife site, and third, the impact on species and their connectivity. And essentially, I'd like to deal with those 3 and then turn to biodiversity net gain in the following order, and these will be the 4 topics for today. So first, I'd like to deal with ancient woodland, then I would like to deal with fragmentation, which you've referred to as impact on species and their connectivity. Third, I'll deal with the local wildlife site, and fourth, we can briefly touch on biodiversity net gain. So we'll start with the impact of the scheme on ancient woodland, which you address in section 9 of your proof. And I'd just like to start by orienting ourselves. If you could please turn to core document 9.2.35. This is the technical briefing note accompanying the environmental statement and is the ancient woodland assessment of October 2022. Do you have that?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
If we go to PDF page 14, Madam, if you have a hard copy, it's the penultimate page. On PDF 14, we have the road proposals, and the road proposal itself is hatched in blue. The sustainable movement corridor is hatched in orange, and we have an overlap between the hatched blue road and Highsted wood, which shows the loss of the ancient woodland there. And over leaf on page 15, we have a plan of the development proposals and the ancient woodland compensation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
So again, just to quickly go through, could you just indicate where Highsted wood is and where Beck's wood is on this plan?
So if you're looking at, excuse me, the existing page on PDF 14, the penultimate page, Highsted wood is in the centre of the site. It's the large grey mass, and it's described as W5 Highsted wood. And Beck's wood is at the bottom left-hand corner, and it's the L-shaped one that's 6A, and it's called Beck's wood, just next to the existing science park.
Yeah, and just to be clear, is 6B
Oh, sorry.
also part of the ancient woodland there as well?
Yes, apologies.
Cromer's Wood, local wildlife site, is also not indicated on the plan because it's outside the red line boundary, but could you just indicate where that is?
Yes, so that is on the right-hand side of the same map, kind of just to the right of the light green area. It's on the boundary, kind of.
If you just to, in case it helps, on the next plan, it is if just to orient,
yes.
it's noted in brown.
Yeah, I was intending to.
Sorry.
Yeah, 50. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. My microphone is off. I do apologise. Yeah. So PDF 15. We have an indication of where Cromer's Wood is there, and we'll just identify 3 further areas while we're here. The Highsted Quarries local wildlife site. Could you just identify quarries A, B, and C?
Yes, so if you are looking on the PDF page 15, the last page, it is the local wildlife site as a whole. It's the purple area to the north of Highsted Wood, and it A is the first one, B is the middle one, and C is the top one on the right-hand side.
Okay, and on the same plan, the area that has been referred to as Highsted Country Park.
It is to the right of the local wildlife site in between.
Yeah. And the area of compensation planting for the loss of ancient woodland.
On the same plan, it is the area highlighted in orange, just directly to the, outlined in orange, sorry, to the right of Cromer's Wood.
Okay.
Oh, the last plan in that document. It's called.
Oh yes, that's
Yes.
right. The linking.
Yes.
Thank you. So now I'd like to ask you some questions about what ancient woodland is and why it is protected. You've cited an article in your proof of evidence. We have it at core document 20.6. It is entitled Why Protect Ancient Woodland in the UK, Rethinking the Ecosystem Approach. It's dated November 2020. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Just briefly go through it. We have on PDF page 3, do you see a paragraph that starts, globally the scale of forest degradation has led to the proliferation of regulations, etc., etc.?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
And then there's just a line, it's 4 lines down in that paragraph. It starts, large infrastructure projects such as roads, highways and rail networks in the global north and south, etc. I'll just ask you to read the rest of that paragraph, please.
No problem.
Sorry, madam, do you have that?
Large infrastructure projects such as roads, highways and rail networks in the global north and south also come up with high environmental and social costs, including biodiversity loss, deforestation and social disruption. The inherent anthropocentricity of such large infrastructure projects is apparent in the assessment of the relative costs and benefits of that accompanying them and their prioritisation of benefits for humanity. Any forest regulation now faces the difficult task of balancing the conservation and exploitation of forests, accommodating global forest management approaches, recognising the multiple values and services offered by forests, and being more inclusive of the social, political and cultural dimensions of forest use. Excuse me.
Thank you very much. And then over leaf, there is a section entitled Ancient Woodland in the UK, Challenges, Interplay and Trade-offs. It explains that ancient woodland is irreplaceable. Examples of its legal protection in Europe and North America underscore its high conservation value and global importance. Even though ancient woodland occupies just 2.4% of the UK landmass, it is unique. It explains that it offers a plethora of habitats that cannot be found elsewhere, making it vitally important for wildlife and biodiversity. Skipping the next sentence, it says, ancient woodland is defined as woodland that has been in continuous existence since the 1600s, 1750 in Scotland. This is a simple definition that does not explain the unique features of ancient woodland. And so turning over to you, could you just explain what the unique features of ancient woodland are?
I think it's best in reference to effectively the Natural England Standing Advice, which is in core, well, I think it's in 3 times in the core documents, but the core document I'm referencing is 18.4. And it kind of includes a number of points highlighting the importance.
Madam, it's also at 20.13, if that's easier to...
And on the second page of that document, it does set out the reasons that ancient woodland is important and is defined as an irreplaceable habitat, and sets out that it's a valuable natural asset which is important for wildlife, the soils, including the seed makeup in there, the carbon capture and storage, contributing to the seed bank and genetic diversity, recreation, health and well-being, and also, obviously I'm not touching on this in my evidence, but the cultural, historic and landscape value. So I think, I don't know if I need to expand more on this particular point, because I think the Natural England Standing Advice sets out really well in terms of the value of it.
Thank you very much. We'll go through that guidance in a little bit. Before we turn to that, just in terms of how ancient woodland is protected in policy, the inspector will be familiar with this, but essentially, and I don't propose to take up the MPPF on this, but there's a two-pronged test. The first is to consider whether there are wholly exceptional reasons, and the second is whether a suitable compensation strategy exists. Just to be clear, do you reach a view on whether there are wholly exceptional reasons for the loss of ancient woodland in this case, and if not, why not?
No, we only focus on whether there's a suitable compensation strategy, as it's a matter for the local authority or the determining authority to consider whether there's wholly exceptional reasons.
Now, while we have the guidance from Natural England and the Forestry Commission open, this provides further detail on how to approach the protection of ancient woodland, and given that the approach is essentially agreed, I'll just take you. I'll just lead you through it. So, you've taken the inquiry to the reasons why ancient woodland is protected on PDF 2, and if you go over the page on PDF 3, do you see there's a section, it's at the very bottom, entitled Making Decisions?
Yes.
Which document are you in?
Madam, apologies, it's still the same document that you had before, which was, I think the reference, yeah, it's the Natural England guidance. What reference did you give? It was 18.4.
18.3, I believe. Oh, 18.4, no, you're correct.
18.
Apologies.
Okay. Sorry, madam, this is the document that is in the core documents on, I think, at least 3 occasions. So at the very bottom, it says, when making planning conditions, you should consider, and it goes on to give 2 bullet points, and on PDF 4, it says you should, this is at the top of that page, it says you should refuse planning permission if development will result in the loss of, or deterioration of ancient woodland, ancient trees and veteran trees, unless both of the following applies, namely the wholly exceptional reasons which you don't cover, and whether there's a suitable compensation strategy in place. It goes on to say that you should assess both the direct and the indirect impacts on ancient woodland, and that you should consider both the construction and operational effects of the proposed developments. And then on PDF 5, we have some further guidance on what direct and indirect effects of development can amount to, which we will return to. And then on PDF 7, do you see at the top it says there's a section entitled Avoid Impacts, Reduce, Mitigate Impacts, and Compensate as a Last Resort. Just staying there, one of the things... This is PDF 7, the top of PDF 7. It says, you and the developer should identify ways to avoid negative effects on ancient woodland or ancient and veteran trees. For example, selecting an alternative site for development or redesigning the scheme. Just to be clear, do you give any evidence on selecting an alternative site or redesigning the scheme as part of your ecological expertise?
No, we can only provide advice on what information has been provided.
Okay.
As part of a planning application.
And then there is also discussion of mitigation measures in this document. You see that at the bottom on PDF 7. One of them includes, if you follow the list down from PDF 7 onto PDF 8, it includes, this is the last bullet point at the very top of PDF 8, creating buffer zones. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it discusses finally the compensation measures on PDF 9. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says that compensation measures are always a last resort, and that they can only partially compensate for loss or damage. Why is that the case for ancient woodland?
It just purely to reiterate what's been said before, it's irreplaceable habitat, so you cannot mitigate what can't be replaced.
So I'd like to consider the impacts on ancient woodland in 3 broad stages. First, I'd like to consider the direct impacts of the scheme. Second, I'd like to consider the indirect impacts of the scheme. And third, I'd like to consider what I'll call the mitigation hierarchy, which includes the buffer and the compensation package. So in terms of the direct impacts, which is the loss of ancient woodland at Highsted Wood, if we just go back to your proof, please, we can take it up at paragraph 9.6.
Yep, sorry.
Last line, you say that the Highsted Wood has been assessed in the environmental statement as being relatively high quality, and you then explain at paragraph 9.8 of your proof that it is anticipated that the area of Highsted Wood to be lost will be 0.21 hectares. I interpose that is 4% of Highsted Wood. And then finally, at paragraph 9.10, in the last line, you say this matter is acknowledged within the environmental statement that the loss of the woodland will result in a residual significant effect at the district level. Is that a conclusion that you share? I can take you again to...
No, that's fine. Sorry. Yes, as you said, in paragraph 9.2, we effectively agreed that it was at least district importance by not disagreeing with it in the proof.
Okay. And do you agree that the loss of the woodland would be a residual significant effect?
Yes, it would be a...
And if we go back to the ancient woodland guidance, there is a helpful list of what direct impacts from development are. And that's, Madam, I don't know what core document reference you have for it, but whatever core document reference, it's PDF 5, where we have the list of the direct effects of the development. And could I just ask you to explain to the inspector what the direct impacts of the development would be? Madam, it doesn't have a paragraph reference, but...
It's the ancient woodland assessment you're looking at.
Sorry, it's the ancient woodlands guidance. That is the Natural England guidance, yeah.
Well, that's right. What, page 5, did you say?
Yes, PDF 5. That has a helpful list of the, at the bottom, do you see the direct effects of development?
Yes, PDF. Yes, I do. Thank you.
And I'll just ask you to explain what the direct impacts of the development would be on the ancient woodland.
So the primary impact would obviously be the direct loss of 0.21 hectares of woodland, which would include the loss of the trees, soils, and associated ground flora within that area. Impacts on the roots of retained trees within that area. Impact to the retained habitats during constructions, and this could include, for example, compacted soils within areas near the ancient woodland. Increase in lighting, where currently there is none. There would obviously be a quite a significant increase in lighting due in particular to the road, but not limited to that. Potential impact to the retained woodland due to the movement of the edge of the woodland. So currently part of that woodland is effectively buffered by the adjacent local wildlife site. So the edge will move closer to the area that's currently more nearer the middle. And if in core document 9.2.35, which is in the ancient woodland assessment, which we've already looked at, I believe I've got the right number. Yes.
Yeah, it's 9.2.35, the
Sorry,
ancient woodland
yes.
assessment.
Um,
Seems to have a hard copy. Yeah.
To go back to those two plans at the end of that document, I think by looking at them one after the other, you can quite clearly see the changes. So currently, obviously, the PDF, the second to last page, shows the existing habitats on site. In particular, we're focusing on Highsted wood. When we're talking about it, you can obviously see that there's vegetation from Highsted wood going north straight through to the local wildlife site. But then when you flip over into the last page of that document, PDF 15, and the proposed development, it quite clearly demonstrates that the road is obviously going between the two, and there's no longer that vegetation between the two areas.
Thank you very much. Anything else to say on direct impacts? Or?
No, I think I've covered it.
Wonderful,
Covered
thank
it all,
you very
thank you.
much. And now moving on to the indirect impacts. You actually reproduce the indirect, the bullet points that are on PDF 6. This is of the Natural England guidance, madam. You do actually reproduce those bullet points in your proof of evidence, but I think we can just take them directly from this document. Just like to go through them in turn. So the first indirect impact includes the breaking up or destroying working connections between woodlands or ancient or veteran trees, affecting protected species such as bats or wood decay insects. We'll discuss that in relation to the local wildlife site, but if I could just ask you to give an outline of what your concern is in relation to that bullet point.
Yes, so to go back to the PDF document on that, which I can see you've already got open, is obviously to reiterate my last point. PDF page 14, the first plan that you come to, quite clearly shows that there is vegetation going on habitat going straight from Highsted wood onto the local wildlife site, and the associated and the quarries and adjacent vegetation associated with that. But when you move on to the second plan, as I've kind of highlighted previously, there is suddenly a hard boundary between the two, which is as a result of the proposed road going through it. And actually there's no longer that direct movement, which can impact both the movement of species associated, and I realise we'll be discussing them slightly later, but also enabling the movement of any pollinators, so either through wind from the plants or through support from species moving through as well.
Thank you very much. And we can then deal with the next 2 points together. The first one relates essentially to reducing the amount of semi-natural habitats next to ancient woodland. And the third is reducing the resilience of the woodland or trees and making them more vulnerable to change. If I could ask you to discuss that. It might be helpful to refer to a plan when you discuss that, and I can give a core document reference if you'd like to discuss any particular plan.
Yeah, so I think I've, in terms of the second point on that list, reducing the amount of semi-natural habitat, I think the best plan to look at is, I want to say 8.18, the green structuring plan, core document 8.18.
Can you just explain what semi-natural habitat is?
Yes, so it'd probably be useful to explain it in terms of, since we're discussing ancient woodland, ancient woodland gets described into 2 types, and it's described, and it's on set page, I can't remember, apologies if you just bear with.
is it perhaps on PDF page 2 of the Natural England guidance? I think it might be this, where do you
PDF 2.
PDF 2 of the Natural England guidance. Do you see under the heading ancient woodland?
Yes, sorry, yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's any area that's been wooded continuously since 1600 AD, and then there are 2 bullet points. Does that perhaps?
Yes. So the best example, the best way to describe it is using ancient woodland as an example, and the PDF 2 of the ancient woodland guidance describes it as any land that's been continuous wooded, but it divides it into 2 sections. So it just says ancient semi-natural woodland made up of trees and shrubs native to the site, usually arising from natural regeneration, or plantations on ancient woodland sites, replanted for conifer or broadleaf trees. So that kind of gives a good example, kind of divides it up, what is semi-natural habitat. So it's habitat that is effectively it usually arises from regeneration, natural regeneration, but also it can be managed in that way to keep it in that kind of habitat. For example, like chalk grasslands obviously need some management, but it would be classed as semi-natural. But it's effectively not farmed, which is from woodland. It's effectively not farmed because from a woodland point of view, if you've got plantation woodland.
I'm just talking generally, I'm not talking about woodlands necessarily, but just semi-natural habitat, what is it? I mean, I know it might be in woodlands, but it could be...
No, it could be in a lot of
anything,
things,
couldn't
but
it?
woodlands kind of give a nice definition of the 2 different types.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
semi-natural is one that is more towards natural regeneration, or the areas being managed for nature conservation, whereas more formal might be managed for agroforestry, or if you're going into a country park or something and you've got a large amenity area, that'd be a lot more formal and less natural. But you might have another area which has, like, say for example, longer tusky grasslands, a bit of scrub. So it's the more, what would be, it's basically the types of habitats that would establish on a site if it wasn't managed.
Right, so if it's not farmed, for example, so if it's farmed, then it's obviously dug up and
Yes.
then it wouldn't be there. But if the farming sort of stopped and it started recolonising, would that be?
Yes, over time you'd probably get the succession of habitats. So you'd
Right,
probably get some, say, tall rideaux coming in, and then maybe a bit of scrub and some grassland, and eventually it might end up turning into scrub or woodland.
Why is it called semi-natural rather than just natural?
It's purely down to the fact that there's been management within this country for hundreds of years.
Right.
So nothing is 100% natural because it's all been influenced by man.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manu. Just please do, if I may, Manu. And perhaps just to tie that discussion into the overlap between the ancient woodland at Highsted Wood and the local wildlife site. If we go to, I think, just if it's a plan that you have open, the ancient woodland assessment on PDF 14.
Yes.
If we just look at the very southern part of Quarry A, which is contiguous with the northern part of Highsted Wood, do you see what I'm referring
Yes.
to? Just focusing on that part of the local wildlife site that's contiguous to Highsted Wood, would that fall within your understanding of a semi-natural habitat?
Yes,
Okay.
it would. It's
Thank
had
you very much.
limited management over the years and the succession of habitats.
Thank you. So just to go back to where we were, I was asking you about the indirect impacts of the development on ancient woodland, and we were discussing the second and the third bullet points in the list of indirect impacts, which is reducing the amount of semi-natural habitats next to ancient woodland and reducing the resilience of the woodland or trees. And I think you wanted to illustrate your opinion by reference to the green space structuring plan, which we have at core document 8.18.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so currently, as we've been looking at the previous plans and just had that discussion, a lot of the habitat associated with the local wildlife site and the woodland can be considered semi-natural. And obviously the connections between the two. If you look at the looking at the area around Highsted Wood and adjacent to the access road, it is a slightly darker green colour running along the edge of the woodland, which when you look at the key is classed as the sustainable movement corridor green space, which runs along the edge of the road. And obviously for something to provide sustainable movement, it's obviously for the benefit of humans to help them move through the site with the intention. So from a management perspective, the priority in this situation would be for the movement of those people. So it would have to be managed in such a way that that can achieve its aim and be able to allow people to move through it. And that might obviously include, might be just footpaths, but also could include cycle tracks. So obviously it might not, although it's shown green in this plan, it might not, the whole area might not necessarily be green. And what vegetation is there would have to be managed in a way to enable that movement through the sites. So it goes from an area which is currently semi-natural and continuous movement through the site of vegetation and habitats to an area where there's obviously hard standing with the road going through it and the vegetation on either side needing to be managed to enable that requirement.
Thank you very much. So that deals with the first 3 bullet points. We can take the next 4 bullet points together, and they essentially relate to increasing damage to habitat, for example, the trampling plants, the erosion of soil, and damaging activities like fly tipping. And it also refers to the impact of domestic pets. We can deal with the impact of domestic pets subsequently, but just if we just focus on those elements for now, could you just explain what your concerns are in relation to those indirect impacts?
Yes, so if we go back to plan on the ancient woodland assessment and PDF 14 showing the existing habitats on site. Obviously, currently when you look at that plan, it's quite clear that there is no, there's no houses particularly close to it currently. The nearest houses within that area are to the west of the local wildlife site, but there's no direct connectivity with the wildlife site being a quarry. So there's actually limited impacts from noise, traffic. One of the main risks is the risk of things like garden grabbing or people dumping their garden waste in woodlands. Recreational pressure is another one that can cause these problems, and obviously those impacts are less because of the lack of neighbours or residents within that immediate area. And then when you obviously, not obviously, but when you turn on to, apologies, I've closed the plan, 8.18, the green space structuring plan, it's quite clearly demonstrating not only the where all the residential properties will be located around Highsted Wood, but also the fact that there is green links going to those, enabling access to that woodland, increasing those impacts.
Okay. Now,
that last point, you were saying about residential properties being near, I can see that. What were you saying about the links?
Oh, and on that same plan, there are amenity green space and highways green space. So it's kind of like the lighter green fingers, I suppose, that run from the Highsted Wood through the white areas, which are reflecting the residential properties.
Right.
So it is effectively creating access to that woodland, which wasn't there previously. It's enabling the movement of residents towards that area.
Now, the second to last indirect harm I'd like to go through with you is cat predation. There is a difference of opinion between yourself and Dr. Baxter on this point. Madam, I don't intend to ask you to take up the references in the proof, but I'll just give you the references. So, Ms. Foster, in your proof, it's addressed at paragraphs 9.31 to 9.32, and it's addressed in Dr. Baxter's rebuttal, which is core document 37.5.3 at paragraphs 2.2.17 onwards. Could I just ask you to explain, for the benefit of the inquiry, two things? What are the differences of opinion between you and Dr. Baxter now that you've read Dr. Baxter's rebuttal? And second, how do they relate to the indirect impacts of the scheme on the ancient woodland?
Yes, so the calculations in my proof were based on the whole development site, whereas Dr. Baxter's were only based on the number of dwellings anticipated to be located within 50 metres of ancient woodland. However, the exact layout of the site is currently unknown, so it is possible there could be additional dwellings within that 50-metre area than the estimated 182 within the proof, Dr. Baxter's proof. And in addition, no consideration has been given to effectively those green fingers we were just discussing, which the intention is to support species connectivity through the site. So while there might not be, while considering only the number of dwellings within 50 metres of the ancient woodland, actually there'll be more dwellings within proximity to those green fingers, which would impact species movement the habitat where there's an intention to provide species connectivity through those sites. So my view is that there will be an increase in cat predation, and that has been agreed within this statement of common ground.
What you mean is that the cats could go along the paths?
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
But it has not been agreed at what level the cat predation would be, and it's my view that it'll be lower than what I estimated within in my proof due to how I calculated those numbers, but it has potential to be higher than what's been estimated. Than Dr. It's very difficult. There's so many unknowns, I think, and it'd be very difficult I wouldn't like to try and give a number because it is ultimately an estimate.
The final query relates to recreational pressure, and before we go through that, there's just one part of the guidance that I'd like to take you to. It's still within the Natural England guidance. If you could just turn to PDF page 2, please.
Yep, there.
Section, we've been through it before, but it describes the values of ancient woodland, and the penultimate bullet, you see one of the values of ancient woodland is that it's a valuable natural asset important for, and I quote, recreation, health and well-being. I just want to ask you to explain, is it your evidence that recreational activity in the ancient woodland is of itself an indirect impact?
Yes, it can.
Yeah.
It can be, yes.
Okay. It can be.
Yes.
Now, you've referred to recreational impacts in your proof of evidence. I'd just like you to explain, in your view, what those impacts are. And it would be helpful when you discuss that to take into account the applicant's proposal to make Highsted Wood what's called a minimal access zone. And I'd just like to illustrate that on the environmental mitigation strategy. So this is another document I'll just ask you to draw up, please. It's core document 9.2.33. And there is a plan. And there is a... Sorry, Matt, I'll just wait for you. Madam, there's a plan on page 59, PDF 59. And so perhaps before we, I ask you to answer my question, I'll just ask you to talk the inquiry through what this plan is, what this plan shows.
So this plan is the indicative recreational zoning plan for the Highsted Park. So Highsted Wood, the proposed compensation planting to the right of that, part of Bexwood, and an area and a few other areas within the site, which are all dark green, have been identified as minimal access zones within the area. So with
And
the
to be
intention,
clear, does that include Highsted Wood as well?
yes, it does include Highsted Wood.
you.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And so my question was essentially, you've referred to recreational impacts in your proof of evidence. I'd just like you to explain what those impacts are, bearing in mind the proposal to make Highsted Wood a minimal access zone.
To help in my response, it'd be useful to pull up core document. Sorry, bear with me. Can't find it now, sorry.
What document?
It's the footpaths, the public right-of-way footpaths documents.
I see.
I have got it in my folder. If you bear with me.
Did you want the plans?
Yes, please.
Are these the ones that were put in?
They're in the core.
The core documents.
Yeah, they're a core document.
Because Kent County Council put in some footpath plans, didn't they?
Yes.
Yes, those were inquiry documents, and it might be easier to just get them from there. So that will be core document 100. Site location.
No. Oh.
And I think they're the overlay drawings. So it's core inquiry document 100.9.2.
On it is core document. Let me refer to the correct one. Yes, so it's core document 5.16.
15.16 maybe.
Sorry, yes, 15.16. Apologies for the confusion.
Hold on then.
Which is confusingly referred to as a northern application in the title of the document.
Rightio. Well, the southern one's after it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes,
17.
but no, it is.
So I think it's been mislabeled, I think.
Okay.
So it is 15.16, even though it refers to the north, it is actually the south.
And also core document 37.5.4, which is the appendices of Dr. Baxter's rebuttal.
Sorry, did you say the appendices?
Yes, please.
And what page in there?
It will be page 49.
I wonder if it's the same.
No, it's I've given you the page that's numbered on my PDF.
Yeah,
it's the same
I don't
page.
think it's the same. What are we looking for?
Oh, so it's a picture. So it was just to bring you up to when I it's to have it ready for when I refer to it when I'm giving my explanation.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering.
Oh, no, it's the same
PDF
page.
is the same as...
Yep. No, it's the same
Oh,
page.
it is. Okay, yeah, fine.
So yes, so in terms of recreational pressure, I think it's useful to look at the core document 15.16 to understand current access within the site, or in Highsted Wood. So when you're looking at the plan, 3 squares along and 2 squares down, Highsted Wood is in the middle.
I've got the quarry.
Yep, so it's just south.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Let me just enlarge it a bit. Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So
So
this is the
you-
part you have Highsted Quarry at the north, disused, and then below.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
correct. So the black hash lines on this plan, which I'm sure you're familiar to, is the public footpaths currently.
Yep.
So this plan is really to highlight the fact there is actually no currently any public access through Highsted Wood. And Bexwood,
There are tracks, though, aren't there?
yes, but they're not part of the public right of way network.
Presumably people use them. Do they? Okay.
And then there's a footpath to the north of Bexwood, and then obviously we've been referring to Cromer's Wood, and there is a footpath running through Cromer's Wood. On this plan, Cromer's Wood's directly below Highsted Wood.
And oh, sorry.
No, sorry.
Pardon me. No, please do. Do
I'm
continue.
So yeah, so if we go back to the green space plan, which is core document 8.18, sorry. It obviously shows that quite clearly there'll be additional access leading up to Highsted Wood. So you've got those green fingers where you've got what they've been described on this plan as amenity green space and highway green space. So it goes from the current situation where there is no footpaths leading to say Highsted Wood, although there may be some informal access, to the proposal being designed so there's actually amenity access and highways linkages going directly towards Highsted Wood, but in conjunction with obviously the number of dwellings proposed with this in the area where there is currently none. So this would result in, I believe, an increase in people accessing Highsted Wood. So obviously if there's quite a significant number of people, this could have an impact on the currently good condition of the habitats in Highsted Wood due to, for example, trampling. It's been referenced before, but actually there's more opportunities for people to dump garden waste, for example, within the woodlands. Also, it's not unknown for kids to create, for example, BMX tracks through woodlands, for example. Obviously not suggesting that would definitely happen, but these are things that have happened within other woodlands near residential areas. And then a buffer is proposed around the site to try and minimise access. But if I can take you to that proof there, the appendices of Dr. Baxter's appendices.
What is the buffer? Is that semi-natural green space?
Then in the ancient woodland guidance, it describes that the buffer should effectively be a mosaic of habitats. So a mosaic of habitats. So you effectively start with the ideal buffer would be dense scrubland vegetation, and then it would slowly come down to grassland at the end. So you've kind of got a mosaic of habitats in these.
But this is proposed. It's difficult to see on the key because there's so many greens.
Yeah,
but
I know.
I think is it semi-natural green space proposed?
I believe so. Yes, that's what I've interpreted it as. But if I could direct you towards Dr. Baxter's appendices, and then
Yeah.
in the selected photographs, the two photos on page 49, they are highlighting the buffer, a 20-metre buffer separating the housing from woodland, and in particular the second buffer, the second picture showing the buffer obviously doesn't show, in this situation it has got a footpath, but the intention is directed towards the buffer and highlight that this obviously wouldn't prevent people from accessing the woodland. It wouldn't be a buffer restricting access, because in this situation it's a good example of a buffer showing that it's only grassland in this occasion. So it's just to highlight how some buffers in around ancient woodlands do look in reality.
It's difficult to tell, isn't it, really, because it looks as if there is quite a bit of scrubby stuff.
On the first photo there is, but if you look on the second photo, to the right of the footpath, that is largely grass.
Is it? I mean, it looks as if it could be. It's not a very easy
There's,
picture to see, but on the right bottom corner, looks as if there is some sort of brambly stuff.
Yes, that is correct, but it wouldn't restrict access through that area because they could just dodge it. Yeah, they would walk. You could walk around it. It wouldn't be like a dense.
Well, there's a path, so presumably people just go on the path, don't they?
Yes. So, in this situation, there is a path, but the intention is there's not meant to be a path around the Highsted Wood proposal. But it was just to highlight that this is an example of a buffer.
Okay.
Which would not restrict access into the woodland.
Thank you. And just to see how this ties in with the statement of common ground, could I just ask you to take up the statement of common ground? I'm aware the inspector has it in hard copy, but it was core document 34.16.
Statement of common ground on biodiversity.
On biodiversity, yes.
Yes. Sorry, which was the number?
It's. I'm not sure.
Oh, I've got the core document. Sorry, which was the paragraph you're.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, I didn't give you the paragraph.
Excellent.
It's paragraph 2.3.7.
Yes.
Just trying to, how does what you've just said relate to what has been agreed in the statement of common ground, which reads, the case studies set out within Mr. Baxter's rebuttal proof demonstrate that recreational impact, sorry, madam, do... it's paragraph 2.3.7. The case studies set out within Mr. Baxter's rebuttal proof demonstrate that recreational impacts on ancient woodland in proximity to development can be addressed through appropriate long-term visitor access measures and ongoing management. How does what you've just said relate to what has been agreed in the statement of common ground?
Yes. No, I do agree. Sorry, apologies. I do agree in general that recreational impacts on ancient woodland can be addressed through appropriate long-term visitor measures, but actually whether all those measures can be implemented within every woodland is not it. The point was a general point. It was not specific to Highsted Wood.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that covers the impacts, and we're now on the third subtopic that I wanted to address in ancient woodland, which we can take slightly more briefly. You've referred to the idea of a 15-metre buffer. And just so we can orient ourselves, this is discussed in the Natural England guidance under on PDF 8, the use of buffer zones. Do you see that?
Yes.
And under buffer zone, use of buffer zones, at the bottom there it says, for example, larger buffer zones are more likely to be needed if the surrounding area is less densely wooded, close to residential areas, or steeply sloped. And then under buffer zone recommendations, do you see that in bold? It says for ancient woodlands, the proposal should have a buffer zone of at least 15 metres from the boundary of the woodland to avoid root damage. Where assessment shows other impacts are likely to extend beyond this distance, the proposal is likely to need a larger buffer zone. And you discuss in your proof of evidence at paragraph 9.27 why you consider the 15-metre buffer to be inadequate in this case. Could I just ask you to explain why you take the view that this proposal requires more than a 15-metre buffer, please?
As detailed in paragraph 9.27 of my proof, no justification has been provided for the size of the buffer being used, and it is only the minimum amount that's been created within the site, proposed within the site, sorry. And it does say at least 15 metres within the guidance. As detailed, over 10,000 dwellings are being proposed within the two developments, north and south, which is a significant increase in the number of residents and associated impacts, which we've obviously been discussing this morning. And my view is the buffer needs to be larger to take into account the size of development and the impacts particularly from the proposal, particularly due to impacts from the increase in residents and associated impacts from them, such as throwing out garden waste, cat predation, recreational impacts.
Okay.
And yes, and as we've discussed earlier, as shown on core document 8.18 of the Green Infrastructure Plan, the buffer will be directly adjacent to the highways, green space, sustainable movement corridors and residential areas. So if we look at that plan, it quite clearly shows that core document 8.18, the Green Infrastructure document, yeah. It's just to re-highlight the point that those green infrastructure, green fingers, are heading directly towards effectively towards the ancient woodland and that buffer.
Thank you. And then dealing with finally what I've referred to as the compensation package, there are essentially three elements to it. Madam, if you still have the ancient woodland assessment, it's covered in section 4, which is on printed page 9. And essentially, Ms. Foster, I'm just going to ask you to talk the inspector through any comments that you have on the three elements. So the first element is the replacement planting, which has a compensation ratio of 38 hectares of replacement planting for each hectare of ancient woodland taken. And so for the loss of 0.21 hectares, 8.1 hectares of woodland and forest is provided, and you've identified for the inspector where that compensation planting is on the plan on page 15. In terms of the quantum, could I just ask you to comment on the quantum of replacement planting?
Yes, we agree that that the ratio is higher than other developments have been agreed from other developments.
And what about the quality of the replacement planting?
So, so in appendix, apologies, the habitat creation table in the mitigation strategy, which is core document.
That's 9.2.33.
Thank you.
I think it's 45. I think
No.
it's 45. Is it table 7.3 entitled Summary of Post-Development Habitat Creation?
No. Yes.
No, wait, take your time.
Sorry.
And then take your time, and then I can give the reference if need be.
Apologies, the document hasn't opened for me. If you bear with.
Yeah, I think. Just let us know when you have the document open.
Yes. So it is. It's on PDF page. Right.
Is it 45, perhaps?
No, it is. Sorry, it.
Don't worry.
It is on page. The habitat creation. So it's on PDF page 99, and it's
Okay.
a table. It's showing the metric.
Ah, you want to go to the metric? Okay.
Yes, I want to
yeah.
go to the metric.
Yeah.
Apologies.
I see.
Yes. So
Just to be clear, this part of the metric is
has been revised
yeah,
since.
and it's an assessment of the quality of the replacement habitat. Is that correct?
Yes. So the metric has been updated. Excuse me, since this was produced, but it still makes my point. So from that point of view, it's still valid. But on the second to bottom line, it refers to, it's called woodland and forest, lowland mixed deciduous woodland. Yeah, no, I've had to do the same. Yes, so this is the line in the metric showing the replace the compensation ancient woodland land. And the fifth column in that table provides details of the anticipated condition of the woodland, which is it is poor condition. It's high distinctiveness. It's the one next to the yellow box. It's a white, and it's just highlighting that it's poor condition. Whereas in this, I won't take you to it, but in the same table it highlights that Highsted wood is currently good condition.
Okay.
So.
And just to be clear, if we follow along on that rung, do you see we get to a column that says final time to target condition /years, and it says 10.
Yes.
So can you just explain what that's saying?
So that is saying that it's anticipated that it will take 10 years to reach poor condition.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was poor condition.
No, sorry. So currently, Highsted wood is considered good condition.
Right.
But this line is referring to the replacement planting for the
Oh, I
compensation
see.
woodland. And the intention is it will achieve poor condition within 10 years.
So just so we
I
have
don't
that
understand
point.
that. Sorry. Don't
Sorry, Matt.
understand. You're saying that currently it's in good condition. What the wood, Highsted wood generally,
Yeah.
and the replacement planting will take 10 years to get to good condition.
No, it would get to poor condition.
Why would it want to do that?
Because in the metric you get poor, moderate, and good condition.
Yeah. But so the replacement planting, the new planting, in other
Yes.
words, what would it start off as? What condition?
It would just be effectively planted woodland. It would probably unlikely to meet.
But what? So in 10 years' time, it will be poor, would it?
Yes, that is the intention. There's certain criteria you have to meet with condition assessments.
Right.
So
Okay.
they
Perhaps you
have
might
a number of points that they have to meet to be able to achieve, whether it's good, moderate, or
So how long would it take to get to good condition then?
well, in theory, it could take at least 30 years, but that might not achieve that. That is,
I see.
there's a risk because it might not
So
be.
you're saying in terms of quality, it's not.
That, yes, you've
That's
made
your
my point.
point.
Yes, you've
Right.
made my point for me. Thank you.
Okay.
It was to highlight that while the quantity is significantly larger than what is being lost due to the ratio, the quality is not the same as what is being impacted. Sorry, it took a long-winded way to get to
No,
that
no.
point.
That was the first element. The second element is the soil and coppice translocation. And what I propose to do is just take you to the statement of common ground and see if there's anything that you have to add to that. And Madam, I'll give the paragraph reference. It's paragraph 2.3.3, where it says, reservations are noted regarding the success of ancient woodland translocations, albeit it is agreed that this compensation measure is desirable to include rather than omit. Is there anything further you want to say about the soil and coppice translocation that is proposed?
Yes, obviously we've agreed that point that it's better to do it than not do it at all, but it's highlighting that isn't a huge amount of evidence to demonstrate that the translocation of the soils and associated seeds is successful.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes. I think it. So there's a study in docs referred to in Dr. Baxter's rebuttal, which is core document.
Is it in the appendix?
37.5.3 on PDF.
Can we put away the BNG stuff?
Oh yes, you can close that down.
Right, well, hold on a minute. I'm just going to need to.
Sorry, that is the environmental mitigation statement. You may need to keep that.
Oh,
Yeah.
apologies. Yes.
Oh well, it's gone now.
Oh.
So.
Oh,
Sorry.
Oh, well, we can. I'm sure.
Too slow.
I'm sure it will be discussed later anyway. Okay.
So 37.5.3 we're looking for. I haven't got
Is
enough pages. That's
Is it maybe point 4 if you
Oh,
want to go to
apologies.
the appendices?
Yes.
Sorry, I think it will be core document 37.5.4.
what are we looking at?
It is a study that was put in there
Oh, okay. Just a minute.
about effectiveness of mitigation measures to address impacts of translocation, included impacts of translocation.
Okay, just a minute. Oh, I see. It's in his appendices.
Yes, apologies.
Oh, look here. In his rebuttal appendices, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
So which appendix is that?
It is appendix 4. It's on page 10. Your page 10.
Yeah. Oh, I see another one. Oh, yes. Okay.
In a recent, it's highlighting. Oh, apologies. I've taken you to the wrong document. I am sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Just give me a couple of seconds.
Would you mind if I looked in the? I can look in the.
No. So my proof referenced a document. Oh, I've confused myself. Do you mind?
No, you take a moment.
Sorry.
I'll have a drink.
If this is a discrete point, there will be a break usually of 20 minutes. Would you like to come back to this discrete point?
Yeah, we could have a break.
After
would you
the break. I'm not suggesting we have the break now if you want to continue, madam, but perhaps that discrete point could be.
Break at some time by 11.
Fine by me.
Madam, that would actually take me to the end of what I propose to go through for the ancient woodland. So perhaps we could come back just to that discrete point at the end after the break if we want to break now. Oh, sorry. That was the end of ancient woodland. So if we have the break, we can come back. I can address that point.
All right, we'll have a break until 11:15 then. Thank you.
Yes.
It says planning policies and decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by, and under D, it says minimising impacts on and providing net gains for biodiversity, including by establishing, and I emphasise this, coherent ecological networks, etc., etc., etc. Could you just explain how the prevention of fragmentation relates to that overall policy aim, please?
Well, to ensure that you've got a established coherent ecological network that works, you need to make sure that actually you are connected, your habitats are connected, and they do work. So actually you can ensure that there is those movements of species through the landscape, effectively looking at the bigger picture and making sure that there is actually the minimising barriers or avoiding barriers within those networks to enable the movement of species.
Thank you very much. That's all.
The paragraph in the framework, sorry, I've got the wrong one written down here. What paragraph was it again?
I'm sorry, madam, that's very unhelpful to you. It's paragraph 187
Oh, okay.
at D.
D?
Yes, I'm in core document 16.1. So I don't know if anyone is following along, but do you also?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, great.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, and madam, just to be clear, the reference that I asked Ms. Foster to explain, it's 187D, the second line, which refers to establishing coherent ecological networks.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. That deals with national policy. The local policy context is helpfully identified in the environmental statement itself. So could I ask you to pick up the environmental statement, please? For document 9.1. PDF page 561, when you have it.
Not yet, no. Sorry.
My microphone is off.
561.
Yes, madam, it's, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, Ms. Foster, what I'll do is I'll pick up the two references in the interest of time, and then we'll just go through one of them. The first reference on page 561 is the Swale Green Grid Strategy of June 2016, and it's discussed at paragraph 11.35. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And at the very last line, it says, in relation to the application site, the strategy identifies area with potential for habitat creation and enhancement around the existing quarries and woodlands, and proposes a strategic green grid route linking these and connecting north into Sittingbourne. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And I am going to take you through this document, but just whilst we have this, the environmental statement open, I'll just go through the second one, which is at paragraph, it's the following paragraph, 11.36, and it's the draft Swale, Green and Blue Infrastructure strategy. And it identifies in the penultimate line, it says that this includes a north-south wildlife corridor to the east of Sittingbourne, which broadly passes through the application site. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So just to take up the first reference, the Swale Green Grid Strategy, we have that in core document 18.35.
Put away the environmental statement, or do I have to keep that out as well?
Yes, we can put away the environmental statement for now. And madam, whilst if you're closing tabs, I mean, we can also close things relating to the ancient woodland as well.
All right. Okay. Yep.
So, madam, you have core document 18.35.
I think so. A minute. No, I haven't.
can just let me know when you're there, madam. Do you have it?
Yes, I do, thank you.
A bit slow. Yep, that's it.
So this is the Swale Green Grid Strategy, June 2016. Depending on what PDF software you're using, the PDF numbers might not actually match up with the printed pages. But I have it at PDF 28, which is printed page 14. Do you have that?
Sorry. PDF page 28.
Yeah, for my software, it's PDF 28, but for some people, it's printed page 14.
And we're looking at the green grid framework.
Yeah, and
Yes.
so they're two they're two columns. The one on the right hand side is entitled under 3.2 Strategic Green Grid Framework Plan, and then it says map. It has a map, and it refers to Map 5 Strategic Green Grid Framework, which is on page 24. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'll just ask you to read the. Actually, no, I think in the interest of time, we can just go directly to the map itself, which we have on page 24, printed page 24. And so over pages 24 and 25, you can see this is map 5, which is the Swale Green Grid Strategy, Strategic Green Grid Framework. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and we have the legend on page 25, and the dotted green line is the proposed strategic green grid route. Could I just ask you to explain, by reference to the plan that is on map 24, the relevant proposed strategic green grid route and how the site relates, how the site and the development relate to that green grid route?
Yes, so on printed page 24, we can see the proposed development site, and it's approximately in the centre of the site, just to the south of Sittingbourne, and it shows what has been described in the key as the strategic green grid route, and it goes directly through Highsted Wood and the local wildlife site.
Hold on.
I've got it as PDF page 18.
So there's, I thought you just said 24.
Well, there's some of the documents have come up slightly differently, confusingly. Mine says PDF 18.
Sorry, man, it's printed page 24.
Okay.
And
I've got 18 now.
And it's titled Map 5.
Sorry, madam, just to go through that again. So if you're on PDF 18, that is one half of a map, and you have the map 5.
That's not page 18.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Map 5 is the one I had before.
yes. So, madam, that's the problem. I think depending on your PDF software, it just gives different PDF pages, which is why I'm going on the printed pages.
Sorry, shouldn't they all be the same on the core documents? Surely we're looking at the same core document.
Yeah, we are looking at the same core document, but if I could just ask you to go to printed page 24 in that document, you'll have map 5.
I've got map 5, 24, yep, got that, but I'm not sure where the green grid is.
So, madam,
The dotted line.
Yes, it's the green dotted line. So if you can see Sittingbourne,
Yeah.
there's a green dotted line runs south through Sittingbourne and through the proposed development site. And it takes in,
Yeah.
it's quite high level, it takes in Highsted Wood and quarries and goes
Yeah.
further
And
south.
Yeah.
The quarries, Highsted quarries.
Thank you.
madam, just pausing there, what you have is that's just half of the plan, and the legend you have on the next page. And the legend explains what that dotted line is. So just to go back to my question, if you could just assist the inspector with how the development and the infrastructure that it proposes relates to or fits in with that potential green grid strategy?
Well, in my view, it reduces the connectivity. So if it's useful to refer back to core document 818, the Green Infrastructure Plan, I think you've got paper. And just to reiterate what I said before, that the connectivity now between the woodland and the wider site is internally is linked to those amenity green space, green fingers, or the highways green space. So these are areas that are not don't have a main focus of ecology or nature conservation. So there's a risk that the connectivity is not as strong as preferred or wished as part of the green infrastructure strategy we've discussed. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So that hopefully goes into some of the detail of the scheme, and I'll essentially ask you to make or to explore what you've just said by reference to some helpful plans in the ecological mitigation strategy. This will find core document 9.2.33. Madam, I should say that we don't need the green grid strategy anymore, so if you want to close that. So if we could... Yep.
Right, we don't need that. Okay, so where are we going now?
It's the ecological mitigation strategy. There are two plans, which I'm going to invite Ms. Foster to comment on. You can let me know when you're ready, madam. Yes, madam. No, sorry, madam, that was the one that you closed.
So it was. Right, okay, so it is
9.2.33. And so essentially, Ms. Foster, I'm going to hand over to you to explain the concerns with fragmentation as you see them by reference to these two plans. So the first plan is at PDF page 61. And it's a biodiversity net gain plan, but it helpfully shows the habitat baseline on the site as it is now. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And the second is shortly after. It's on PDF 65, and that shows, again, it's a biodiversity net gain, but it doesn't matter. It shows the post-development habitat creation. And I'd just like you to explain, the principal relevant, two things. Could you explain the principal relevant ecological connections on the site as they are today? That's the first question. And the second question is how they would be impacted by the development.
So if you could, first of all, look at the existing habitat baseline, which is on the PDF 61. So I'll continue to focus my comments on Highsted Wood and the associated local wildlife site, but obviously the issue of fragmentation is not limited to those areas. If you look at the Highsted Wood area, currently you'll see that, as we've discussed previously, Highsted Wood, which is described as W5, is directly connected up to the north and the areas of local wildlife site, and some small areas of orchard, which have been retained. And then if you look to the south, there is currently a hedgerow which connects up Highsted Wood and connects it up to Cromer Wood, which is not shown on that plan, but it is to the south, as discussed at the start. So you can see that there is connectivity currently through the site.
And just to be clear, how is Highsted Wood to Cromer's Wood connected on the plan that you see at PDF 61?
Yes, so there's the hedgerow links the two. There's
Thank
an
you.
existing hedgerow within the site that links the two. So if we move on to PDF 65, yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. So this plan does highlight larger areas of, say, green space and woodland planting, but once again, to highlight the southern relief road going straight through the middle of the site is effectively severing both sides of the site for enabling continuous connectivity of habitats through the sites. And then the connectivity from Highsted Wood in particular to the south is now limited to the amenity green space connections between the two. And as referred to before, obviously anything that has a amenity green space usually has the priority of what the humans require for their needs in that area rather than managing something for ecology. While some areas can be managed for both, and I don't disagree with that, there will always be a priority of what an area needs to be managed for. So I think, so yeah, if something's highlighted as amenity, the priority will be for managing it for amenity use and making sure it's fit for purpose.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to consider the mitigation which the applicants have put forward in part to address the concerns regarding fragmentation. Just four points on this. The first three directly relate to connectivity, and I think it would be helpful within the same document if you could just go to page 53, please. Which is the ecology strategy plan. The first point of four that I'd like to take you through relates to a matter of disagreement in the statement of common ground. I'm just going to read it out. We don't need to pick up the statement of common ground. It says, it is not agreed that the area referred to as Highsted Country Park would significantly increase the wider connected habitat resource associated with the local wildlife site due to the lack of confirmed connectivity across the Southern Relief Road. Could I just ask you to...
What paragraph were you reading from, please?
Madam, that was, if we take up the...
We don't need to, just on my record, that's all. You've read it.
Unfortunately, I don't have a note of it, but I will provide that now. It is the Statement of Common Ground. It is paragraph 2.3. Sorry, it'll be a matter of disagreement. It's 3.1.1, and it's under the third bullet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just to say that you just need to turn your microphone back on. They turn off automatically.
So essentially, could you just illustrate what your concerns are by reference to this plan? Thank you, and me as well. If you could just illustrate what your concerns are in relation to this plan. There are some quite helpful numbers on the plan which you might want to use just to identify where this country park is and then explain what your concerns are.
So the country park is highlighted in as parkland on the plan. It doesn't have a specific number. I think it links to number 5.
So are we looking at numbers 5 around the white number 5,
Yes.
the white number 7, and
Yeah.
the two areas of white number? Okay.
Yeah.
I
So-
thought the 5 was the eco park, which was not, isn't it?
So my understanding is that is the general area of the country park. I mean,
Yes.
we can go to the landscape
What,
open
the whole
strategy.
of, so the bright green there and the dark green you're talking about.
It's not entirely clear from the landscape open strategy, but why don't we just focus on the two areas that are identified as I think semi-natural green space, so the ones that both bear the number 5.
I see. Okay.
Yes. So those 2 areas, north and south, so they're also linked to the ecological mitigation requirements associated and linked with the parkland area. So in terms of connectivity, obviously, when you get an initial look at this site, it does look like there's a lot of green space, but once again, it's that fragmentation of the road and then the limited ability for movement across it. There is some areas that that have been flagged up. For example, on section the Green B, which is just to the right of the local wildlife site in the area in purple. It's highlighted it as a proposed green bridge underpass, but it's not clear to the extent of what that would be or how it would work. And then there's potential proposed culverts or hopovers across the link road, and they are the small blue circles, and they are numbered around that area 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Sorry, just pausing there, Madam, just for the benefit of your note, and in fact, maybe we can go there now, just so that you're aware it's there. If you go, it's in the same document. It's at PDF page 26. We have under. Sorry to interrupt you. It's just so that the inspector is aware that this is there. There's, Madam, do you see it's on page 26, table 5.1. That is essentially a legend to the plan that we were just considering. So we can just go back to that.
So to reiterate, the circle B on that plan, which is on page 54, no.
53.
53, apologies. The circle B is the underpass and A is further down. And that is what it's referring to, the Green Bridge. But we're not convinced that they're sufficient enough to enable movement of species and habitats across the road. We're just concerned that it's, considering what was there previously and what is proposed, it is very limited in terms of perseverance from the road.
Thank you. And my second point actually related to the Green Bridge, which you identified at A on the plan. Was there anything additional that you wanted to say about the Green Bridge in that context? We raised this in the proof that it's unclear how it will work effectively as a green bridge, to ensure that it's actually achievable within the site. And the images provided show that there is going to be mature trees, for example, on the bridge, but it's not clear whether the existing bridge can even support that type of green bridge. Existing bridge? On A, I believe it's an existing. Is it? No. Sorry, when you say an existing bridge, are you referring to the bridge that is proposed as part of the infrastructure proposals?
Yes.
I see.
Sorry, wrong terminology. My mistake, I apologise. Yes, so the green bridge is currently proposed at A. It is not clearly been demonstrated how it can achieve and be a successful green bridge.
So, sorry, just get the right bridge. So A is the one
A
with
is
all
what's
the
proposed
picture
as a
and the
green
trees
bridge.
on top,
Yes, exactly.
and the road also going
Yeah.
over. It's new.
Yes, news.
Yeah. And in fairness, I think when you were referring to the existing bridge, perhaps we'll just very briefly take up the highways plans. It's at core document 7.31.6. PDF 47. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Page 47. So these are the highways proposals for what is there. Could you essentially illustrate your concern by reference to this by reference to this document?
Yes. So this is the bridge that is proposed to be a green bridge on the plan we were just looking at, and it's just not clear with any of the submissions how that would be successful or work, as there's obviously no direct movement across the site because of the way it's been designed. If, for example, for a species to move from A to B between the different habitats. So how it would be an effective green bridge in terms of providing connectivity, it's not clear.
Okay, thank you. That was the first two of the four queries that I had about mitigation. The third point relates to dormice. And as you explain in your proof, part of the proposals under the mitigation strategy include these so-called Animex bridges designed to assist dormice across the road. Just want to explore what that is. I mean, first, just very briefly, could you just, unless you know what an Animex bridge is.
I've read the stuff about them, seen pictures, but I haven't ever seen one in reality.
Okay, well, I mean, there is an example, I believe, in the environmental mitigation strategy, which is on PDF 75 of core document 9.2.33. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
So, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I feel as though I should show the inquiry a photo of a dormouse. It's on PDF. It's on PDF 83. I appreciate this has been very long, and this will hopefully provide a little bit of respite. But on PDF 83, we have a picture of a dormouse in all of its splendor.
Oh.
I know. And this is part of this is a document that relates to Animex bridges, so is relevant as well. So if we just go to PDF 75, I think that's the beginning of that document. We have the Animex Wildlife Bridge Best Practice Guidelines. Would you mind just explaining to the inspector what an Animex bridge is and what they look like?
Well, I think the image in that picture probably negates the need for me to describe what they look like, but they're effectively a triangular tunnel which connects up two different pieces of habitat which have been severed by infrastructure, largely to enable. Pardon?
I'm so sorry. Please.
Sorry, and enables dormouse to move from one piece of habitat to the next piece of habitat safely.
And I think they're illustrated in the road context on PDF 77.
Yes, so figure 1 on that particular page, once you're at it. Does demonstrate, you can see it, that it goes between two pieces of vegetation on either side of the bridge, runs along the bridge, and enables the movement, and there are situations where they've been put under tunnels, for example, and this is shown on.
Is this actually going under the bridge, or is it a separate?
It can get, in this situation, it looks like it's been attached to the bridge. But if you look at the page below, on page 78, it shows it going underneath the bridge.
Yeah.
I mean, do that.
And then just to complete that, madam, there are also standalone Animex bridges as well, which you have on PDF 80.
Mm-hmm. Do dormice actually know to use them?
Well, indeed, madam, that was going to be my follow-up question. I don't propose that you take your proof of evidence up, but I'll just quote from This is paragraph 11.10 of your proof. You say, and I quote, "There is a lack of certainty about the success of Animex wildlife bridges." You've since had the opportunity to read Dr. Baxter's rebuttal. Could I just ask for your views on what the literature says about the success of Animex wildlife bridges?
Yes, so the case studies, excuse me, we don't need to look at those case studies, but for your reference, the case studies are present in core documents 20.1 and core documents 20.3. They provide case studies of where Animex bridges have been used. However, they do not provide any details of monitoring results to demonstrate that they have been successful in use. So they have been successfully trialled when they were produced on the Isle of Wight, where they were connected up between two sets of habitats and vegetation.
What sort of circumstances was that?
They were doing some trials in the Isle of Wight, so they had, I think it was over a railway bridge. They had two bits.
Railway bridge.
I think so, yes. A railway line, sorry.
Right.
So I understood it. One of the examples on core document 20.1 on PDF page 7.
Should we perhaps pause and take that up then?
Yes.
Core document, because it also goes to one of the questions that Madam, you asked earlier.
Documents.
Core document 20.1.
Right. Hold on.
And if you could ask you to move to navigate to PDF page 7, please. And so on the very last sentence of the last paragraph on the left-hand side of the page, and it moves on to the next column. It go. Are you? So there's two. Yeah. So it effectively it's the first paragraph in the second column, which starts on the previous column. It says, at the time of installation, there was no vegetation present. On this example, there was no vegetation present at either end. Which was, they did do some planting. However, no monitoring has since been carried out or referenced in any document I've been able to find to demonstrate that subsequently this Amex bridge was utilised by dormouse. So in the examples, successful examples or trials shown, it was an Amex bridge which was located within existing vegetation. It had subsequently been used in areas where there is no vegetation established yet, but there's no evidence to demonstrate that it has been successful in its usage.
And Madam, since we have the article open, you might want to look over leaf where it shows photos of the Animex bridges in C2. Figure 5 under C and D. Nearly done with the dormice. If you still have core document 9.2.33, the environmental mitigation strategy, open, could you go to page 76, please? It's still within the Animex bridge report.
Is this an Animex bridge report by Animex?
Yes. It is, Madam, if you go to PDF 75, it's the Animex Wildlife Bridge Best Practice Guidelines version 6 in 2019. Do you have that?
Yeah, I'm just wondering who actually wrote it.
Okay.
So. presumably it was Animex, was it?
Yeah, I mean, the copyright is by Animex International. On PDF 76, so just over leaf, do you see where it says in bold and underlined, positioning is key?
Yes.
Could you just read the last bullet point on that page, please?
Make sure the bridge is sited away from streetlights to ensure a dark crossing point.
Thank you very much. So that takes me to the fourth and final point that I wanted to cover in mitigation, which is the lighting strategy. And we have this in PDF page 55 of the same document. This is in a plan entitled Lighting Design Principles.
Sorry, I'm still on this last point. Where are we going now?
PDF page 55.
Of the EMS.
Would it be possible? I'm so sorry to interrupt. Just before we leave that
Sorry.
Animex thing, there was the authors of it are actually listed. I've just noticed to answer your question.
I see.
The inspector's question, just for while
Where are they
we're there. It's PDF 84, bottom right hand corner. It corresponds with what's on the front page. There are actually two organisations involved.
Oh, I see, right.
There's Animex, and then there's something called the People's Trust for Endangered Species, who also have their logo on the front of it. So it looks like it's a sort of a joint enterprise of some sort.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going on to the fourth and final point that I wanted to address under mitigation, lighting strategy. It's in the same document, the environmental mitigation strategy on PDF 55. This is the lighting design principles, and you see there are areas that are hatched in blue.
Yes.
And could I just ask you to read the legend for what those areas are?
There are restrictions on lighting to avoid light spill along corridor.
Yeah, and just in the legend, do you see under the under the key? Pardon me, the blue hatched. It's could you just read that? It's at the very bottom, just under key, just above wildlife corridors.
Oh.
Are we on the same page?
I think I've just read the wrong thing.
That's fine.
Yes, so the hashed blue lines I've just said, restrictions on lighting to avoid lighting spill along corridor, but the hashed blue line which you asked me about previously was the wildlife habitat area subject to lighting restrictions.
Okay.
So, apologies.
Okay. And given that this is subject to road design, at present, is it clear whether there could be lighting restrictions as are proposed in this particular plan?
It's not clear that those lighting restrictions could be implemented. They could restrict on the lighting design to minimise light spill, particularly, as you can see along the access, the Southern Relief Road. In particular.
Could you just explain? I'm not quite sure what you mean.
So if you look at the map on the page that we're just looking at, around Highsted Wood, Bexwood and the local wildlife site, at the along the Southern Relief Road, there is a blue hashed line with an arrow, and that is stated to have restrictions on lighting to avoid light spill along corridor.
Right.
But obviously this lighting is related to the highway road, the Southern Relief Road, so it's not clear whether, from a highway perspective, whether this is actually achievable.
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, I mean, perhaps you might just reread what the hatched area is designated as in the key.
The blue hatched area, which covers the local wildlife side, the ancient woodland and the parkland and wildlife areas, it's like wildlife habitat areas subject to lighting restrictions. subject to road design in particular. So it does state on that plan that there is restrictions, but it is subject to road design. So it states in the report itself that actually the road design may restrict it, and obviously the exact design of the road has not been agreed yet. It would be a reserved matters. So until, not a highways expert obviously, but until the road is designed, actually there may be, it may not be fully understood exactly what lighting is required by the Highways Authority.
Did you have any other comments that you wanted to explain in relation to the second topic, which is fragmentation?
Yes, and obviously from an ecology perspective, everything is obviously linked, and while I've been discussing fragmentation, I've been discussing obviously the hard road going in, impacting the fragmentation, obviously the impact from the residential, so from a built perspective, but obviously lighting can also negatively impact the movement of species, and some species will not move through large bands of lighting.
Okay.
So
are there any particular species that you're concerned about in relation to this proposal?
The dormouse might be restricted from moving through the site if they're impacted by the lighting.
Thank you very much. Was that everything?
Just to, in subject of lighting and the impacts of lighting, it's probably worth just highlighting, going back to the environmental statement, which is core document 9.1, and it was assessing the impact on the development and assessing whether they consider it to be significant, for example. So in paragraphs 11.122, if I just give you these numbers, 11.137, 11.149, they discuss what the impact would be on, in order, Highsted wood, foraging and commuting bats, and dormouse. And it said, so to give an example of the dormouse, it said the large result of habitat losses and loss of connectivity effects on dormouse from completing development prior to mitigation are considered to be moderate, adverse, and long-term and significant at the district level. And obviously they're saying prior to mitigation, and one of the mitigation measures is implementing a sensitive lighting scheme. So obviously if the sensitive lighting scheme cannot be implemented, that impact cannot be mitigated from a lighting perspective. So it's just flagging up that obviously when they're considering what the impact would be after mitigation, there's need to ensure that the mitigation is achievable and implementable.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to turn to the local wildlife site, which you address in section 10 of your proof of evidence. And just to deal with this, to give the inspector the relevant references, if we could go back to the environmental mitigation statement, we have...
How are we doing time-wise, by the way? I think you've gone a bit over time.
But I have. I should have addressed that at the beginning. So I think I had given 2 hours, but I should be done within, let's say, 45. I think probably 30 minutes.
Lunchtime?
Oh, by lunchtime, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, carry
on. We have the proposals at PDF 59 of the environmental mitigation strategy. And this shows the indicative recreational zoning plan. And given that this is not an issue between the parties, pardon me, madam, it's PDF 59. So, given that this is not an issue, I think I can lead on this. We have Quarry A and Quarry C, which are informal recreation zones, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Quarry B is restricted public access because it's in use by Outdoor Pursuits Group. And you've already been through the BNG baselines on PDF 61 and the proposed replacement habitat on PDF 65, which gives an indication of the proposals. What I'd like to do is just work through the impacts of what is proposed on the local wildlife site. Amanda, I believe that you have the environmental statement open, so we can do that by reference to the environmental statement. Yeah.
So that is
CD 9.1. So there is table 11.8 on PDF page 580, which is entitled Habitat Losses Within Highsted Quarries Local Wildlife Site. PDF 580. So I'll just ask you to briefly go through the habitat losses within the local wildlife site and what losses are due to the construction effects and what losses are due to the operational effects of the development.
So if you can see table 11.8, I'll take each of them by turn. So Quarry A on the top line. It's confirmed that the main quarry basins to be retained. However, there will be a loss of 0.53 hectares of woodland and bare ground for the creation of the link road, which of that just under half will be permanently lost to development, to construction, and some will be subsequently lost during this construction process, which will be re-established. And similarly, Quarry B is resulting in a loss of woodland due to the work results associated with the link road, of which, once again, about of the 0.92 hectares, just under half will be permanently lost to development. And likewise, within the wider site, there will be some loss of grassland and some loss of woodland, permanently and temporarily, largely due to the link road construction as part of the proposal. So yeah, there will be a permanent loss of the local wildlife site to enable the creation of the link road.
And staying in the same document on page 608, this is in a section, in fact we can go to 607, sort of 2/3 of the way down. Do you see 607? There's a heading entitled Residual Effects Following Mitigation.
Yes.
And then over the page at paragraph 11.200, it says, however, a number of significant residual effects are identified in relation to Highsted Quarries, local wildlife site, Highsted Wood, habitats of importance, and some faunal species as a result of permanent habitat losses under the scheme. And we then have a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bullet points. Could I just ask you to explain which of those effects, post-mitigation, but admittedly pre-compensation, which of those effects are associated with impacts on the local wildlife site?
So that would be the first bullet, Highsted Quarries, local wildlife site, and then reptiles at the bottom, and potentially dormouse in the middle of the table, because it's likely that they will be present now, although they were not present when the surveys were carried out.
Just to clarify, so bullet 1.
Yeah, bullet 1, which, because we're referring to the local wildlife site currently, dormouse, bullet 5 and 6, and bullet 8, reptiles. Woodland 9, 10 and 9 are not in that area.
Correct. Okay. And then, as I said, those are the impacts post-mitigation, but pre-compensation, as I said, and helpfully just underneath we have a section entitled Compensation Measures, Highsted Quarries Local Wildlife Site, and it's summarised at paragraph 11.201. I think, broadly speaking, could you just describe what the compensation measures entail?
So the compensation measures are largely linked to the enhancement of the retained habitats,
Okay.
which is set out in the biodiversity net gain assessment.
Okay. Now, if we go back to your proof of evidence, please, at 10.11, where you discuss the compensation. I just want to make sure that your opinion is fully before the inquiry. There's a line that starts halfway down and it says, this does indicate that the direct loss of habitat within the local wildlife site can be replaced within the site. Do you see that line?
Yes, I do.
Could you just read the rest of that line, please?
Yes, so it continues on and says, however, the creation and retention of the replacement habitats is relying on appropriate management being implemented, and the increase of recreational use do not negatively impact the establishment and retention of the habitats.
Thank you. And so could I just ask you to provide your views on the compensation, particularly with respect to the two harms that are discussed in your proof, the first being recreational impacts of the development and the other being the impact on fragmentation of the site?
In relation to the local wildlife site?
Yes.
Yes.
The whole, yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, as we've just discussed, we've accepted that they'll be able to mitigate for the loss of the habitats on site, but that is subject to ongoing management for the lifetime of the...
compensate or mitigate? What we're talking about compensation now, aren't we?
Yes, compensate and mitigate for the loss of compensate for the loss of the habitats. Apologies, thank you. But it is reliant on the implementation of good long-term management and monitoring. So to go back to what's the best? To go back to the green infrastructure plan on core document 8.18 is probably just the easiest one to use, is that obviously there will be impacts due to the fragmentation of that area. There will be, obviously we've just discussed the loss of habitat, but there will be that loss of movement from the south to the north of the development site, particularly as when you look at that site and you realise that obviously Sittingbourne is directly to the north of the local wildlife site, so there is limited habitats to the north. So a lot of the connectivity would be going south, and the Southern Relief Road has resulted in will result in the fragmentation of that division. So I think it is important to realise that while it only appears to be a small area of the local wildlife site that's being impacted, obviously it does have that larger connectivity to the broader, to the woodland and the wider area currently. And apologise, fragmentation and...
The other one was recreational impacts,
Yes.
and if it helps, you discuss that at paragraph 10.6 of your proof.
Thank you. So currently there is very limited, as I won't repeat what I said earlier in relation to that public right of way document, but currently there is limited access to the local wildlife site. And on the document that we were looking at earlier in the in core document 9.2.33 on PDF page 59, which is the ecological mitigation strategy, it clearly sets out that the local wildlife sites will become an informal recreational zone, so it will be creating access into areas which previously had limited or no access, no agreed access into them. So there are pressures that come from recreational use of a site, and it is linked to obviously trampling of the vegetation, damaging of the vegetation, compaction potentially of the soils, creating access. So you could have similar issues with people fly tipping, for example, within areas they couldn't access before. So there is pressures from recreation, particularly when you think about the size of the proposed development and the fact that Sittingbourne is directly to the north, and there will be increased recreational access for the existing residents within the area. And it has been, obviously, in relation to ancient woodland, but it was agreed that recreational, in the section of common ground, it was stated in, so to read it properly, what point was it? Apologies. Yes, so in point 2.3.7, we did agree that recreational impact on ancient woodland in proximity to development can be addressed. And similarly, we acknowledge in that point that recreational impacts can be managed, but it needs to be managed. And it needs to be addressed and monitored in the long term, because there will be an impact, because there will be an increase in usage of the proposal.
Thank you very much. Just one final point in relation to this. Dr. Baxter points to the fact that the citation for the local wildlife site does not include its woodland interest, and we have the citation at core document 15.27. 15.27. Do you see it's the penultimate paragraph? It says the site is likely to be important for birds. In your view, what features of the site today make it important for birds?
The woodland that's established over the last 20 years.
Okay. And the final sentence also says it is likely to increase in interest. How has the interest of the local wildlife site increased, in your opinion?
It has changed, and it goes back to the discussion we had earlier about a semi-natural habitat, that change of habitats within a site. I mean, 20 years ago, if you do look on Google Earth, it was largely bare earth in that quarry, and it has slowly vegetated up and increased because they have identified other mosaic habitat and previously developed land within the quarry area, and that is likely on other neutral grasslands. So it has established over the last and improved over the last 20 years with that variety of habitats. Apologies, the other neutral grassland may not be on the quarry floor, but you've got that variety of vegetation within the site, creating that mosaic and creating that ecological interest. And while it might not be exactly the same as it was when it was designated as a local wildlife site, I don't believe it'd be removed as a local wildlife site.
When was it designated?
1985, madam.
That those habitats have been changed, and unlike with triple SIs, there is no requirement for landowners to implement management in line with that.
Okay. Thank you very much. That covers the third topic. The fourth and final topic is BNG, and so there are going to be a series of highly technical questions about the... No, I'm kidding. Just preface the discussion. We are agreed that there's no mandatory biodiversity net gain for this application because it was submitted before the statutory requirement came into force. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And just to take the inspector to the... No, of course.
Question, please.
Essentially, it was just leading, but asking Ms. Foster to confirm, we agree that there is no requirement for a 10% gain for this application. And we have the statement of common ground that, mercifully one might say, agrees that there will be... if you could just take up the statement of common ground, please.
Yes.
2.3.13. I think Mara has it in hard copy, yes. So could you just read the last sentence there? 2.3.13.
Yes, the last sentence of that paragraph says, it is agreed that subject to appropriate habitat creation and management to be secured at a detailed stage, a site-wide biodiversity net gain of around 20% could be achieved, subject to appropriate long-term management.
Okay. And the final question on this point is if you could just explain why you consider that the compensation planting for the loss of the ancient woodland, so that 8.1 hectares, should not be included as part of the biodiversity net gain of the site as a whole?
It's because it is bespoke mitigation, compensation. So it is, particularly, this is an older version of the metric, but with the statutory metric, if you identify that you've got ancient woodland or an irreplaceable habitat, it specifically details it has to be bespoke compensation. So this is why it's been now in the updated version been taken out of the BNG calculation.
And just one final core document reference, if we just take up core document 20.16.
Taken out of the latest calculation they've done?
Yes, so in the rebuttal there was an updated calculation card out. 20.16.
Yeah.
Sorry, where are we going now?
Core document 20.16, it is the biodiversity net gain, good practice principles for development, a practical guide. Now, I think it's on PDF page 156, but I've got the printed pages. But if we could just go to PDF page 156, I think it will be right. This is part of a technical note on irreplaceable habitats.
It's taken me to printed page 132. Is that correct?
Yeah, printed page 132. Perfect. Do you see there is, Madam, are you there?
Yep.
You see there's a heading T3.6, considering irreplaceable habitats potentially affected by development. And whilst noting that the biodiversity net gain is now agreed, you see 4 paragraphs down It says compensation for irreplaceable habitats cannot be provided on a like-for-like basis that reduces the impact on those habitats to neutral. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the next paragraph refers to translocation of ancient woodland and soils. And then the final paragraph, it says the DEFRA biodiversity metrics have not been designed to identify compensation requirements for losses of irreplaceable habitat. The exclusion of irreplaceable habitats is specifically stated within DEFRA's compensation for irreplaceable habitats and cannot be determined by metrics.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else that you wanted to add on the calculation of the BNG in this case?
No.
Well, with that, the inspector may have some questions for you, but then, oh, sorry, was that at the end of Simon's question?
Do I not get a chance anymore?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No, not at all. Shall I do half an hour or so, madam? Would that work? And then, of course, and good afternoons for Foster. So I've got some questions for you about the things that we disagree on, and some of the things we agree on as well. You weren't here earlier on in the inquiry, but some of it is a question of, even though we agree on it, it's just a question of sort of expanding on it a little so that the inspector's got a clear note of things to report on. So that, just so you know, that's what's sitting behind some of the questions. There are 4 big sort of topics that I'll do like this. The first is going over the overall scope of what you're talking about and what we agree on. So kind of scene setting for the inspector. Yeah. That's what that's about. The second is about the macro picture to do with all the different ecological designations in the area, of which, of course, there are many and sort of incredibly important ones as well. The third is about the local wildlife site, the LWS, and indeed as part of it, I know you've done it as a separate topic, but I'll do connectivity into it and out of it as part of the LWS, but very much want to ask you about connectivity as part of that. And in a similar way, finally, and fourthly, ancient woodland, we'll ask you about that, and also, as I say, as part of it, connectivity in and out of the ancient woodland too. So some of those things will be after the lunch break in about half an hour. So, kicking off then. To set the first topic then, overall scope of what we agree on and what we disagree on, and it's a slightly laborious way of doing it, which is on me, not on you. I've just got to work through it so the inspector's clear on where we are right now. Can we start with the overall statement of common ground between all of us, between the applicant and Swale? The overall statement of common ground, so not the most recent one. The overall one, the original one, is core document 34.1, if you can find that. We'll obviously then get up to where we are today. And each time I'll hold fire until you get there. So you tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
Thank you. Section 9 is ecology, and that begins on page 49.
Yep.
Thank you. Now, the way this is done is that there's a table that does the northern site, and these are all matters agreed at this stage, and then we'll come to matters disagreed in a minute. These are matters agreed. It does the northern site, and then a few pages on page 52, it does the southern site as well. So we'll just start with the northern site, accepting that obviously your evidence focuses on the southern site where there's overall disagreement, but just overall, at 9.2, there's table 9.1, northern site, matters agreed, and I'm not going to go through it all, but just to be clear, you have considered, haven't you, in respect of the northern site, the scope of the ecological surveys that were done and set out in the environmental statement, and your view is that all of that is adequate in order to enable the inspector and the Secretary of State to have an adequate understanding of what the resources are that are relevant.
Yes.
And that's what, I'm again summarising very, very heavily, but that's what's recorded on page 49 and on page 50. And in particular, when it comes to designations, flora, habitats, and then over the page onto 51, fauna as well, the environmental statement, as commented on by the council over time, is satisfied in the end that the council is satisfied that the environmental statement sets out an adequate understanding of what the relevant flora, fauna and designations are as pertains to the north site.
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, on the north, there's no issues on BNG as the final row, the final category in this table, and there's no issue in respect of BNG in respect of the northern site. It's all agreed.
Yes.
Okay. So that's as per the north, and then on page 52, the matters of agreement at this stage turn to the south. Are you with me?
Yes.
And we see similarly, and not to do it a bit quicker, but basically it's the same level of agreement is achieved in respect of the south insofar as adequacy of survey methodology, adequacy of baseline understanding of flora and fauna. And then there's a discussion on BNG that we're going to come back to in a minute.
Yeah.
But so subject to BNG, there's actually now agreed in respect to the south, but at this stage, the adequacy of the baseline data and the surveys and all of that is acceptable to you on behalf of the council.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so that sets out what was agreed at that point. Now, the matters of disagreement at this stage are set out on page 66 of this document. Section 13, matters not agreed, brackets, uncommon ground. Do you see?
Yes, I do.
And ecology is about halfway down. And at this stage, two things weren't agreed. The first one was whether it's possible to conclude that the development would not adversely affect the integrity of European sites as defined by the Habitats Regs. And the second one was about the achievability of BNG on both sites. I think there's probably a focus at that stage on, let me just let this motorbike past me, it might be there for a while, on both sides, both southern and northern. Anyway, we'll come to it in a minute in terms of the detail, but the inspector can now record, can't she, that both of those matters that were disagreed at this stage at 13.11 and 13.12 are actually agreed now.
Yes. Well, specifically in terms of 13.2, it's agreed that around 20%. Sorry. I'm sorry, I'm
struggling to hear you. It's my hearing, not you.
Oh.
No, it's the motorbike outside that keeps revving every time you talk. Could you say that again?
I was saying that, yes, in principle, for 13.12, we said that it was agreed that around 20% BNG should be, not specifically 20%.
Fair enough. So with the caveat of it being around 20% rather than just 20%, the 13.11 and 13.12, subject to that caveat, are now both agreed. Right. So that's the state of play as at the original statement of common ground, and then as you've touched on in your evidence in chief, there have been actually two more statements of common ground since then. One was with you, and the other that's relevant was with Natural England.
Yes.
Okay, let's just let it go. Go on. Oh, for goodness sakes. What's going on out there? Okay, I don't have, but it might... can you start with the Natural England one, appreciating that one was with Natural England and not you?
Fine, I just need to...
I'm really sorry, I couldn't find what the core document... I'm sure it has a core document number, and if it does, it'll be within the series of 34. Oh, thanks, 34... Oh, there it is. Yeah, sorry, couldn't see it. 34.15 is the core document number for the Natural England Statement of Common Ground. Have you got that one?
Yes, I do, thank you.
And it explains in section 1, introduction, 1.1.2 refers to the putative reasons for refusal in respect of the north and the south. I'm just hoping it's going to... There it goes. Okay. In respect of the north and the south. And there's reference, of course, to the SSSI, the Swale Site of Special Scientific Interest, the Special Protection Area, the Ramsar and Medway Estuary Marshes, SSSI, etc. All of those European sites are referred to. Do you see?
Yes, I do, thank you.
And to cut a long story short, it goes then through the various issues that are relevant to impacts on those European sites, functional links over the page, air quality, and then finally recreational disturbance as well on them. And there's ultimately agreement at 4.1.1 that if you look at the very final line or two of 4.1.1, no adverse effect on the integrity of the surrounding European designations, either alone or in combination with other plans and projects. You see?
Yes. I
And
can
that, as you've explained, that is something with which you've said you defer to what they say. Another way of putting it is you don't disagree. There's no evidence to the contrary. That is, in effect, an agreed position between all of us.
Yes, and we stated that in the other section of one of the agreement.
That's right, in the next one that we're
Yes.
going to come to now. Okay, so we'll come back to the relevance of that and why that might be important in a minute, but that's the situation so far as Natural England go. And then if we could turn to the very most recent statement of common ground. This is the one that you signed. You signed it yesterday. There you go. It's hot off the presses. I think Mr. Rhymes is given it. I think it will be given. 34.16 is the core document reference for the very latest. It's called Biodiversity, but as the inspector said, it probably is a bit further than Biodiversity. But anyway, that one. You signed this yesterday.
Yeah.
It represents, you're happy to, as it were, stand by it. It represents a joint, as it says on the tin. The drafting's gone back and forth between you and the applicant, and so now it's in a state that you're happy with, obviously, or else you wouldn't have signed it.
Exactly.
Thank you. Right then. So 2.1, there's a reference to the so-called main statement of common ground, and that's the thing that we've just looked at together, and we've been over. It summarises helpfully what some of the things that we've seen, and we can see where that comes from. And then 2.2 refers to the Natural England Statement of Common Ground, which is the other one that we've just referred to, and summarises what's there. And as you just said, end of 2.2.1, Swale does not disagree with Natural England's view. So we've got, as it were, common ground between all three of us on those questions of the European sites. We also know, as you have explained already, but just to confirm, there it is on page 3 at 2.4.1, that now that we've achieved common ground on the European sites, there's nothing else that you have to tell the inspector so far as points of objection go on the northern site. So essentially the northern site, from the northern application, from your point of view, gets a clean bill of health so far as ecological impacts are concerned.
Yes, I've purely focused on the southern.
Exactly right, yeah. Which wouldn't have potentially been the position if Natural England, anyway, but Natural England have agreed what they've agreed, and so now we've got no issue on the European sites. The northern application, there's no objection anymore on that.
No.
Okay, thank you. So, focusing then on the south and the way that this is structured, the points of agreement are all set out in 2.3, aren't they? In respect of the south, this is 2.3 of the Statement of Common Ground on Biodiversity sets out points of agreement in respect of the south. And just to whiz through them, you've touched on lots of these in chief, but that's just the nature of these things. There'll be an element of repeating some of them. But just so we're absolutely clear. So first one, 2.3.1, as we all know, wholly exceptional reasons, just as Mr. Rhymes said, that's a policy test. It requires a planning balance. It's not something that you give evidence on. It's something for Mr. Dygan on behalf of the council in due course.
Yes.
All right then. And in a similar way, at 2.3.2, road design, as you say, if the scheme's consented, it gets confirmed at a detailed stage anyway. So all the road designs that we've got are illustrative, as you understand.
Yes.
And it's not, again, this is obvious, but the relevance perhaps we'll come back to it later. You're in no position, it's been no part of your exercise or evidence to understand why the road is to go where it's proposed to go, whether it would have been realistic or possible for it to go anywhere else. That's been no part of your consideration. You've simply considered what you say are the impacts of where it is proposed to go, rather than whether it could or should go anywhere else.
Yes, because that's wider than my scope.
Exactly. No, I just want to confirm that. I'd obviously assume that was the case. Okay. Translocations at 2.3.3, you have reservations, but you agree that better in than out for translocations.
Yes, in the event that there is a loss, yes. 2.3.4, 2.3.5, 2.3.6, 2.3.7, 2.3.8, 2.3.9, 2.3.10, 2.3.11, 2.3.12, 2.3.13, 2.3.14, 2.3.15, 2.3.16, 2.3.17, 2.3.18, 2.3.19, 2.3.20, 2.3.21, 2.3.22, 2.3.23, 2.3.24, 2.3.25, 2.3.26, 2.3.27, 2.3.28, 2.3.29, 2.3.30, 2.3.31, 2.3.32, 2.3.33, 2.3.34, 2.3.35, 2.3.36, 2.3.37, 2.3.38, 2.3.39, 2.3.40, 2.3.41, 2.3.42, 2.3.43, 2.3.44, 2.3.45, 2.3.46, 2.3.47, 2.3.48, 2.3.49, 2.3.50, 2.3.51, 2.3.52, 2.3.53, 2.3.54, 2.3.55, 2.3.56, 2.3
you say at 2.3.5 that it's agreed that the ancient woodlands include boundaries that are adjacent to agricultural land under intensive cultivation. Do you see?
Yes, I do see that.
And I'll ask you about the relevance of that intensive agricultural cultivation later on when I'm asking about the ancient woodland. You say that the inclusion of buffers that are in line with minimum widths in the standing advice would be desirable.
That is said, yes.
Okay. And what minimum width's that?
15 metres in the standing advice.
Okay. I'll ask more about that a bit later. 2.3.6, a wooded connection between the ancient woodland of Highsted Wood and the Highsted Quarries LWS has been established in the last 20 years and was assessed as poor condition in the BNG assessment.
Yes.
See? And that's recording that it was assessed as poor condition in the BNG assessment, which is just a question of fact. But you don't offer an alternative qualitative evaluation of that wooded connection, do you?
No.
So we agree then that it is the wooded connection bit between Highsted Wood and the LWS is itself, yes, it's recent, relatively recent, by that I mean in the last 20 years, and indeed it's to be considered by the inspector as something of poor condition ecologically.
From a woodland
Condition point of view.
Yes.
And it's fair to note, this is obvious, but just to be absolutely clear, you've talked a bit about the value of woodland to the LWS. When the LWS was actually designated in 1985, this woodland connection wasn't there, was it?
No.
No.
It wasn't there.
So all of the qualities that led to the LWS being designated in the first place have got nothing to do with it, nothing to do with this woodland connection, because the woodland connections only come along, I can't do the maths, but say 20 years after, or whatever, so decades after the LWS was actually designated. And that's right.
Yes, that is right. And yes.
Okay. All right. Again, more on that in a minute. 2.3.7, you were agreeing, I thought, at this point. The case studies and Mr. Baxter's rebuttal demonstrate recreational impacts on ancient woodland in proximity to development can be addressed through appropriate long-term visitor access measures and ongoing management. Do you see?
Yes.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry.
If you've got something to say, please do.
No, I was agreeing that the case studies on those case studies do demonstrate it is possible.
Now, I think this is one of those where I probably misunderstood what had been agreed, because I'd taken from that point of agreement at 2.3.7 that you were agreeing that not only, in theory, is it possible to address recreational impacts on ancient woodland near to development through these measures, but actually it could happen here.
I was agreeing the general point that
was
written in there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
but it doesn't specifically refer to Highsted.
No, golly. So I need to be much more careful when I'm reading these paragraphs that I get it right. So is it your position then that in general it is possible to address recreational impacts on ancient woodland next to development through long-term visitor access measures and ongoing management? You can do that normally or generally?
In general, yes, but you need to be specifically considering the individual woodlands.
Yeah. Is it your position that that general point, the general thing that you can achieve through ongoing management and access measures, that general thing that you can achieve, yes, it might be achievable in general, but we cannot achieve it here? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, as I set out in my evidence in chief, I do have concerns. With
I know, and that's but you've just not quite, with respect, answered the way I put it. I know you've got concerns about ensuring things through ongoing management and all of that stuff. We agree, don't we, in principle, that this is all doable, subject to measures and ongoing management, much of which is going to be well outside the scope of what this planning inquiry can actually consider, beyond looking at conditions, obviously, in detailed management plans. Anyway, as a matter of principle, this can all be managed satisfactorily, generally, can't it?
Yes.
And so, is what you're saying that, I need to understand what you're saying. Are you saying, yes, in general, that might be okay in another woodland somewhere else, but actually here, it can't, and here's, you know, why it can't happen here? Not at Highsted. Is that what you're saying or not?
I think, I know. What I'm saying is, in general, the principle is yes, they can be managed. At Highsted, the site is very small, and there is a high risk that it will not be achievable and there'll be an impact.
When you say the site is small, what do you mean?
The woodland's quite relatively small.
The woodland is small, so...
Yeah.
So, just to understand, I think we're getting there in terms of me understanding what you're saying. In general, it's doable, but at Highsted, because the woodland, the area of Highsted ancient woodland, is so small, it is very, very unlikely. I think that was what you just said. Is that right? Very unlikely that this general point about managing recreational impacts will actually be applicable here. Is that what you're saying? I say, is that what you're saying? I'm trying to paraphrase what you've literally just said. But have I got it right, or am I?
Yes, so what I'm saying is, I agree with that point in general.
We know that.
But sorry.
No, not at all.
But for Highsted wood, it is a relatively small wood, which will subsequently be surrounded by housing. And I think the high impact from recreational pressure means that actually it'll be very difficult to actively manage it and keep it in good condition as it is currently.
Such that... Okay. Right, thank you. That's helpful. What I'm going to do, I might come back to that after lunch in terms of what the case studies show, but that's clear, I think. So you're saying the things that make Highsted wood different, by different, I'm putting that in inverted commas, but different from the general position, because normally you'd be happy with it, C 2.3.7, but there's something about Highsted wood that's unusual, that's such that the general position doesn't work, and that is that it's relatively small, and therefore, given the scale of development, the pressure will be such that you don't think it can be adequately managed.
Yeah, there's a risk it will not maintain its good condition as a woodland.
Okay, a risk that you wouldn't see for a bigger woodland. Is that, I'm trying to work out why we disagree.
The larger the area of woodland, the more people can dissipate into it, so the impacts are less intense.
And in saying that, and giving this evidence and agreeing to the proposition there, you've reviewed, obviously, all of these case studies in Mr. Baxter's rebuttal proof that you've signed up to here.
Yeah,
and you've compared a view as part of that exercise, the sizes of Highsted wood to the sizes of the woodlands set out there in reaching this view about size. Have you?
I did not look at the exact sizes.
Didn't you?
I read the detail. But
why not? If that was to be an important point of difference between us, as I say, I'm trying to work out why we disagree. I thought we didn't disagree, but it looks like we do. If you're relying on, and happy to rely on, what these case studies demonstrate, that the general proposition is correct, why didn't you check the case studies on which you're both relying to see whether or not, in fact, the point that you're now making about size is one that's borne out by those studies? Why didn't you do that?
I would say that would be an error in my
part. Okay. I'll come back to the relevant case study after the lunch break. I say now relying on size. Is the relative size of Highsted wood something that you've referred to before? I mean, by that I don't mean before, in your oral evidence this morning or in your written proof of evidence. The relative size of being something that means that it's more susceptible, harder to manage, if you like, such that it falls out of the general rule at 2.3.7.
No, I don't think I specifically referred to that today or in my...
No, or ever. I mean, ever. At any point in the run-up to just now. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, we'll have a look, as I say,
Absolutely no.
we'll have a look at the one of the case studies after lunch and just see how that is borne out against your evidence. Okay. 2.3.8 is a point about cat predation, and I will come back to the cats later on. We agree that there will be an increase in cat predation, but as you've talked about in your evidence in chief, we don't agree by how many cats will be out there predating. We'll come back to that one. 2.3.9 begins the section on the Highsted Quarries LWS. You see?
Yes.
So at 2.3.10 on this topic, we agree that we can show that the direct loss of habitat within the LWS is getting replaced, subject to long-term management of established and retained habitats.
Yes.
Okay. And at 2.3.11, we also agree that the habitats in this LWS aren't particularly sensitive to recreational pressure, and the floors and walls of the quarries would receive limited light spill.
Yep, that's what's set out there.
Well, it's set out, and I appreciate that, but the reason it's set out is because you've been over this, as I think we both can agree, with a fine-tooth comb, and this is absolutely sets out your position that you're happy to stand behind.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. 2.3.12, connectivity. We'll have a look at the plan that we saw in your evidence in chief in a minute, after lunch, which goes over what's proposed, the underpasses and the hopovers and the bridges and the green bridge and all the rest of it. But in any event, we agree, don't we, that these things, they are commonly used, and also we agree that they could serve to reduce the loss of connectivity subject to design, maintenance and monitoring. All correct?
Yes, can be.
Yeah, okay. And we also agree, finally, that around 20% BNG can be achieved subject to management. I mean, all of these things are subject to management, aren't they? And maintenance and all the rest of it. But anyway, that we agree that 20% BNG around it, that can be achieved.
Yes.
Which is why I won't be asking you any questions about BNG. Which means that we're left, so far as this document went, we were actually left only with 4 matters of disagreement in section 3.1.1. I've got a feeling that that number has slightly expanded over the course of the day, but I'll try and tick off the ones that where we do disagree. The first matter of disagreement is to do with the level of cat predation.
Yep.
So I'll ask you about that later. And then the next 3, they are all different, obviously, but what they're all about, if you actually read through them all, as the inspector will have done already, so I won't read them out, they're all about connectivity, aren't they? They're about the linkage and connectivity across the Southern Relief Road. The second one's about the LWS due to lack of confirmed connectivity, and the third one's about providing connectivity. So there are 3 different things, but they're all, at its heart, is your concern about the adequacy of the proposed measures to ensure connectivity across the Southern Relief Road.
Yes.
Right. Thank you. What I might do, madam, is it's 5 to 1, but I'm about to sort of slightly change topic, so perhaps it would be a good moment if it suits you.
Right, okay. So, you know that you obviously can't discuss anything with your team.
No, I'm aware, thank you.
So we'll have a break now, and we'll break till 2 o'clock. All right? Give it an extra 5 minutes because it's so hot. Thank you very much.
Mouse picture.
No.
time for the inquiry to resume. So, if you'd up to you.
Thank you very much. And I've obviously got in my mind that we've got this 4:30.
4:30, I know.
4:30.
Do you think you're finished by then?
I very much would hope so, yeah. I take everything I say with a pinch of salt on that topic, but, you know, that's the intention. I'm sure we all hope so. All right, I'll do my best and try for it's 2 now, so do you want... It's quite a long time to go all the way through.
Yeah, no, we should have a bit of a break.
And the 3s somewhere.
Yeah, about 20 past 3.
20 past 3. Okay, I'll do my...
If anybody wants to take their jackets off,
Thank you.
please do so. It's quite warm in here, isn't it?
Right, Miss Foster, good afternoon again. So there were 4 things to ask you about. The first one, just turn your mic on if you wouldn't. Not at all, don't apologise. The first was the overall state of play on agreement and disagreement, and we've looked at that, the statements of common ground. Second then is the macro, what I called the macro picture. And so in order to do that, the macro picture, could you start with Dr. Baxter's proof? Mr. Baxter, sorry. Sorry, I've upgraded you there, Mr. Baxter.
I thought it was Dr. Baxter, actually.
Is it? I thought it was as well. Anyway, it's Mr. There we go. Mr. Baxter's proof. Could you, if you've got Mr. Baxter's proof, on page 14. We see... Oh, hang on, just one moment. We've got the plan, it's all familiar stuff, but we've got the plan that shows where some of these European ecological designations actually are. Do you see?
Yeah, sorry, I opened the wrong document.
Oh, no, don't worry. It's
yes.
his main proof.
Yeah,
I'll let
I
you
opened
get there.
appendices. Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you very much. Do you see it's figure 3.1?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And we see, if you were to sort of combine them, the European ecological designations, it adds up to, as he says at 3.1.1, around a quarter of swale. Do you see?
Sorry, yes, my computer's just being a bit...
Don't worry. No, take your time.
Jeez. Yes, I can see the plan figure 3.1 on...
Correct.
Yes.
And then above that, he set out his around 25%.
I have never measured them, but it kind of approximately looks that, so I'm not going to disagree.
And these are designations of international importance, obviously.
Yes.
And they run, we can see where they run, but if you just sort of, in your mind's eye, zoom in on the plan onto to where Sittingbourne is, or you can see where Sittingbourne is, it actually comes quite close to the north of Sittingbourne, doesn't it? The European designations.
Yes, it does.
Particularly on this sort of eastern side, if you like. It's coming pretty close to the built-up area of Sittingbourne, is these high-level European designations.
Yes.
And those have, to state the obvious, but just from an ecological point of view, putting all other considerations to one side about ecology, these have the effect of pretty heavily constraining where things can go within swale.
Yes.
They're obvious and high level and obviously very important constraints, legal constraints, policy constraints that go along with these ecological designations. Yeah?
Yes.
Swale is a heavily constrained ecological area, as it were. It's a local planning authority area that has lots of high-level ecological constraints. Doesn't it?
Yes.
The local plan indicates that those constraints are to be dealt with in a hierarchical way. So can you take out the local plan? And if you, the local plan is called document 13.1. And the section on biodiversity and geological conservation, that's what it's called, starts in my one on paginated page 270, but my pagination's been off to others. But if you go to there or thereabouts, just after policy DM27, there's a heading biodiversity and geological conservation. Hopefully you can find.
Which page, like actual?
On mine
paper
it's
page?
270.
What paper page does it say? 'Cause it's got the number.
270 as
Oh, it's okay.
It's 278.
oh, is it? Oh, God, thank
Yeah.
you. Have you found that
I
one?
am.
So this is the section in the local plan on it on biodiversity, and it starts, as you can see, by setting out some of the things that the MPPF says. Do you see?
Yes.
And then if you just turn over the page, there's a heading designated sites.
Yes.
And we're told in the plan at 7.7.48, large areas, as we've just seen what they are, with large areas within Swale are formally designated because they contain habitats or support species that are endangered at international, national or local level. Designation provides long-term protection as well as opportunities, etc. Do you see?
Yes.
And then the next paragraph says the hierarchy, that's why I mentioned that word hierarchy earlier on, here it is, the hierarchy of designations in Swales outlined below, so we'll look at it in a minute, but it starts with the international and the European, and it goes through the national to the local level, and this is a policy that reflects this, reflects this hierarchy of importance. Do you see?
Yes.
Right then, so, moving through this hierarchy, the first limb of the hierarchy as internationally designated sites, and these are, see what they are the most important ones, it tells us at 7.7.50.
Yes, that's what it does say in that paragraph.
The Ramsar sites, the SPAs, the SACs, the boundaries of which sort of map onto one another in Swale, as we've seen. These are the most important areas in Swale for biodiversity, and they have statutory protection under international legislation. Do you see?
Yes. No, I can see that.
So that's them, and we don't have any adverse consequences on any of them, do we?
No.
Neither application, either taken on its own or cumulatively. No adverse implications for any internationally designated sites.
No, the statement of common ground.
Okay. So that's top of the hierarchy. Next on the hierarchy over the page is national ones, nationally designated sites. And this refers, as you see on the next page, to triple SIs that have legal protection under Acts of Parliament that are all set out there. And indeed, there is a number of them, aren't there? A number of triple SIs in Swale, the Medway Estuary and the marshes and the Sheppey Cliffs, and several are listed there. In addition to that, there's national nature reserves, NNRs, represent many of the finest wildlife and geological sites in the country. And in addition to all of that, marine conservation zones. So those are the national ones.
Yes.
And those are next down in the hierarchy, as it were, but beneath international. Yeah?
Yes.
And we don't affect any of them either adversely at all.
No.
Right. We then go to the next tier down the hierarchy, which is called locally designated sites. You see?
Yes.
And we've got LNRs, which are local nature reserves. Just pausing there. We don't affect any of them.
No.
And then local wildlife sites, the LWSs, which obviously we do impact on, and I'm going to ask you about that. But there are 36 of them in Swale, aren't they, as is explained in the 3 lines from the bottom of this paragraph. 36 local wildlife sites in Swale. Do you see?
Yes, at the time of writing the report.
The time of, yes, it's true. They may have gone up. I don't know. There were 36 anyway at the time this plan was produced. And they do sit, don't they? It's not to undermine them at all. We need to ask questions about them, but they are at a different level to the international and the nationally designated sites in terms of their importance for biodiversity and ecology.
Yes, they're only, from a planning perspective, only protected through the local plan. Not
rather than through statute or through whatever. And when they are protected, as you've said, through the local plan, they're protected in a different way. If we see that, the policy that reflects this hierarchy is a couple of pages on in the purple box. It's a few pages on, three or four pages on. There's the purple box, which says policy DM28.
Yes, I've got that in front of me.
If you could find that. Have you got that?
Oh, yes.
Sorry, not at all. No, policy DM28, biodiversity and geological conservation in the box. Have you got that?
Yes, I do.
And we've got, it's divided into part A and part B Part A for designated sites and Part B for all sites.
Yes.
So just focusing just for a minute on Part A, which where we get this hierarchy. When we can see the hierarchy, if the inspector just scans down, there's Part A, that there's 1 that talks about international ones, 2 that talks about national ones, and 3 that talks about local ones. Do you see? Do you see in the sub paragraphs? So just focusing on this bit of the policy for a moment, under A, designated sites, development proposals will give weight, I'm reading under Part A, will give weight to the protection of the following designated sites for biodiversity as shown in the map, which will be equal to the significance of their status. Do you see?
Yes, I can.
So the weighting that we give to each of these different sorts of area is equal to how significant they are within this hierarchy. Because the hierarchy reflects their different statuses.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
So when it comes to local ones, which are the bottom of this hierarchy, within locally designated sites, the approach is set out at 3, and you're not the planning witness, so I'm not going to ask you questions about whether we accord with the policy, but just to understand how it works so that we know what we're talking about. We're told within local sites, locally designated sites, including draft ones, development likely to have an adverse effect will be permitted only where the damage can be avoided or adequately mitigated, or where its need outweighs the biodiversity interest of the site. Compensation will be sought for loss or damage of these sites. Do you see?
Yes.
And so just to be clear, and this is obvious from what you've said, but the question of whether need outweighs biodiversity interest of the LWS is obviously not something on which you comment.
No.
And indeed, therefore, I mean, overall, policy DM28 is not something on which you can give a view one way or the other as to whether we have accorded with it or not. That'll be for Mr. Dygan.
Yes. It's not
Is that correct?
on.
Okay. But we do know that the local plan foresees the possibility of mitigation being an appropriate way forward for locally designated sites. It's permissive of development in circumstances where you can achieve adequate mitigation of for any impacts to the LWS. Do you see?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And just to round this off before we leave the local plan, ancient woodland
Yes.
is not designated at all.
Not on its own right. And
No,
It may
so-
have a different designation. It may have one of those designations.
Of course
in
it might.
addition.
You're quite right. So sorry. I should have a more precise way of asking the question is, it may be that an ancient woodland, for instance, is a triple SI or something.
Yes.
But it's not. Ancient woodland is not designated. It's not a designation of its own right, as it were.
No.
And it's not in this case. The relevant ancient woodlands are not designated at all, even locally.
No.
And so, if the inspector's trying conceptually to put ancient woodland on this hierarchy, she can't, or she can, but it would be they fall off the hierarchy because they're not designated at all, either internationally, nationally, or even locally, which they could have been, but they're not.
No, they haven't been listed in this list. No.
Okay. Right then. That's the macro picture. Moving on. Next topic 3 of 4, is the local wildlife site, and then after that I'll come to the ancient woodland. Now, we're taken to the designation of this local wildlife site, but actually I'm going to give you a different reference because it's also got the official map. If you could turn up, please. Core document 9.2.31. That is something called the baseline ecological appraisal. 9.2.31. Have you got that one,
Yes,
Ms.
I
Foster?
do.
Thank you. And when you've found that, if you could turn in it to PDF page 106.
Yes.
just let you get there, let everybody get there. So it's PDF page 106 of 9.2.31. And we will find there a title page for the local wildlife site citation.
Yes.
Inspect to find it. Have you got that, madam? Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. So if you here it is. It's got on the first page of it. If you turn beyond the title page, there's the text that you were actually shown in a different place already in your examination in chief. Yes. And the reason for going to this one is on the next page. There's actually the map that shows where it is. We've seen this location in different places, but this is the, as it were, the official version. So here it is. This is and we can see where it is and what it is. As the description page, the page before the map, explains what we're talking about are 3 disused deep chalk pits that have been worked out and have been undisturbed for many years. And they've been colonised by a variety of chalk-loving herbs and shrubs, including many common orchids, and I won't try and pronounce any of them. The central parts of the pits are very bare, with a thin cover of herbaceous vegetation and the edges of tall shrubs, and it sets out what some of those include. Do you see?
Yes. Thank you.
Right. So this citation sets out the features that led to the LWS being designated as an LWS. That's the purpose of it.
Yes.
It was notified as an LWS, in 1985, which, as we've discussed, was before the woodland grew up that has latterly connected it to the ancient woodland.
Yes.
The features that made it worth designating as an LWS were all there when it was designated, and they are explained on this piece of paper. That's right?
Yes, that's the reason at the time it was designated as a local wildlife site.
Yeah, but there's been no sort of reassessment on which you bring forward or rely on or whatever that says yes, and by the way now, some more features exist, including some low-quality woodland. I say low-quality woodland which we've all agreed is of a low quality, and that makes it worthy of the LWS designation as well. That's not what the evidence shows.
No, an updated assessment of the local wildlife site has not been carried out on this particular site.
And you talked in your evidence in chief when Mr. Rhymes asked you about this, and you said, well, yes, but birds. You said it says in the 4th paragraph down, the site's likely to be important for birds, jackdaws breeding on the cliffs, common warblers.
Yes.
And he said to you in chief, well, where are birds going to, likely, I'm paraphrasing, where are you going to find birds? And you said, in the trees, or words to that effect. But obviously all of this stuff, it was important for birds in the view of whoever designated it in 1985, before this woodland had grown up.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. But sites do change over time.
Of course they do. They can change over time, but there's no assessment of the LWS over time that suggests that this woodland that has grown up is actually of importance when it comes to its ongoing LWS status.
No documentation, no.
No. We see what the different areas of vegetation, etc., are within the LWS at core document 9.2.36, which is something called an update walkover survey results. It's 9.2.36.
Yes, I've got that open.
Thank you. Just let the inspector get there too. And PDF page 7 is one in a sequence of plans that looks at the different ecological features crossing the southern site.
Yes.
And we can obviously we can identify obviously where the LWS is, and indeed it's hatched in a orange hatching as per the key. The second key down is the LWS.
Yes.
And we can see that across these LWSs, across these different areas of the single LWS, it's only one LWS, Quarry A, Quarry B and Quarry C. In fact, the open scrub mosaic habitat type, and indeed the dense scrub and all the rest of it, the open birch scrub, the stuff that we can cross-refer back to the designation, exists within central areas of the quarries, but it doesn't exist throughout the quarries.
No.
No.
Not currently.
So it would be a mistake to treat all land within the LWS, I'm not suggesting you are, but it would be a mistake for the inspector to treat all land within the LWS as being equally important when it comes to the reasons that the LWS is there in the first place. Because it's not. Some bits are really important, some bits are less important to why it's an LWS. Correct?
It has changed since the time of the designation, but that does not mean that the habitats there are not important.
All of that, I agree with both of those propositions, but have a listen to the question that I said it would be a mistake, wouldn't it, for the inspector to look at these at the LWS and think, right, well, it's all within the LWS area, it must all be equally contributing to why it was listed as an LWS. Some bits are critical, no doubt, to its LWS status, some bits are more peripheral in importance. It's not all of uniform importance to the LWS status, is it?
Based on the citation, no, all the habitats currently present don't meet what's detailed in the citation.
And that is a point that Mr. Baxter makes in his evidence. If you take up his proof of evidence at page 68,
Yes, I've got that open, thank you.
Thank you so much. We're in, just for orientation, this is a section in the evidence that deals with the LWS. It starts just the page before. So page 67 starts LWS. Do you see?
Yes.
So we're in section 6.3. And then turning over to where I said, page 68, there's a heading habitat loss.
Yes.
And we see that following the initial submission, the southern scheme was amended to retain the northern quarry basin within the LWS, allowing the vast majority of this designation to be retained, aside from minor habitat losses associated with the relief road. Do you see?
Yes, I can.
And then the numbers that support all of this are given over the page. So then the numbers are set out on page 69.
Yes.
And that's where we get the... we can obviously see it's broken down by quarry, quarry A, quarry B, quarry C, and then there's adjacent. The next row below quarries is adjacent species rich grassland and scrub, and the final row is secondary woodland, or what's called W4.
Yes.
And just I'm sorry to jump around, but if the inspector wants to know what W4 is, that is on the diagram 2 pages before. All the W's are noted as to where they are. So the greatest direct impact is actually to W4, isn't it? It's 0.66 hectares of the LWS is directly affected, as is explained, is permanently lost to built development. Do you see?
Yes.
I say that's the greatest, greater than any of the other areas as an amount of LWS that's affected. Do you see where I am?
Yes, I do. I can see
Righto. So we see that overall, when you add all that stuff up, it adds up to 1.4 hectares of the LWS is permanently lost to built development, which is 3.6% of the total. Do you see?
Yes.
And for reasons that we've agreed already, that 3.6% doesn't tell us everything we need to know, because it's all very well saying it's 3.6%. And just to be clear, you don't dispute any of those figures, do you? They're all on an agreed basis.
No, we haven't.
Yeah. So it's all very well saying 3.6%, but what really matters is which bits. And as he explains, at 6.3.5, most of what's being lost is not actually in the core of, well, Quarry C, there isn't any loss, but in the core of what makes Quarry A and B worth designating in the first place. It's mostly secondary woodland.
Yes, that's what it sets out.
And as he explains over this page and then says at the top of page 70, if you could just turn over the page to page 70.
Yes.
We can see, just for the inspector's note, in those, I wasn't going to ask you about it, but on page 70 of his evidence, there's 2 photographs. You can see, just we keep talking about how the planting has changed over time. You can see a sort of before and after as to how the woodland has sort of spread itself out since 1990. Do you see?
Yes.
But what he says at 6.3.7 at the top, the secondary woodland, which is the main thing that's being lost, is not actually a qualifying feature within the ALWS on the basis of its habitat interest. And that's something on which we agree.
Yes, as we've agreed, the citation doesn't refer to secondary woodland.
So we agree that the vast majority of the LWS as a whole is being retained, don't we, obviously?
Yes.
And that bit which is not being retained, most of it, is not actually a qualifying feature of the LWS at all. Secondary woodland.
It's not set out in the citation from 1985, no.
Yeah. And in fact, as he explains, if you just turn over the page again, sorry.
Yes.
Page 71, he says at 6.3.8, the main habitat interest within the LWS appears to be associated with the open habitat areas, the species-rich grassland in the areas G1 to G4, and the open scrub mosaic in Quarry A. You see?
Yes.
And that's correct. I don't understand that you're disputing that as being the main, the main, doesn't say all, but he says the main habitat interest that's happening in the LWS. Why it's there?
Yes.
Which means that he's right to say what he says at 6.3.10 on the same page, which is that whilst 3.12 hectares of the LWS is to be impacted, and he doesn't mean all directly lost, he's talking about impact as a whole, as he's explained, comprising 8% there of the total area, only 0.35 hectares comprises the species-rich grassland habitat that actually meets the designation criteria. And again, as I understand it, no dispute to any of that. From you, I mean.
No, it was the as we've discussed, the citation was largely about the chalk-loving herbs, but with the edges colonised by
Thank
shrubs.
You. And, yes, that's true. And as we've agreed, that was the citation.
Yes.
But it not only was the citation, it actually still is the citation. It's not like there's a new citation or whatever that expands. The LWS is there for a reason, and the only evidence we've got as to what the reason is what's in the citation for it.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what he says, all of which, the bits I've taken you through, all of which you agree with. What you say in your proof, if you could flip over to your proof, in your proof of evidence, you deal with the LWS in your section 10, starts on page 17.
Yep, I'm there. Thank you.
And to cut, again, sort of a long story short, on page 19, at 10.11, if you've got that, it starts.
Yes.
5 lines down, you say that now that we're agreed on BNG, you say direct loss of habitat within the LWS can be replaced within the site, don't you?
Yes, that is part of that sentence, yes.
It's part. You then go on to say, however, you need to do, and I'm summarising, appropriate management and ensure, I'll just read it out, so I've tried to summarise it, but the creation and retention of the replacement habitats are reliant on appropriate management being implemented and the increase in recreational use not negatively impacting on the establishment and retention of the habitats. That's what you say.
Yes.
Right?
I know. I think that's quite an important, however.
Absolutely. It's a caveat, but it's a caveat. You don't say that either of those things is not going to be possible to do here.
No.
So we agree then that the direct loss of the habitat, subject to your caveat that you agree can be met in this case, we agree that the direct loss of the LWS can be replaced, and indeed is proposed to be replaced.
Yes, we've accepted that point.
Okay. Okay. And then you add a caveat at 10.12. You say, while I acknowledge that the habitat to be lost can be replaced, which is obviously the thing that you've just said at 10.11, you're acknowledging that. You then say, the mitigation cannot detract from the fact that the connectivity between north and south of the link road will be severed. Right?
Yes.
And so, again, to sort of paraphrase, what you're saying is, yes, all right, it may be that the LWS can be replaced, or sorry, not the whole thing, but the directly affected parts of the LWS which are lost can be replaced or can be mitigated for, but I've still got concerns about severance.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Okay. So, let me ask you about that. The extent to which the inspector and the Secretary of State should be finding harm associated with the LWS as a consequence of concerns about connectivity. Connectivity from the LWS to other things.
Yes.
Like the ancient woodland, presumably. That's the main thing.
Yes. And the species that they support.
And the species that they
Not
support.
necessarily set out in the citation, though.
No.
The species that have been recorded there.
Right.
So I think it's...
But that physical connectivity by dint of the woodland planting is only a very recent phenomenon, isn't it? And it's itself of low quality, the connection between the LWS and the ancient woodland. It's not a high quality ecological feature.
When you're considering the woodland, but not
Yeah.
considering what species can utilise it and use it
I
to
see.
move.
Okay.
I think there's two strands. Obviously,
Yeah.
when you think about the local wildlife site on its own, and
I
what's
see.
detailed in the citation, but then also thinking wider in terms of
The
what
species. So it's the
utilize it.
species ability. That's your focus then, is it more on the species? The ability of species who are in the LWS, say, to get down to the ancient woodland or vice versa? Is that what you're
so
saying?
it's that movement of species, and I mentioned earlier, obviously the movement and
I see.
enabling pollination as well. Too.
And is it your position then that, notwithstanding the fact that the woodland cover's only a recent thing, that species would have been able to achieve that connectivity, if that's the right way of putting it, to move from one to the other well before the woodland planting? Is that right? Is it?
Well, if we go back to Mr. Baxter's proof and those photos you showed earlier. Sorry, I don't know what page they were on.
Okay.
On PDF page.
Oh yeah, sorry. You mean the
aerial
ones that show the
photos.
before and after?
Yeah, obviously they're quite zoomed in.
Yes.
I
think it was his page 68. It was his page 70 was the one with the photographs, if that's the one.
Yes, that is correct.
Mhm.
Yes, so, I mean, obviously, it's not just the local wildlife site that's changed, I suppose, in the last 30 to 40 years. It's the land around it as well. So,
Sure.
obviously, as potentially agriculture has got more intensive, you can see on the first aerial photo versus the second. You can see versus the second that there's been, for example, quite a loss of, say, orchards within that area, which may have enabled connectivity. I don't know. You can only summarise, can't you, with the information you've got? But
Right.
it's not just the local wildlife sites that have changed the habitats within it in the last 20 plus years.
Uh-huh.
It's been an intensification of agriculture.
At the moment, sorry. Sorry. No, please.
So it may have been that there'd been different connectivity within the wider area.
I see.
Before that.
Okay. At the moment, just looking at these photos, we can see, can't we, that the LWS is bisected, isn't it, by a number of roads? So we've got Cromer Road that passes between A and B, and Highsted Road that passes between B and C.
Yes, but they're just single carriageways.
Sure.
Roads are quite quiet.
So is it your position then that, just to be clear, that obviously the inspectors travelled them both by now many times, no doubt, but Cromer Road and Highsted Road, do they have any implications at all for connectivity in your view, or for severance or whatever? Are those ones absolutely fine?
It's still effectively a concrete barrier, but actually
Sure.
it's a single track road compared to the Southern Relief, proposed for Southern Relief.
Yeah.
A single lane. Yes.
A single track. It's a bit more than that, is it? Yeah,
I don't mean it's not a dual.
You mean it's not a dual, but as long as, so it's a single carriageway, not a dual. We're talking about Cromer Road, I suppose, or both of them, Highsted Road as well.
To my knowledge, from what I've seen, it doesn't have street lighting.
Right.
So you don't have those barriers either. So
Sure.
they're different roads, and you have
The different.
there is the ability for species and pollination to occur across those sides of roads without
So just to
too
be
much concern.
Just to be clear, without too much concern, let me just get this though. So I do want to try and understand what the difference is. So far as Cromer Road goes and Highsted Road, because both of them bisect in different bits.
Yes.
The inspector should be content, if you like, that obviously they're there already, so we're not seeking, but just to sort of compare and contrast, you're perfectly happy that roads of that sort of nature can bisect, can sever, to put you in your words, the LWS with really no negative consequences whatsoever, nothing material.
Well, they were there pre-1985.
Yeah.
Still
So-
designated, so
Does it follow then that what I've just said is correct? Your view is that, just to take it as a for instance, you've travelled Cromer Road, have you, presumably?
not that particular road, no.
Have you travelled Highsted Road?
No, I looked on Google Earth.
Right. Have you been to the LWS?
There's no access.
Have you been through the LWS?
Through that road? No. No, I haven't.
Have you visited the site at all?
No.
I mean, can I ask why not? Our
service level agreement with the local authorities, and in this case, Wellborough Council, is that we don't generally visit sites.
I see.
Use it on the information that we have available.
Fair enough, but I mean, when it came to the fact that to being instructed as an expert witness to give evidence on ecology, did you think that trying to actually gain access to either the ancient woodland or to see what you could see of the LWS from any of these roads might actually be of any value to you, or not?
I utilised the information I had at the time when I was providing a
Okay.
response.
All right, well, I'll leave that. Okay, so it's difficult. Some of these questions then might be a bit difficult not having visited, but taking what you can see on Google of Cromer Road, you are content, are you, that a road of its dimensions are perfectly consistent with the LWS operating properly? I don't know. It's all right. That it's not having Cromer Road adverse consequences for the LWS. As you said, it was there at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly that. And as I don't know which paragraph, but as mentioned, for example, in Mr. Baxter's proof, dormice are known to cross over small breaks in vegetation. So from looking at species connectivity, there is evidence out there that those types of roads do not prevent movement of species.
Right.
Does that depend on traffic volumes?
It can depend on traffic volumes.
Because I can tell you that when I walked along Cromer Road, it was about the most scary thing I've ever done. They travel really fast down there, and there's quite a high volume of traffic, certainly when I visited. So any self-respecting dormouse, I think, would have a bit of difficulty getting across there, because they don't move very fast, do they? Or perhaps they do.
I think there is evidence, isn't there, that dormice are perfectly happy to cross roads. Certainly, isn't there? I mean, it's in the papers.
There's evidence that they've been found in central reservations.
And they tend to go at night.
So it depends on time. So if
Okay, fair enough.
anticipated
So
there'd be less traffic at
If we're talking about single lane roads rather than dual carriageways, i.e. Chrome, just to take this as an example, you're happy that roads can pass through, right through the middle of the LWS here. Forget about, peripheral areas. There's 2 single lane roads, highways, Highsted Road and Cromer, that go through the middle of this LWS, that bisect it into 3, or the trisect it maybe, I don't know, and that those are fine. To cut a long story short, those don't have these awful severing effects that you're concerned about. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, because when the local wildlife site was there, designated, the routes were there, so it was considered at the time.
Right. So, if it were correct then, that by the time you're at the junction between by the time you're at the area that separates the LWS from the ancient woodland, the Southern Relief Road is not dual carriageway at all, but is in fact a single carriageway, then we should be fine. Is that right?
Well, obviously, traffic movement can have an impact, but in addition, as discussed previously, the impact from lighting can also create an additional barrier. So not just a visual barrier, actually.
Okay. So have I got it right? Sorry, I'm trying to nail down where we actually disagree. Is it right then that assuming a single carriageway road rather than dual carriageway road, separating the LWS from the ancient woodland, if we just assume that for a minute, obviously the highways evidence, I mean, you're not a highways witness, but but if that were correct, then is our debate just one about lighting? Is that basically what it comes down to? Because we all know and agree that dormice are perfectly happy to cross roads.
I think it'd be useful in terms of answering this question to pull up one of the core documents showing the road plan.
Sure.
If you could direct me to the relevant one, that would be
Oh,
useful.
sure. Yeah. Okay. Hang on.
I think it's 7.31.6.
Got it. 7.31.6. If sorry.
Yeah, just a minute.
Right. If we turn to PDF page 47. Have you got PDF page 47 as well?
Yes, I do.
You're on. Hopefully, this is an illustrative diagram of the Green Bridge.
Yes.
You might be looking at this in chief, actually. Sorry.
Yes.
I think you were, weren't you?
Yes.
You've certainly referred to it. Sorry, my microphone was off. This is the Green Bridge diagram. Have you? You can see it, can you?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. So, do you see? This might take some zooming in. It did for me. Do you see sort of where the Green Bridge actually is? The road. This is just to the north of the science park. It's what's proposed is a dual carriageway. Do you see?
Yes.
You can see both carriageways indicated with the dashed line sort of thing. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then you can also should be able to see, I'm hoping, as you start to move north from that junction, can you see that it starts to taper?
Yes.
And then by the time you can you
I can see that the dash line disappears.
Yeah.
That's what
And you
we're
can, if you
referring to.
look at the next page,
Yes.
you can see that by the time we're in between, do you see on the next page where Highsted Quarry disused is marked in text? in the middle of the LWS. And if you sort of track yourself down to where the road is at this point, it's a single carriageway. It's tapered off.
Yes.
Can you see where I'm at?
Yes. I can see that, thank you.
So, and you can also see, can't you, on the same page, you can see Cromer Road, obviously.
Are we on 44?
Sorry, no, we're not on 40.
48.
48, sorry, madam. I think we might have been on the wrong... Let's just do that again.
That's right.
48 should say sheet 4 of 8 in the bottom right-hand corner. So what we see is that we've got single carriageway in between to the south of the Highsted quarry, and we've got we can see Cromer Road, can't we? Also, can you see Cromer Road?
Yes.
So what we're saying to the I think you're saying to the inspector is that Cromer Road, which we can see to the north, well, we'll see where it is, obviously. Cromer Road, absolutely fine. Our road, unacceptable in terms of the implications for the LWS. Is that correct? Or have I
No,
got
sorry,
it?
I'm just looking at the document. So, if I'm correct in understanding, Cromer Road is, as I understand it, is just not a single track, but two-way road.
That's right. It is.
With not a significant amount of infrastructure either side of it. But the proposed road is, although it's the same size in principle, it is larger looking at the drawings because of although it might be the same road, the size of the road does look different.
Can I ask you, like, this might be sort of unfair to press you on it. Have you considered what I'm asking you about before I've asked you for today? What I mean is, have you considered the contrast between Cromer Road on the one side and the proposed southern road on the other?
I did consider it in terms, as in, I went using Google Street View, looked at the road.
And so, can you explain to us, just sort of in a nutshell, why it is, in your view, that Cromer Road, that bisects the LWS right down the middle, absolutely fine, our road, unacceptable? Can you put that in a nutshell? Because what I'm trying to do, and it's absolutely fine, you can answer the question however you want. What I'm trying to do is to actually isolate what it is that we disagree about and why, when we agree about so very, very much. And I'm struggling to get to the bottom of it. You know, is it lighting? Is it a lighting strategy? Is that what it comes down to? Is it, what is it? Why is Cromer Road okay and doesn't lead to severance when our road, in your view, does?
I think when you look at these plans, the size of the roads do look different. It might be because I'm not a highways expert, so I don't understand the plan properly. Fair enough. When you look at the drawings, they do look significantly wider, even though it's from the information we're discussing, it is going to be the same size same type of road.
Right.
The plans do show it as a lot more infrastructure, I suppose, either side of it.
It's got the busway, hasn't it, at the side of it, and also isn't that also a cycleway as well? So the actual carriageway.
There's more items for the dormouse to cross.
Thank you.
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
So
it's not just the road.
You've got embankments either side as well.
Yes. So it's Cromer Road is just Cromer Road.
I see.
But
so it's not the fact that it's all the other stuff.
Yeah, it's the actual concrete width. I suppose the concrete footprint. Thank you.
Understood.
Sorry.
All right. No, good. Thank you. But we know, don't we, that when dormice cross roads, that they do it in a, what's the right word? The stepping stones. The reports refer to them using stepping stones. They go across to an embankment, and then they go across from the embankment to the other side. That's the behaviour that's been recorded.
That is correct. But as far as we're in the middle of your road, there's not a...
Not in the middle of the road, but on either side, in between all of the different elements that you've just explained, that you and the inspector have just been through, The dormice in the middle of the night are going to be able to stop and reflect on things if they want to.
But I suppose these plans don't show that there's vegetation in between those different areas.
But you've seen, haven't you, what is proposed illustratively in respect of the green movement corridors and the nature park. I mean, you've seen it, for instance, if you look at 9.2.33, that is the mitigation strategy. Yeah, that's true. Page 68 of it. Oh, sorry, PDF 68. Sorry, PDF 68.
Yes, I've got PDF 68.
You've seen this before.
Yes.
So you know what's proposed. You know that there's a series of corridors, if you like, that are separated, can be seen from the section diagrams in the TA, that are separated by green embankments or whatever they're called in the middle of roads. You can see it.
No, I can see it.
All right.
I suppose the concern is that that particular sketch is entitled illustrative.
It's all illustrative, though,
Yeah,
Miss
I know,
Foster.
but-
That's the point. The whole road design is illustrative, and yet you're perfectly happy to criticise the bits you don't like. You don't want to give us credit for the bits.
No, I can see that that's what the intention is.
Yeah.
Obviously, the concern is when it comes down to design, actually, it just might not be possible. But obviously, that is a separate reserved matter, as previously.
All right. Well, the possibility of what can be achieved through the road, I guess, is probably for other people. But why don't we have a look, in addition to the idea of the dormouse jumping from one stepping stone to the next, at what is actually proposed to help them and to help the other animals involved in achieving connectivity from one side to the other. And we're in the right document to do it, 9.2.33. This is the ecological mitigation strategy. And you've been shown already, in the inspector's scene, the 2 pages. It's going to be important to kind of flip between them, really, to make it all make sense, where this is all set out. So the plan, as Mr. Rhymes has shown you, is on PDF page 53. And the key to go with the plan is on PDF page 26. So if you could... Well, I've managed to get them both out on the same screen. I don't know whether you can do that or not, but if we maybe start with the plan. That's on 53, and we'll just have to jump between the two. Yeah. I'll just wait for everyone to find it. Lovely. Oh, yes. So it should be just for everyone's benefit, the plan EMS1. It's 4657/EMS1 is the drawing number. And then the key is on table 5.1, which is on PDF page 26 of the same document. Right. Are you there, Miss Foster, just to see?
Yes, I am.
Lovely.
Thank you.
And you talked about some of this in your evidence in chief. So if we have a look at what's actually proposed, illustratively, as you've said, because it's all the road is illustrative. But we've got, haven't we, B, green B, which is one of the connection points to the LWS. Can you see where that is?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Green B, and what that is, as we can see from the key, is a green underpass to be formed underneath the road bridge, measuring 50 metres wide, and 2 to 3 metres high. It can be designed to support natural vegetation beneath the bridge, forming a continuous vegetated corridor between the northern and southern parts of the country park. Right? I'm sorry? Ooh. Right. Yes. Well, you heard him. We can. It's a culvert. It's underneath the bridge. It
must be raised up. It's not going under. It's not tunnelling under, is it?
I mean, it is tunnelling under. It goes
Under the road.
under the bridge, under the road. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, correct.
It's like a tunnel.
Correct.
Green tunnel.
A green tunnel, and indeed it is referred to as a green underpass.
Right, okay, that's fine.
So it's 50 metres wide, and 2 to 3 metres high. Natural vegetation beneath bridge, forming continuous vegetated corridor between northern and southern parts of the country park. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
And you knew about that when you wrote your evidence, presumably, that
Yes.
that was part of the proposals.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I mean, probably Mr. Baxter's better, but would vegetation grow if it was in a tunnel?
I mean, he's giving evidence to me now. I think maybe you can ask him about
Shall we
that
wait
tomorrow.
for Mr. Baxter?
We're going to have to wait to call him,
Yeah.
and then you can ask him that
I just
question.
can't imagine it. But anyway, there
So,
we are. Yeah. Sure.
we've got a green underpass that maybe can be designed to support natural vegetation, etc. That's part of the proposals in the ecological mitigation strategy that you knew about, because the ecological mitigation strategy is well over a year old or something. Yeah?
Yes, I have seen this document before.
All right. You'd seen it, but not only you'd seen the document, but you'd read it and you'd understood it, and you knew this was part of the picture. Right? Correct?
Yes, I
So
saw it.
where do you
I've seen
assess? Where do you assess it in your proof?
I haven't referred to it in my proof.
Why not? Because I mean, your whole concern is apparently about this point about maintaining connectivity north and south of the LWS. Okay, here's one of the main things: 50 metres wide, 2 to 3 metres tall. The dormice will be able to stroll at their leisure to and from in the dead of night when they like to travel. You've not given us any assessment of it whatsoever, have you?
No, it wasn't in my proof.
All right. Well, I won't ask any more about it then. The next item or series of items that are proposed through this scheme are Animex bridges, and there are several proposed. If you look, as you've indicated already, some of these blue numbers, the blue numbers that go along the line of the relief road. There's number 1, which is right down near the proposed motorway junction. There's a proposed Animex bridge there. Number 3, which is one of the connection points between the ancient woodland and the LWS. There's an Animex bridge proposed. Number 7, which proposes an Animex bridge also. And at numbers 9 through to 12, which are the sort of northern numbers, northern parts of the road within this diagram. It also says in the key consideration to be given to standalone Animex bridges at key locations if required. Do you see where I'm at?
Yes, I thought.
Okay. Animex bridges, they are, aren't they, features, matters, mitigation strategies that are encouraged by Natural England and others now?
Yes, it is an aspect that goes through from a licensing aspect, yes.
It's something that they'd like to see. I don't mean they, Natural England, would like to see when they're considering licence applications.
Yes, we do see them.
Yeah. And indeed, Mr. Baxter says in his rebuttal, we don't need to take it, I'll just read it to you. He notes that Animex bridges have been rapidly taken up by the industry as best practice and are accepted by Natural England as effective dormouse mitigation within dormouse licence applications. Just to give the inspector the reference, it's page 16, page 16, 2.4.2c. I think you agree with all of that, right?
Excuse me. Yeah, no, I don't disagree that Natural England will accept them as part of any licensing.
Okay.
But my point wasn't to go back what we're discussing earlier in examination in chief and earlier as part of this process, in terms of they need to be in the right position to handle the movement. And as discussed, there will be a direct loss of the local wildlife site and the ancient woodland, and be a temporary loss. So there is that issue that actually there hasn't been that much monitoring to show that they are successful in areas when they don't initially go into areas where there's no vegetation, or they're located in areas where there's limited vegetation.
If you agree, let's just take this in stages. If you agree that Natural England think that they're effective mitigation as part of a dormouse licensing application, then we agree, don't we, that as a matter of principle, this is an effective thing that you should be looking to do to mitigate when it comes to impacts on dormice. Natural England are the licensing body.
Yes, they are.
And we know that when it comes to the planning system, the planning's role, I know you're not a planner, but you know as an ecologist, as a professional ecologist, that the Secretary of State should only consider refusing permission on account of, let's say, dormouse impacts, if it's right that would be unlikely to get a licence from Natural England in respect of them.
Yes.
And in this case, we know that the mitigation, one of the mitigation strategies that we're taking, the Animex bridges, are actually not far from it being unlikely to be licensed. It's in fact, it's likely to be licensed because it's the sort of thing that Natural England want to see. Yes, it's right that the detail of where they're going to go is, well, it's basically a reserved matter. But there's no evidence, is there, that it's unlikely that we'd be licensed from Natural England in respect of dormice. It's not what your case is.
No, yeah, I do agree that it is part of the licensing process, but they obviously look at more than just where the bridge is. So they need to be considering the location. So I accept your point in terms of they do accept Amex bridges. I'm just highlighting that there is concerns in terms of that, the use of them as species connectivity if they are located in the wrong place. And they are.
And where the right places are or aren't is something that in the end is not for us to, I mean, we put an illustrative scheme together, but the detail of it we worked up with Natural England at the time of the licence application. It'll have to be.
Yes, ultimately it would come down
just to be absolutely clear, so that we've nailed this down, you do not say, it's putting a negative to you, sorry about this, but it's important for our closings, you don't say that it's unlikely Natural England will grant us that licence in due course. That's not your case.
I have not detailed that in my proof, no.
Because it's not your position. You do not say it. Even now in your evidence in chief, you didn't say it. It's not your evidence.
No.
Okay. Right, well, we'll make legal submissions then on the consequences of that, so far as our friends, the dormice, go. To come back to one of the inspector's questions, I mean, that in some ways is the end of that so far as Animex bridges go, but just to come back to one of the inspector's questions, she said, will the mice know to use it? Will the dormice know to use it? Which is a good question, you might think. And in fact, the Isle of Wight study that's in the papers shows that the dormice started using the Animex bridge in that case over a rail. It was over a railway, as I think you said. The dormice started using it almost immediately, didn't they?
Because it was located in the correct place.
Because it was in the right place. So we agree that if you put them in the right place, wherever that might be to be determined, the Animex bridges can actually be quite attractive to dormice pretty quick. In that case, it was within 9 hours they were up there on the bridge scurrying across from one side to the other, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's Animex bridges. You gave evidence about the green bridge, which we've seen highways diagrams for already. And given all the things I've said about it all being illustrative, I'm not going to go into it too much because the designs can change. But I suppose, can we? Sorry, it's happening again. Sorry. It's a proper racetrack out there today. Okay. I suppose on the principle of green green bridges. You accept, don't you, that if properly designed, green bridges can work, can be a good thing, can encourage connectivity?
Yes, if they're properly designed and considered properly in light of what they're meant to be doing in terms of habitat connectivity.
Yeah. So there's no reason as a matter, I appreciate that design's illustrative and all the rest of it, so I'm asking you to consider a design that's not fixed, but there's no reason in principle that if green bridges are an effective mechanism in principle, there's no reason that an effective green bridge couldn't be delivered here, subject to detailed design.
And I'm going to contradict myself in terms of, obviously everything's illustrated, but the one that's highlighted as a green bridge currently on those plans we've just been looking at, when you look at them, there's no direct from A to B. It's kind of like the loops. So you sort of like go up round and then back down and go into urban areas. So in terms of that, if you go back to...
Could I ask you, we can look at it again by all means, but just before we lose the question,
Yes.
just the question, I know you don't like this design, and I could ask you about this design, but actually, given that I'm the one who's just been saying it's all illustrative, I want to ask you it as a question of principle. If we agree that green bridges are an effective, or can be an effective mechanism to encourage species connectivity, then at the detailed design stage for the green bridge, there's no reason as a matter of principle why you couldn't deliver one, or design one.
Yes.
That you'd be happy with, as it were.
Yes, there's good examples, even one in Kent, of where it's
Even in
worked.
Kent, what? Right.
Down in,
Where in Kent?
Yes, A21.
The A21.
Scotney Castle, you don't...
Yeah.
But it goes from A to B over the road, I suppose. So
Thank you.
it's about... That is a good one because it's been designed well. It's been designed as a green bridge, and the purpose of it is... And I'm correctly saying this, it's a single track road over that bridge. It's not two-way traffic.
Understood.
Because it's to the National Trust property, and you come out another different side, and that has been really successful. But obviously, one that has to be designed from a highways perspective as well, that has other requirements. There might be restrictions in terms of how to design it, and there's a risk that it will not work as a green bridge. So the principle, yes.
The principle, yes. The detail,
about the reality
TBD.
of actually
Fine.
being implemented.
Thank you very much. I think that's as far as I can probably take it without more on highways design. Ultimately, so we've got a series of things that are suggested, including the green bridge, including the underpass, the green underpass, the Animex bridges, and a load of 600 millimetre diameter culverts below roads for badgers. None of which it doesn't sound that you take issue with any of them.
The culverts, no, I said that in my proof.
Yeah, so badgers will be able to get to and from.
Going back, properly designed.
Detailed design, yeah,
and
fair enough.
The habitat either side, and this relates to everything, is actively managed properly.
Yeah,
So actually
which relates to everything, absolutely, and I'm sure that's a point of agreement. So, but taking a big old step back, in the Statement of Common Ground, the most recent one, we agree, if you turn to it, page 3, the most recent, the Biodiversity Statement of Common Ground, on page 3, we agree for species connectivity at 2.3.12. Do you have that?
Yes, I do,
Foster?
sorry.
All that stuff that we've been talking about, all the different things, are commonly used and could serve to reduce the loss of connectivity subject to appropriate design, which is basically what you've just been saying.
Yes, that's been agreed in the...
Fine. So subject to appropriate design, which the inspector might think happily for her anyway, it's not something she's actually being asked to adjudicate on because that'll be for subsequent matters. We agree that we've got a list of measures here, all of which are the sorts of measures you'd want to see and all of which could serve to reduce the impacts associated with loss of connectivity. Right?
Yes, subject to design and location.
Subject to design, as I think I said, subject to design.
Sorry.
So we're agreeing subject to design, and we're also agreeing that it's not unlikely. Sorry to do this in a double negative. It's actually the court's fault, not my fault. It's not unlikely that the scheme will ultimately be licensed by Natural England in respect of species.
Sorry, say that again.
I'm so sorry. I wish I could say it in a clearer way, but I've got to get your. It is not unlikely. I'm not saying it's likely because because the court cases don't want me to ask that. The test is it's not unlikely that Natural England will license it.
Right.
It's not unlikely. It's not unlikely that they will license it. Did I say won't license it? This is a double negative. It's not unlikely that we're going to get a license from Natural England. If it's just not making sense to you.
Sorry, you're effectively saying that you're trying.
It's a bit like saying likely. It's a bit, but I'm not. It's a bit like saying likely, but I'm not saying that.
So not unlikely becomes likely. Yeah,
We agree.
Subject to all the other points that we raised.
Subject to the detailed design.
And habitat.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
And if that's right, then to sort of call a spade, we shouldn't be refusing planning permission, should we, on the basis of impacts on species? Because there does come a point where the planning system hands the baton onto the Natural England's licensing process, doesn't there?
For European protected species.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's it on the local wildlife site. That was my topic 3 of 4. Topic 4 of 4. Finally, where I'm going to get to ask you about cats, which is the main thing I've been looking forward to, obviously, is ancient woodland. So that's topic 4 of 4. And just looking at the
Sorry
time.
to interrupt before you start. I was promised a break at 1:15.
I know. I was about to. No interruption at all. This would be an ideal moment because I'm about to change topic to do that break, that final break before of the afternoon.
Yeah, we'll have a break until 3:30.
And then I'll be finished by 4:30. Yeah, I'll be done. I'll be done well before. I've only got a couple of pages left.
Right, okay, we'll break until
About cats.
We are almost got a couple of questions. Councillor Bonney enjoyed that. Yeah, we've got a couple of questions before we get to cats, which is the main thing I'm, as I say, looking forward to. Okay, ancient woodland then. If you just pop your... Thank you so much. Ancient woodland. There are 3 ancient woodlands that you've been discussing. If we just remind ourselves just briefly where they all are, what would be the best way of doing it? If we take out 9.2.35, which is the technical briefing note on ancient woodlands. If you've got that, and then we've done this already in Chief, but just so we can remind ourselves, right at the back, there are 2 plans. And if we could just actually start with the second plan first, even though the second plan is actually one of the development proposals and compensation, it's not showing the status quo. You've got the second plan?
Yes, I've got that open.
But it's just worth having, just so that, it's actually on the second plan that you can see where all 3 of the ancient woodlands actually are. The brownie wash shows both Highsted Wood and Bexwood that are within our red line, and is it Cromer's Wood that's outside it, which is the one in the sort of bottom right hand corner of the 3 of them. Do you see?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, so those are the 3 woodlands. That are ancient woodlands. The direct impacts are restricted to Highsted Wood, W5. Yes. Correct? And that is because of and due to the Southern Relief Road moving through its northern sort of fringe, as you can see broadly on that plan.
Yes.
So there are 3 ancient woodlands. 2 of them are within the red line, one of them is outside the red line, and only one of those 3 is directly impacted on, which is to say Highsted Wood. Correct? Okay. Right. Thank you. Just zooming in then just on Highsted Wood for a moment. If you just turn to the previous plan, location of ancient woodlands plan, which has a slightly more zoomed in plan or picture of Highsted Wood.
Yes.
W5. Have you got that?
Yes, I do.
And we know just from, well, you can make out, I think, underneath the wash in the coloured washes in this plan. It's surrounded, isn't it, on at least, well, three or four sides, essentially, both to the west, to the east, and to the south. It's surrounded by arable land.
Yes. That's right.
And it's got the sort of woodland that now, well, we've already talked about this woodland that connects it to the LWS. That's the woodland to the north that's emerged in the last 20 years. I've asked you about that. But on the other 3 sides, it's got arable land, which is intensively farmed, as we've agreed in this, I think, Statement of Common Ground. But it is intensively farmed, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's not buffered. At the moment, it's not buffered at all to the ancient woodland, the arable land.
No.
No. So at the moment, you've got on 3 or 4 sides, Highsted Wood has got intensely farmed arable land right up to its edge. Not buffered, but right up to the edge.
Obviously not negating if they put any arable edges in as part of their farming.
Right.
But that's not... It's still an intensive field, I agree with that point.
And the reason I'm asking about this might be obvious, but just to be clear, this arable land, intensely farmed arable land on 3 or 4 sides, is a bad thing when it comes to ancient woodland, isn't it? Because we're talking about the impacts of herbicides, pesticides, fertiliser spread, on all of which there's research which is appended to Mr. Baxter's evidence. But the arable's not a neutral partner to ancient woodland. It's a negative partner.
No, the process of intensive agricultural farming can the process of intensive farming of arable fields can be a negative to ancient woodland, although it's worth highlighting again that Highsted Wood has been identified as good condition.
As a good condition.
So
yeah.
Although it is in that location, it's still
the BNG assessment came out as good
Yeah,
condition.
so it's in good condition at the moment, notwithstanding the fact that surrounding it and not buffered, as it were, to it, you've got these negative land use. I mean negative land uses in a very specific way. I don't mean that there's anything wrong with arable farming. I mean in terms of the risks associated to the quality of the ancient woodland. And it's not just the woodland, it's the dormice too, because so far as dormice are concerned, heavily farmed agricultural arable land is no good at all, is it?
No, you do not find them in an arable field. That's
So-
not their habitat.
When we're thinking about things like connectivity and all the rest of it, dormice at the moment who are living in Highsted Wood are quite constrained as their directions of travel. If they want to leave the wood, they might want to. They can make the journey north, but they're not heading out into those heavily farmed arable fields.
No, but if they weren't heavily farmed and it was pasture, they wouldn't be in the pasture either.
No,
So
I'm
they
not
have
blaming the
specific-
farming.
No, but it's just to make sure it's clear. They've got a specific habitat type, and agriculture is generally not it.
It's not part of it.
Actively, yes.
So, 3 of 4 sides, the current situation is not positive so far as the Highsted Wood is concerned. We'll consider then what is proposed here in just a minute. If we just take out Mr. Baxter's evidence so we can try and understand what the extent of impact on Highsted Wood is going to be. He deals with it on, he's got a section on ancient woodland, and that starts on page 44. And he's got, actually, I should have just gone there. There's a plan on page 44, figure 5.1, that shows what we've seen already, but just they're all labelled there, what the 3 woods are: Highsted, Bex and Cromer. Do you see that?
Yes.
So that's where they all are. We know that Cromer Wood is outside the red line. And over the page at section 5.4, he's got a section on direct effects. I'm
Yes.
hoping page 45, 5.4.
Yes, I've got that in front
And the
of me.
final sentence of the first para at the bottom of the page, 5.4.1, he says you've got Highsted Wood, it's 5.34 hectares. Do you see right in the bottom line? And he equates what's being done, including a minimum of 10 metre working area, to a loss of 3.93% of Highsted Wood.
An irreplaceable habitat.
An irreplaceable habitat.
Yes.
But I'm not demurring from that at all. But just to take it in stages, there's no dispute, I don't think, on the numbers.
No.
Appreciate that's only the first step.
Yeah.
But just trying to work out what it is that we're talking about. We agree that over 96% of Highsted Wood will suffer no direct effects as a consequence of our scheme at all.
No, it will not be lost.
Won't be lost.
So,
No. All right then. So on the next page, he sets out policy tests. He's got a section on policy tests.
yep.
And you've answered this already, but I just want to be absolutely clear. He sets out the MPPF, what the MPPF says, and he says the test refers to 2 things in the final line. You need to show wholly exceptional reasons. Do you see there?
Yes.
And you've said this already, but just so we're all clear, that's a planning judgment, as it were. A judgment for Mr. Dygan rather than for you.
Yes, that is not something that
Yeah.
I would comment on.
So wholly exceptional reasons will be for later in the inquiry. But the other thing that you've got to show at 193C of the framework is a suitable compensation strategy.
Yes.
And on that, I suppose that is something that you can give evidence on, isn't it? The wholly exceptional reasons bits for Mr. Dygan, because that involves weighing potentially all sorts of different things. But suitable compensation strategy, that's something for an ecologist, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that second part of 193C I can ask you about. Now, when we're talking about a suitable compensation strategy, there isn't there, guidance on what one would seek to achieve. If you turn on to pages, let me just try and do page 52 of the same proof of evidence.
Yes.
There's page 52. There's a heading halfway down called Gold Standard Test. Do you see?
Yes.
And there's a reference to the Woodland Trust and a footnote reference to something called the Planner's Manual for Ancient Woodland and Trees, which is itself is his Appendix 5.
Yes, I can see.
And then there's a section there that he quotes. We don't need to turn it up, but we'll just read out from his proof. A section on compensation for loss of ancient woodland, which advocates that where it's deemed there's going to be unavoidable residual damage or loss to ancient woodland, the measures for this must be of a scale and, over the page, quality quality commensurate with the loss of irreplaceable habitat. Where ancient woodlands to be replaced by new woodland, this should aim to create 30 hectares of new woodland for every hectare lost. Do you see?
Yes.
So we're going for, as he says in the next paragraph, there's a ratio. If you want to express that as a ratio, 30 to 1. That's that's what's suggested.
Yes.
And that might be described as a high ratio, but it makes sense, doesn't it? Because we know that ancient woodland's irreplaceable. So if you're going to be trying to compensate for its loss, you can't just be going in at a 1-to-1 ratio or something, whatever, a 2-to-1. The reason why it's 30 to 1, which is to say a lot more than you're taking out, is to account for the fact that it's an important thing, that it's of a high quality.
Yes. No, I can understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So that's what the guidance suggests would be an appropriate approach if you're seeking to compensate for the direct loss of ancient woodland. What is actually proposed in this case? For that to compare that, we have to look at the technical briefing note on ancient woodland. Again, it's core document 9.2.35. I think we were just there. Not at all. I think, yeah, there it is. If you got that as well, Miss Foster.
Yes.
Lovely. If you turn into it to page 9.
Page 9. Oops. All right.
You should have a section 4, compensation measures.
Yes.
And it says at 4.1, I think maybe picking up on the point that you've been keen to make, understandably, whilst it's acknowledged that ancient woodland comprises an irreplaceable habitat and new habitat creation is not a direct replacement, a package of compensation measures are proposed to offset the residual loss of woodland occurring under the scheme. You see?
Yes.
And then they're all set out. New woodland planting and woodland translocation. Then over the page, management and enhancement of existing woodland. Do you see?
Yes. No,
and then there's we see in the table at table 4.1 that if you have a look at, that's a comparison of what we're proposing versus a number of other schemes, but I'm not so interested for now in the comparison. If you just focus on the bit that's actually us, which is Highsted Park, the first line, yes. We see, don't we, that if you just focus on us and not the others, it's the relevant ratio is 38 to 1.
Yes.
And that is comprised of all of the planting that can be seen if we just, sorry to jump around, but if we just turn right to the back of this document, the final page, page 15, there's a plan right at the back. And it's not maybe that easy to see unless you zoom in, but next to the text W5 Highsted Wood, there is an area of a sort of linear strip north-south of green space that is indicated as new woodland, and it's also got an orange line around it. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And the orange line in the key is the ancient woodland compensation planting. You see?
Yes.
All right. So we're talking about compensation to the tune of 38 to 1 in terms of what the ratio is quantitatively.
Yes.
So not only do we meet what the guidance suggests when it comes to a compensation package, we considerably exceed what the guidance suggests would be appropriate. Assuming that you have to compensate at all.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you avoid any impacts on ancient woodland at all, there's nothing to compensate for. But if there is to be any direct loss, which is in the end a question for planners, because of the wholly exceptional circumstances thing, then there's also got to be a suitable compensation package, hasn't there?
Yes.
And this is one, because we considerably exceed even the top end ratio, that's suggested by the relevant body.
And I acknowledge that point during examination.
Right. So just to be clear then, you accept, I think, I want to try and make sure I understand, when it comes to the MPPF tests that we've been looking at, wholly exceptional case for doing it, that's for Mr. Digan, that's planning. Suitable compensation measures proposed, tick. We have proposed suitable compensation measures.
Yes, but there's the point that I raised, obviously, quantity. I do agree that it's a very high ratio that's being lost. A ratio to be created as to be lost, but obviously quantity, but then obviously the quality will... Quality,
but you can't plant ancient woodland, quality woodland, can you, when you're doing compensate? I mean, it's impossible.
No, but that is the point though, isn't it? You're compensating and you're doing larger areas, but you're losing that quality that is currently there.
But I'm with you, but that's why the high ratio in the first place, isn't it? I mean, that's the whole point. If it was, I'd get that if it was 1 to 1 or something, or 2 to 1, or 5 to 1, or 10 to 1. We're doing 38 to 1. I appreciate it's not going to be of ancient woodland quality on day 1. Might be after day, I don't know, year 50 or year 100 or whatever. But overall, the suitability of this as a compensation package is something that you actually accept.
As in the area, yes. The volume.
So we shouldn't be planting, any more, in your view, in order to achieve a suitable compensation package. We've done enough.
No, I haven't disagreed with the area.
Thank you. All right. Well, that's something. Indirect effects, then, lastly, of on ancient woodland. So we've talked about direct effects and compensation for loss, and we've agreed that we're doing enough in order to compensate, on the assumption, of course, there's got to be loss in the first place, which depends on other matters. But on indirect effects, there's just two I'd like to ask you about. One of them is recreational impacts, and the other is cats. So recreational impacts is the first, and on that, we've been over this a little, but just to remind ourselves, in the most recent Statement of Common Ground on biodiversity, you have said, on page 2 of it, at 2.3.7, that the case studies set out within Mr. Baxter's rebuttal demonstrate the recreational impacts on ancient woodland in proximity to development can be addressed through appropriate long-term visitor access measures and ongoing management. See?
Yes,
and
I do see that.
This is the one where we discussed it before lunch, and you'd said, yes, as a matter of principle, but for reasons that you developed orally, I think most of all in relation to size, that general principle does not find favour here.
Yes, and no, sorry, I give one answer.
Not at all. Is that?
No, sorry. Let me.
No, have
answer properly.
No, say it however you want.
Yes, I agree with what you're saying.
Thank you.
I've got concerns in terms of Highsted wood.
You've got concerns on Highsted wood because it's too small. And I'd said to you, okay, well, what about the case studies? And you'd said, well, I've not read those. And so...
I didn't see that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had read them. I hadn't compared sizes.
Fair enough. Perfectly fair correction. Sorry, I misremembered what you'd said. You'd not compared the sizes in the case studies when you were seeking to reach that point of agreement. And so can I just show you one of them, if that's okay?
Yes.
If you could turn to these case studies, and they are in Appendix 5 of Mr. Baxter's rebuttal. So they're rebuttal, Appendix 5, and that is core document 37.5.4. You let me know when you're there.
May I ask, as a matter of principle, you're going to take us to one of the studies,
Yeah.
which presumably is smaller.
You got that right. There's only 3. 2 of them are bigger and one of them's smaller.
Right, I was going to ask, the other 2 are bigger, are they?
They are, yeah.
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
There are 3 have you just let me know when you're there?
Oh yeah.
So there are 3.
Thanks.
If we can just see what they're called on the next. Oh, let's see. PDF page. Well, they're this is all paginated in the top right hand side. So page 38. You can see that there are 3 case studies.
Yes.
Can you? And it was on the basis of these 3 case studies that you decided to set out that point as common ground, as it explains.
Yes.
Howe Park Wood in Milton Keynes, Wickery Copse in Bracknell, and another one in Milton Keynes as well. You see?
Yes.
And actually, to be fair, the first 2 case studies aren't just ancient woodland. I'm putting that in inverted commas. Obviously, ancient woodland is important. They're also triple SIs as well, aren't they?
Yes.
And that goes back to something you were saying earlier, that, yeah, all right, ancient woodland, not a sort of designation in itself, but they can be, an ancient woodland may end up being designated as something with a statutory footing or whatever,
Yes.
as is the case here. And in fact, the second one, Wickery Copse in Bracknell, is the one that I'd like to ask you about. It's on page 46.
Yes.
It's a triple SI, isn't it?
It is a triple SR, yes.
And so it is, if anything, it's not all about relativities of what's most important, but that means, because it's a triple SI, we know it is of a particular sort of heft and importance in terms of its ecological value, don't we?
Yes.
And let's have a look at it. It's a woodland called Wickery Copse. We can see that it's on the western outskirts of Bracknell. Do you see in the location bit on page 46? Page 46, hopefully you've got the heading Wickery Copse.
Yes.
And you should see
Right. Sorry,
location.
I was looking for a map.
No, we'll come maps on the next page. It says, location says, western outskirts of Bracknell, surrounded by residential land, connected to 2 play areas, which sound a bit recreational to me, but I don't know. Do you see?
Yes. I do.
We see its size. We see that it's 3.15 hectares. You see?
Yes.
And that's just for our inspector's note to be compared, if she wants to Highsted Wood, which is 5.34 hectares. 5.34. Right?
Yep.
So, to state the obvious, this one's a lot smaller, isn't it? It's not half the
Yes.
size, but it's considerably smaller. Right?
Yes.
And we've got, as reference to, an outline planning application. Do you see the sort of the blue underline bit?
Yes.
From a house builder, and we see that there's a reference to 149 homes were included in that.
Yes.
And then we've got the condition status of the ancient woodland.
Yes, I can see that.
And the good news is, it's favourable. It's all worked.
Yes. On this occasion, yeah.
On this occasion, and if you just turn over the page to get a flavour as to what was actually proposed there, or what not proposed, sorry, what the situation is there, you can see both from the plan and from the overhead diagram and the photographs, and you can also see if you flip yet forward still more, there's planning diagrams as well. There's all sorts. You can see basically it's a triple SI ancient woodland that is basically surrounded by homes on 3 of 4 sides. Well, 4 of 4 sides actually, but there's also a road with some other sort of green space to the south of what looks like it's called Peacock Lane. Do you see?
Yes.
So you've got here houses, lots of houses in a suburban area on the edge of Bracknell, living cheek by jowl next to an ancient woodland, not just any old ancient woodland, a triple SI.
Yes.
And you've got 20-metre buffers, and you've got roads running near to the edge.
Yes, it does demonstrate.
And we know that even for a smaller and, designated triple SI ancient woodland, that the point that is set out in the Statement of Common Ground as being agreed, it works. And by that, what I mean is that, just find it again, that recreational impacts can be addressed through appropriate long-term visitor access measures and ongoing management, just like happened there. Correct?
It does demonstrate that. I suppose a couple of points in relation to that, if you don't mind.
Sure.
This example doesn't relate to woodlands, I'm afraid, but we do have a situation in Kent where a triple SI has been identified as being favourable conservation, but actually when they did the BNG assessment on it, it did not meet good condition of that particular habitat. So
which one? Sorry, are you talking about?
No, just giving an example to give context to what I'm about to say. So.
Oh, okay.
So we've got a habitat in Kent, a site in Kent that is a triple SI, and they've done a BNG assessment on it. It's a triple SI that meets favourable conservation status, but doesn't meet good condition.
Right.
Particular habitat.
Okay.
So I suppose the question, I suppose, it is meeting favourable conservation status.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all, but I suppose the question is, if they did a full survey again of that site, would it still have the same species interest or flora interest of the woodland that was there before? I haven't done any of that, so I can't contest it, but I suppose that is the question. Will the Highsted woodland still retain its good condition woodland if it's impacted by recreational pressure?
And we know that the answer is yes, that's perfectly possible. See the example at Bracknell. I mean, that, and not just this one, but obviously this is one that's actually in the evidence. So this is sort of what there's no reason, is there, for us to assume that the general principle that we've all signed up to in the Statement of Common Ground doesn't work for smaller woodlands. Even though that's what you were saying before, that's not actually borne out at all.
No, that woodland does demonstrate that smaller woodlands can be maintained in their favourable conservation.
Which is great. Obviously, it's really important to do that. So if that's the case, and we now agree on that, happy days, then what is it? What's the problem with just saying the point at 2.3.7 of the Statement of Common Ground, 2.3.7 of the Statement of Common Ground, it applies generally as a principle. We've been over that. Yep. It applies to larger woodlands. Okay. It also applies to smaller woodlands, as we've seen. Why can't we just call a spade and say it applies here? We agree, don't we, that recreational impacts can be addressed through appropriate long-term visitor access measures and ongoing management. That's the case here. There's nothing unique about Highsted Wood, not in that way, that separates it from the one in Bracknell or other ancient woodlands.
No, I suppose I'd have to caveat with, like I've caveated so many points I've made today.
Yeah.
It's subject to active management and ongoing monitoring, and the maintenance of the buffers, and ensuring that it is actually minimal access. There is.
I can't disagree that
It could be done.
it could be done. But
All right.
There'd be a
We'll
lot
take
of
that.
things that would have to be
We'll
done.
take that. All right then. So actually, that 2.3.7, it does apply here because that's the way it's written. It can be addressed. Not saying it will be, saying it can be, but you've got to make sure that your measures and your management are appropriate. Or else, if your measures longer term and your management aren't appropriate, it's no good at all, obviously. But if they are appropriate, then the inspector can
Yeah,
respond.
not only that the measures are appropriate, they're actually implemented.
Sure,
And I
that they're
think
implemented. That's why I said management
Yeah.
as well. So that they're all appropriate, and if those things are appropriate, then we can agree that recreational impacts can be addressed. We just have done. That's what we are agreed that that's the position. All right. Well, that's them. And then last is cats. Cats. Okay. The thing that is between us on cats, it would seem, is from the statement of common ground, is the level of cat predation. How many cats are going to head off into the ancient woodland and see what they can find in the wee hours or whenever they hunt? Right?
I'm not sure if we will be able to agree.
No, I'm saying that's the issue that's between us.
Yes.
The issue that's between us is the level of predation.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so that the inspector understands what the positions are and why we're disagreed, you set out your evidence on the level of predation in your proof, in your section 9, which is the section on ancient woodland, obviously, which starts on page 8, and the bit on cats is at 9.31, which starts on page 15.
Yes, I'm there.
And you set out a series of numbers in 9.31 that I won't read all of them out, but it takes you to the final 3 lines where you talk about 2002 households who have cats. You see?
Yes.
And just to be clear what that is, you're taking the whole scheme, 8,400 homes, and you've done 29% of that, I think.
Yes.
And then 1 cat per household, so that's 2,002 cats, and that results over a 5-month period, applying some of the findings from a report that you've cited. What that adds up to is 29,177 prey items over a 5-month period.
Yes.
That is, just to be clear, the only evidence that you've put before the inquiry on this disputed issue on the extent of cat predation.
Yes.
Okie dokie. And that's why you think that cats and cat predation requires a greater than 15-metre buffer for the ancient woodland. It's because that's your evidence on the level of cat predation. Right? Okay. So, point number 1 then is that you've not, have you, considered as part of this how many cats are actually going to live in our new scheme, even vaguely near to any of these ancient woodlands? Anywhere near. You've just done the whole scheme as a whole.
Yes, that's correct.
But I mean, that's not the right thing to do, is it? Because we know that cats, when they do hunt, not all cats do, obviously, hunt. In fact, the evidence suggests most don't hunt, 60% don't hunt. But anyway, for those that do, they don't go hundreds of metres, do they? On average, they're going 50 metres or so from their home. I think the average was 50. Hang on.
2002 study said that recorded an average maximum distance of 352 metres.
There you go. It's closer to the inspector than it is to me. Hang on, let me just get the bit where I came up with that from.
400 is the Thames Basin Heath buffer. The 400 metres is the Thames Basin Meath, so it kind of links in.
Yeah. I see. If you just turn up Mr. Baxter's proof of evidence on this, Mr. Baxter's rebuttal proof of evidence, and turn to page 11. Rebuttal, page 11. Have you got that one?
Yes.
There's a heading cat predation at the top of the page.
No, I'm sorry, I've done the same as last time and opened the wrong one.
Sorry, no, not at all. It's rebuttal, page 11.
Page 11. Oh.
Have you any luck?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. No, not at all. So, 2.2.18. Have you got that? As
Yes.
Ms. Foster notes in her 9.32, based on a 2022 study, the majority of cat activities within 50 metres of their owner's home.
Yes.
Approximately 4.2 hectares of residential development is proposed within 50 metres of ancient woodland. It's around 182 homes.
Yes.
Rough and ready, obviously, because as you've said, the layouts are illustrative, etc. But this is, if we were trying to be a bit robust about it, or just a bit robust, this is a fairer way of doing it, isn't it? Because there'll be houses in this scheme that are, you know, many, many hundreds of metres away, maybe kilometres away from any ancient woodland at all. So it'd make no sense to count them towards this exercise, obviously.
From a point of view of ancient woodlands.
But that's
yes.
the point of view that you introduce cat predation, isn't it?
Yes. But
So-
I suppose cat predation could go into the country parks, but I'm happy to discuss ancient woodland as per the proof. That's fine.
Okay, all right then. So if we're interested in
At this
ancient
point.
woodland, which I must say I had assumed that was why you talked about cats at all, because it's within the cat ancient woodland bit of your proof, it makes no sense, does it, to talk about over 2,000 cats, which is what you do, because most of those cats, the vast majority of them, in fact, all but about, on our case, all but 44 of them, so are going to be nowhere near ancient woodland.
No, I accept that my calculation was very broad brushed in terms of the number of dwellings. So yes, it would
Fair
make it
enough.
more
I
to
mean,
be more specific in terms
Yeah.
of like the area.
you could
like-
call it broad brushed, but I think, and I don't want to make a massive thing of this because it is in the end, cats, and it's a difficult thing to quantify. But actually, it's broad. It's not a robust way of looking at it. Let's just be honest. 2,000 cats, and the associated predation that you've attributed to the 2,000 cats doesn't bear any resemblance at all to a realistic assessment of what's likely to happen here. I mean, as I say, we're at 44. The gulf
Yeah,
is
so
vast, right? And the true answer is a lot closer to ours than it is to yours. It's more like 44 than it is like 2,000.
We could probably debate all day like the numbers, but my view is it would be higher because that is the 50 metres the average, and as I said in that study, they can go up to 300 and something
Okay.
metres, but that not every cat in every household is within 300 metres.
But
So it'd probably be
Even
more
if it was
than-
double or whatever, it's
Yeah.
not even 100 cats. It's let alone is it 500
So no,
or 1,000.
I agree the number is probably closer
All
to
right.
Mr. Baxter, but
Fair
I don't
enough.
agree that it is the number that he has predicted. I
So
think
it's
it'd be
closer
higher.
to ours. It's not 44 in your view. It's closer to 44 than it is to 2,000. But you don't yourself hazard a get or any evidence as to what the true number actually is likely. I appreciate you can only there's no
I feel like I'd
certainty as to
have
cat
to
behaviour, but
delve into equations and
no, of course, but there's no evidence from you then as to on this fourth disputed issue. There's no evidence anymore because you don't stand by the 2,000 number anymore. Fair enough. As to you don't actually say how much cat predation there's going to be, other than to say it's a bit more than Mr. Baxter says. You don't say.
no, because it is a very difficult one to calculate. The
Right.
studies I show, so my view is that it's higher than what has been said.
difficult
It
one then,
still
isn't
result
it?
in cat predation, I think.
Yeah, well, we've accepted
Ultimately.
that. It's a tricky one because then there's a disputed issue, the fourth disputed issue on the list of
Yeah.
I think it's the fourth, maybe it's the first. Sorry, it's the first on the list of in the statement of common ground or of matters of dispute, and we've put a number forward, and you've not. Well, you had, but you don't. You're not asking the inspector to say 2,000 is the correct number, are you anymore?
No, I'm advising that it should be considered higher than the 44,
Higher than 44. All right.
but not as high as 2,000.
Not as high as 2,000. Well, that leaves a nice range for us to speculate in. Okay, thank you. And indeed, in any event, however many cats it is, there's all kinds of measures on there that you can take to mitigate the effect of cat predation on ancient woodland.
Subject to management.
Subject to management,
Yeah.
but there are, and they go as far as, I can't resist asking this question, they go as far as to include putting special collars on, not special, collars on cats with little bells on.
Cats can be quite clever. Sometimes they manage to stop them ringing.
Can they?
Yeah.
Okay. But things like meshes,
But yeah.
fencing, there are all kinds of measures, aren't there, that are tried and tested that can mitigate whether it's 40 or 50
Yeah.
or 80 or 100.
There are measures, and it's something that would be ongoing to be able to
Ongoing
trace if it's
mitigation.
identified, and I think it can't be. It's not. This is what we're going to do, and then stop. It needs to be. This is what's proposed, but it's not worked. So, what's next?
Lovely.
I think is what the ongoing management
Thank you very much.
and implementation.
Very, very last question. That's it on cats. Last question. It was just to do with ancient woodland and access through it,
Yeah.
recreation within it. You looked at the public rights of way plan and you said there aren't any public rights of way that pass through it or too
Highsted would,
near it.
yeah.
Highsted wood, sorry. And the inspector said there are tracks, or the inspector said aren't there tracks that run through it. Now you've not visited it, but are you aware of the fact that there are tracks that run through it, or do you know one way or the other?
I'm happy to agree. Believe the inspector. So I'm happy that there are some existing.
No. Well,
There-
that's why. Yeah. Don't agree too much if you don't know, because you might.
I'll change my answer then. I'm happy to acknowledge that areas that do not have any formal public access will have some informal public access in it.
Right.
I suppose the points we made is, I've made it already. I don't need to repeat it, but
Fair
in terms
enough.
of there'll be an increased number of people
Yeah.
closer
That's all.
to access it than there is currently, because it would take a bit of a walk to get there.
Fine. Well, do you know what I'll do? I'll ask Mr. Baxter tomorrow about the tracks and who's using them and the extent of their use and all of that. Ms. Foster, thank you very much indeed.
you.
Those are all my questions.
Right. How long do you think your re-examination will be?
I can make a start. I don't have a huge amount in
When you say
re-examination,
make a start,
but you know, every barrister says that, right? I think I should be able to be done in 15 minutes. I mean, it might leave it a little bit tight, but I can.
well, I see I might have some questions as well, mightn't I? Let me just have a look and see what I need to ask. I would like to finish just 5 minutes before, just so that we can clear one away and get.
You know, if they need to wait for us for a few minutes, they can.
Well, if a minute or two, but we did say. Just let me have a quick look. Okay, well, I think that's been answered. No, you carry on. See what you can do within the next 10,
Thank you very much.
10 minutes or so.
I'd just like to start with a matter that relates to the very beginning of your proof of evidence, please.
Yep.
If you could just draw that up.
Yes, it's up.
It is the case that you have not visited the site in question, but I'd just like to take you through what you say in paragraph 1.4 of your proof. You say that you confirm that you've stated the facts and matters upon which your opinion is based. Skipping along to the next line, sentence, you say, I believe that the facts stated within this appeal statement are true and that the opinions expressed are correct. And you say, again, skipping the next sentence, dealing with that sentence, I have drawn attention to any matters where I consider I lack sufficient information to reach anything other than a provisional conclusion, and I confirm that I have adhered to the standards and duties of the professional bodies I am a member of. Taking those points in reverse order, are you satisfied that you have adhered to the standards and duties of the professional bodies you are a member of in providing this proof without visiting the site?
Yes, I'm satisfied with that.
Yeah, and are you satisfied that you have sufficient information to reach the conclusions that are contained in your proof, even though you haven't visited the site?
Yes.
And at any point has it been put to you that it did not meet the standards and duties of the professional bodies that you are a member of to have not visited the site?
No.
Thank you. You were also asked some questions about the local development plan, and I appreciate that you are not a planner, and that was also recognised in the questions that were put to you. But could you just pull up core document 13.1 again? which is the bearing fruits of the local development plan.
Yes, I've got it up.
PDF 284, we have policy DM28. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
And you were taken to the to Part A, which was designated sites. But just so that we have it clearly on our minds, could you also go to Part B, which relates to all sites, correct?
Yes.
You see that? Yeah. And it says development proposals will apply national planning policy in respect to the preservation, restoration, and recreation of three types of sites referred to in A, B, and C. Just to be clear, could you refer to C includes aged or veteran trees and irreplaceable habitat, including ancient woodland and traditional orchards. So just to be clear, under the local development plan, is it fair to say that it applies national planning policy to ancient woodland?
Yes.
And so under the local development plan, there need to be wholly exceptional reasons for justifying the loss or deterioration of ancient woodland, and there needs to be a suitable compensation strategy.
Yes.
Okay. And that is so even though they are not specifically part of the designated sites within Part A.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. You were also asked some questions about Cromer Road, and I just want to have it in mind where Cromer Road is. And I think to do that, what we can do is if we just actually go back, we can just take the environmental mitigation statement, I think, for this short point, which we have at core document 9.2.33.
Yes, I've got it open.
Yeah. Do you see Cromer Road is there? Did I say PDF 61?
No, but
I did not. Well, I mean PDF 61.
Yes, I've got that plan.
Yeah, it shows the biodiversity net gain, the baseline. You see above W1 there, you've got Cromer Road sort of slanting.
Yes.
Do you see that? And it separates Quarry A and Quarry B. Just so that we don't, I'm not going to go, I was going to say so that we don't leave the side of the wood for the trees, but I said it and so I'll keep with it. But just to be perfectly clear, I mean, currently, is there a road separating the ancient woodland and the local wildlife site? And by that I mean Quarry A.
No, there's no, between Highsted Wood and Quarry, there's currently no road.
Okay. So, as you explained, Cromer Road, if I understand correctly, you're saying it's part of the baseline for the local wildlife site. Is that correct?
It was there when the local wildlife site was designated.
Okay. And do you remember I took you to the framework, the MPPF, and I referred you to a paragraph in the framework, and it was a paragraph, paragraph 187D, which referred to coherent, the importance of planning decisions leading to, and I quote, coherent ecological networks. Do you recall that? Okay. So in terms of the decision before the inspector, is it the case that we need to consider whether the impact of the development leads to a coherent ecological network in between Highsted Wood and Quarry A?
Yes, because that is where the current connectivity, direct connectivity is going to be lost.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Did I not?
These beeps, and obviously people are arriving at the. So, could you just repeat the question?
I suppose it relates to considering what is there currently and considering what the impacts will be. So currently, it is as it is currently, and then obviously there's going to be the road in between Quarry and the Highsted Wood.
Mm. But essentially, what the to put it this way, what the inspector is considering is not necessarily the baseline, but what's going to happen as a result of the development. Okay. And whether what happens as a result of the development is or is not a coherent ecological network within the understanding of the MPPF. Is that how you understand it?
Yes.
Okay. You were also asked some questions which are in the same document. If we could just go to PDF 53. This is the ecology strategy plan. Do you have that?
Yes, sorry.
Take your time.
Yes, the mitigation strategy, yes.
Yeah. I just want to focus on the direct links between the ancient woodland and Quarry A. So you see the ancient woodland, it's got the white 2 on it.
Yes.
What direct links are there between the ancient woodland and Quarry A in accordance with the ecology strategy plan?
The direct links are where it currently shows dots 3 and 4, and then it's probably best if I go back to that table.
Yeah, so, well, hang on a minute. You say 3 and 4. Could you just zoom in on
sorry.
3?
56.
Sorry, 53.
53.
Yeah. Just examining the links between Highsted Wood and Quarry A.
Yeah, so, sorry, as part of the proposal, there'll obviously be the road between the two, and then they've put dots in for section 3, for points 3 and 4, which are either proposed culverts or hopovers across those areas, between the two areas, and then there's not another one until point 5 further up.
Yeah, and we have the legend at page 26. And just so that we're clear what 4 on that diagram illustrates.
So 4 is a culvert and 3 is a standalone Animex bridge.
Okay. Thank you very much. You were also asked some questions about the Green Bridge, and you were asked some questions about the principle of the Green Bridge. I'm just wondering if you've considered anything about the likely costing of the bridge and whether there is adequate funding for the bridge.
Might be not something that was being asked.
Pardon me?
I'm not sure that was actually asked about the viability and the funding, was it?
Precisely, madam, precisely, which is just what I wanted to understand. Is that something that you've
I have not seen any documentation specifically stating the Green Bridge costs.
Okay. And then you were also asked some questions about the licenses required for European species. I just want to be perfectly clear about what the issues are that you raise. And if we could just go back to your proof, you refer. You've got a helpful summary of the issues as you see them at paragraph 8.1. And you refer, you refer to the impacts on species and their connectivity due to the fragmentation of the habitats. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. And
then you expand upon that in your evidence in section 11. If we go to PDF 19, at paragraph 11.2, you explain that the implementation of the development will result in the site being fragmented by the link road, and the housing business areas are creating a barrier through the site where connectivity is limited. I just want to understand, do you see fragmentation of habitats as something that is distinct from whether they will or will not obtain a license for European protected species?
They will, Natural England obviously consider, when they get the license, and they'll obviously consider whether they would grant it or not. So obviously, sorry, can you re-ask the question? I think I'm going off this.
No, it's absolutely fine.
I think we're going to have to stop. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I think I don't want to rush. No. I'm just a bit distracted now. So we were, okay, so we'll see what time we finish. Hopefully we'll be able to just finish.
I have probably 5 or 10 or 10 minutes.
Yeah. You know, we did agree.
Of course, of course.
So let's just
push the
put
pause
it
button.
aside and we'll just see what we can do. Now, how do we? What I want to know is how
it's
we
all gonna,
actually see them.
I think they're all going to appear. Are they?
So are we still live streaming though? So can people at
We
home
are.
see? Yes. Right. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Rhymes.
That's absolutely fine. Had I been more concise, we would have gotten it through.
No, it was me, not you.
Just bear with us a moment.
Yeah, that's working. That's it.
We'd like to see you in slightly larger, Mr. Young, so we'll just try. And the others, obviously, not just you.
Exactly right. That's
Not just you.
5'8".
The others. The others, so we can see you on the big screen rather than I can't see you really there. But it'll do if we can't.
I'll just say while this is going on, that reference earlier on to the PROW statement of common ground that's been submitted now.
Has it indeed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was. Oh dear.
Goodness, right, okay.
But yeah, just so you're aware, went
Thank
in
you.
about 1 o'clock.
All right, thank you.
Just in time for your agenda for the session.
Oh.
It's better than.
Well, all right, that's not so bad.
That's actually not too bad.
Oh,
Might that not be a bit better than?
that's all right. Yeah, that's. But we haven't got Mr. Warren, have we?
No.
Here he comes.
Can you see what you look like? Probably not. Oh, here we are, Mr. Warren. Are you going to take a seat? Oh, there you are, yes.
You've got to sit in a theatre setting, haven't you?
Okay, have we got everybody, do you reckon? Is somebody there who's just blanked out, but perhaps that's not, doesn't matter?
It's Mr. Brown, I think, who's with National Highways.
Right.
So I think
Okay. Well, let me just take a note of everybody who's here. So, obviously, for Kent County Council, we've got Mr. Young. And for the Duchy, we've got Mr. Warren. Oh, there you are. Right. Now, for National Highways, we did agree that there could be more because Mr. Westmoreland-Smith isn't around, so we've got stand-ins, haven't we? So could I just know who we've got?
Yes, madam. My name is Esther Drabkin-Writer. I'm counsel and I'm here on behalf of National Highways. And with me, I have Mr. Peters and Mr. Brown.
Sorry, I didn't catch your surname. I should know who you are, but I'm sorry.
I can spell it for you. It's Drabkin-Writer. That's D-R-A-B.
Yep.
K-I-N.
Yep.
Hyphen R-E-I-T-E-R.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Peters and Mr. Brown. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Right. Well, thank you for making an effort to attend for this session, because I think it was important everybody's here, and that obviously includes everybody in the room as well. Because the first thing I want to talk about is the highways timetable. So that we're all on the same page and we know where we are. So the first thing is that it has been agreed that, or at least I wish rather, to do accompanied site visits as a walkover of the northern and southern sites to see the route of the northern and southern relief road. And I think certainly those in the room have agreed that it would be a good idea to do those site visits at the beginning before we hear the evidence, right? So, yeah, Mr. Young, good. Right, okay. So is everybody happy with that? That's the first thing. I think everybody in the room is, because we've agreed it, but everybody there? Okay, no dissent?
Yes.
Yeah.
Madam, could I just say that due to Mr. Westmoreland-Smith availability, he is available on the 3rd and the 4th of June. So were those site visits to be called off due to inclement weather for any reason, he would be available to call his witnesses on those days, if necessary.
Right, we'll talk about the order that we're going to hear the witnesses in a moment. I mean, I'm presuming he doesn't want to come on the site visits, or maybe he would like a stroll in the countryside, would he?
No, that it would be Mr. Peters for National Highways for the site visits. Right. I just wanted to confirm that
yes, I
if
understand.
the weather is back, then he would be available earlier in the week.
Right, thank you very much. Right, okay. Well, I was talking about inclement weather, and the only thing is, I mean, I don't mind if it's sort of a bit drizzly, but if it's actually pelting down with rain, I don't think it will be very useful, really, because obviously I need to take notes and it would just be unpleasant for everybody. So if it is really, really bad, and we'll look at the forecast and hopefully be able to give some advance notice, but people will have to be flexible, I'm afraid. But I mean, the intention is, unless it really is terrible, to do those visits on the Tuesday and Wednesday of that week. We need to obviously discuss which we're going to do first, and I think that probably one of them is going to be combined with a view to with a visit to Frognall Farmhouse, and the other one is going to be combined with a visit to the Science Park. Right. So, I mean, does it matter to any of you who are remote which days we do the visits? Sorry. So we could discuss that here then. We don't need to bother you with that. Right, well, I would suggest we talk about that.
Of course. Yeah. No, we'll
right.
come back to that, yeah.
Right, thank you. All right, so that's the first two. Now, Mr. Young and Mr. Simons have obviously been chatting about the way that they think it should all go ahead. Well, that's very helpful. But I think the long and short of it is that Kent County Council want to come at the end. Is that right?
Yeah, we think that's the most logical position, not least of all because the developer's highway consultant will have spent by far the greatest amount of time on this project, and he'd be the most obvious person to answer the questions from the third parties.
We have spoken. I've spoken with Mr. Young about this idea,
right?
And we are not only are we content with it, which we are. We actually think, on reflection, I know this is out of order compared to how we've done the other topics, but this is a slightly unusual situation. Okay. We would be supportive of that approach because so much of what Kent have to say, if you like, would have been gone into in so much more detail by Mr. Wild on our behalf, and so it will in the end up saving inquiry time and also just being the logical sort of way of doing it. So our own for our part, it would make sense to go Highways England, National Highways, followed by the other Rule 6 parties, the Action Group, the 5 parishes and the Duchy, in whatever order works, then us, and then Kent at the end. There might not be much for Kent at the end, but Kent at the end.
Right. Have you got anything to say, Mr. Bell, about that?
Madam, I wasn't included in that discussion, so this is the first time.
No, well, neither was I.
I may need to take some instructions. I've got this plan was watching remotely, so
yeah.
Online, but we would have some concerns about that on the basis that there are some points we would like to put to.
Could I just say, sorry for the avoidance of doubt, but we can't hear.
Oh dear.
Oh, sorry, there you go.
Oh, apologies. It's because I've been silent all day, so I haven't got into the microphone discipline.
Would you mind starting again? Sorry.
Yes, no, not a problem, Mr. Young. This is the first that we were aware of this arrangement and this discussion. I haven't had a huge amount of time to kind of fully think it through. There are some concerns being raised at our end about Kent coming at the very end. We do have some questions for Kent, and they may or may not be covered off by Mr. Wild, but I have some concerns.
You'd still be able to cross-examine. Yeah, you'd still be able to cross-examine Kent, wouldn't you?
Yes, madam, I do appreciate that, but I need to obviously take some instructions from my clients as to what their position is in respect to this, and if I'd been made aware of this sooner, I probably would have an answer. But I've got obviously I have 2 client groups of 9 parish councils that I just need to square it off with. So, madam, maybe if we could kind of park this and come back to it. I obviously don't want to put the inquiry or the parties in a position whereby we have to have another one of these discussions. It may be that we can agree that, but I just don't know the answer at the moment.
So when will you know the answer, do you think?
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, well, I mean, ultimately the timetable is up to me, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
But I would need to think that if you object to it, there must be a sound reason. I can't really see why, given that you would have the opportunity to cross-examine Kent County Council and the applicant's witness.
Madam, yes, I appreciate that, but as I say, I've got kind of hands going up around me to say there are some concerns about that approach, and I haven't had the chance to obviously explain.
No, I understand that.
To the client base.
Okay, well, it's pity as it wasn't circulated to everybody. I don't know why it wasn't. I mean, when people do suggest these things, can we just make sure everybody's included and not just private conversations? Because otherwise, you come across things like this.
Of course. I do see, just in case you miss it, madam, there's both 2 hands up, both from Mr. Abkinwriter and Mr. Young.
Yes,
as well.
I was going to come to... Sorry. Don't worry, I was going to come to you. But I asked Mr. Bell first. Council obviously not involved, are you? So let's come to you next, please. Mr. Abkinwriter, thank you.
Thank you. I think Mr. Young was in there before me, but just a very brief point. No issue in principle with that order. It's just that Mr. Westmoreland-Smith is only available on the 26th of June that week. So we just have to ensure that he was able to do any cross-examination of the applicant's highways witness before then council gave their evidence. But otherwise, I'm happy with that order.
Sorry, is only available on what? 20?
In the week of the 24th of June, he would only be available on the 26th, so the Thursday, which is currently the last scheduled day for highways.
The difficulty there might be that he'll miss, if that's right, I mean, we need to see how it looks, but he might miss days of evidence on our evidence in chief or whatever. But anyway.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
the intention would be that somebody from National Highways would be there to take a note and to fill it in. But he wouldn't be able to undertake cross-examination on any day other than the 26th of June.
Well, I mean, I'm afraid you'll have to, someone will have to fit in because if, for example, we weren't able to do the site visits at the beginning of the week, I'm not going to hold everything up, just because someone's not available. I mean, we've had this, put highways deliberately later on in the programme because people weren't available or discussions were taking place. We've got basically 2 weeks and I would expect people to be available for it. Now, obviously, they don't have to be available the whole time because they're not going to, if they don't want to be. But, I mean, you do need to have some sort of second string just in case. So I do, I'm not going to be very sympathetic, I'm afraid, to that. We obviously do our best, but, we can't, it's a big inquiry, lots of parties, and, we can't really, just accommodate somebody who's available just one day of the whole time, really, I'm afraid.
Sorry, but Mr. Westmoreland-Smith is available for the whole of the week of the 3rd of June. So he would be attending for that week, and it's just a question of his very short cross-examination of the applicant's highways witness, which is currently down for the 25th of June, and it's just whether it would be possible to have that on the 26th of June.
Well, obviously, if we can, we will. Well, let's just go through, shall we, and see how we get on with the programme if we do. Yes.
Yes. Madam, whilst that exchange was going on, I've hurriedly taken some instructions and we have no objection to
Thank you,
the ordering.
Mr. Bartz. Right, that's very helpful, thank you. Okay, so let's just see then how that would work. So on that basis, Highways England then would still be first, yes? Mr. Rankin-Writer, presumably? You'll still be all right to be first?
Yes, just to confirm, it is National Highways, not Highways England.
Oh, God, I know that. I know that, sorry. Yes, absolutely. I was just reading off the programme. So I'm so sorry. Yeah. Yes, of course it is. Yeah.
And the order of witnesses does need to be changed. So it would be Mr. Howell being called first on modelling and traffic impacts.
Yeah.
Then Mr. Miller on junction design.
Yeah.
And then finally Mr. Peters on policy and procedures. So just a slight change in the order there.
Okay, no, that's fine. So you would, on this basis then, you would come on, we're going to assume that we're doing site visits on Tuesday and Wednesday, you would come on the Thursday, your witnesses, and I would think that the 2 days would be more than enough, wouldn't it? Would you say?
Yes, I would.
You're nodding, Mr. Peters, yes. Or less than 2 days, day and a half?
I think that's what it's currently down for, and I think that sounds about right to me.
I mean, I'm presuming that you or Mr. Bell, you'll have questions, will you? Lot of them?
Probably slightly more than I've had recently, given the council isn't going to be asking much by way of questions of anything. Madam, yes, there will be some more questions.
I mean, more than your time estimates?
No, I don't think so. I should be within that.
Okay, so I mean, a day and a half probably then for national highways. If I wasn't that traffic again, would be fine then. So, but on the other hand, we're down to Friday now, aren't we? Friday afternoon. So it's probably best just to draw a line on Friday afternoon.
Agree.
On national highways, okay? So, and we start the next week, and we're then going into Mr. Bamber on Tuesday the 10th. So he stays where he is. And we've allotted a day for him. So on the time estimates, that should be enough. And then we've got Bonnie and the Duchy on the Wednesday, haven't we? And so is that's going to fit in, is it, with Mr. Westmoreland Smith's availability? That's all right, is it? Yeah. Oh no, sorry, he wouldn't. No.
Mr. Warren.
Sorry, Mr. Warren. Sorry. Is that okay, Mr. Warren?
It is, ma'am. If it's, I think by the sound of it, given when this topic starts, we shouldn't have fallen too far behind by the time we come on. If I've only really managed to persuade Mr. Parker, who's the inspector in the other call and inquiry that I'm clashing with, to release me for that day.
Yeah, well, just tell him he has.
If I'm on and off on that day with my witness, that's great.
Just tell him he has to do that.
Yeah, I'll tell him that you said so.
Consider yourself released.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so you're on the 11th then, and then so it's Bonnie and the Duchy then on the 11th. Now we've got a slippage day on the 12th, but we've next got Kent County Council, haven't we?
No, well, next it would actually be us.
Oh yes, it would be you. Now this is a problem because I'm wondering whether you did mean 1.5 days. Did you?
I know it seems a lot.
It seems a lot.
I know. The reason I've sort of taken a cue from how long landscape went, which was much longer than anyone I'd anticipated, and there's an awful lot. Obviously, it's probably the longest bit of evidence that we've got in the whole inquiry.
Okay.
So yeah, we could. I know it's not ideal to break any of this stuff up, but we could use that slippage day to make as much progress as we can with evidence in chief.
Well, it's up to you because we've got a week's break.
Yeah, but I know it's not ideal, but it's not the end. We could, use it for different topics.
Yes. Yeah.
So, we'd be very happy to do that rather than just, than risk falling behind and. Well,
no, that would be good. So, should we put Mr. Wild on for his one day on the 12th?
For his first day, yeah.
Yeah, first day.
I would maybe ask that there's a bit of a caveat. Maybe if I were allowed to. Normally he'd be sort of in Purda for 2 weeks or whatever.
Well, that's what. Are we 2 weeks?
Or what? No, what is it?
We're only 1 week.
Sorry, it's be 12 days, isn't it?
17. It's the I thought we were just 1 week then, aren't we?
Oh, have I got the dates wrong? Sorry, what are the? Is it the 12th to the 24th? Just under 2 weeks. But anyway.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't mean that. I mean in terms of the date. So he'd start on the 12th of June, and then he'd continue on the 24th. Is that would be the way forward? But I would maybe ask. I don't anticipate needing to talk to him very much, but I would ask maybe that I was able to talk to him in that period in case, because it's an awfully long time, in case anything comes up.
Mum, can I just check while we're filling in time that you're aware that Mr. Pestle, I appreciate that we're talking about highways, he's down for Friday the 27th for that day only, but he's not available for the following week, for the week of the 30th.
Right.
I think that was communicated to the programme officer. So while you're filling in time, I just invite you to have that in mind if it makes a difference to anything.
Well, we do definitely need to get on then, don't we? Because if we move... I mean, I'm just a bit worried about communication, that's all, once you start giving evidence.
There is another it's not ideal.
If anyone's got any ideas, by the way, do chip in.
I mean, we had there's the Section 106 round table on highways contributions, which is half a day on the 26th of June. That is, it's not ideal to do that. The whole point, really, of doing that was so that we could have the applicants' highways evidence first, so that it all kind of slots into place and makes sense. But we could do that, I suppose, on the slippage day.
Well, I mean, supposing Mr. Wild did start on the 12th.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to talk about?
I don't know. Well, how about this? We could do it on the basis that there is no communication. It's just a long time. And if there's anything specific, I'll raise it with you and Kent and everyone else and the Rule 6 parties. I don't know what it could possibly be. But it makes sense to start on the 12th with him. And I don't want communication to get in the way when I'm not aware of anything specific that we're going to need to talk about.
I think we'll have to just try and use that day, really.
Okay.
So let's have Mr. Wild on the 12th, start as in chief, and then he carries on half a day on
the 24th.
24th.
Yeah.
For his in chief.
For his in chief, yeah.
And then what's that? 5 days there. Don't know what that's all about.
It's 0.5 a day.
Oh, 0.5. Oh, right. Okay. So that goes up then, and then we've got cross-examination, which is 1, 2. So we're going to be taking probably the rest of that half day and the next day on cross-examination. Do you think probably? So the Tuesday is finishing off in chief and starting cross-exam, and then Wednesday carrying on with that. I think it probably will be the whole of that day, won't it? Everybody agree with that?
Yeah.
Yes. Anybody want to say anything about that? Yes.
Madam, just the previous point that Mr. Westminster is tied up with another inquiry on the 24th and the 25th of June. That inquiry is not sitting on the 26th. He's not needed on the 26th of June, so he would be available to do cross-examination if it were possible to finish Mr. Wild in the morning of the 26th of June with National Highways cross-examination at the end.
Well, that means basically we're not saving any time at all, really. Okay. Well, if we can, as long as we can, could we swap the order so the duchy come after you, Mr. Bell? Could you go first? So in other words, you could go perhaps on the 25th. Are you happy with that? Yeah. And then we just have the duchy for 2 hours on the 26th. But then you're going to have quite a bit of re-examination after all that lot, aren't you?
The order within which people ask the questions, I think we can be quite flexible. I would have thought quite flexible on. Swale's down for an hour, I note at the moment. But then we could do. I mean, I'm not sure. We could do Swale, Duchy, and the Rule Sit and the Action Group and 5 parishes all on the 25th.
Why Swale?
Well, I know that's what.
Well, I can explain that. I can explain that. At the moment, on what we've seen, we've got some questions of clarification, and Mr. Dygan has sent some queries to the applicant in order to hopefully avoid needing to ask questions, but he hasn't had a response yet.
Not yet,
no. No, not yet. So it may be that I don't need to ask any questions, but at the moment there are certain things that we want some clarification on. So that's what that's about.
Okay,
because there's no evidence from Swale, is there?
No, there isn't.
It's a bit unusual to sort of cross-examine if you're not giving evidence, really.
Well, not in entirely, but
I know.
But anyway, I've said why it is, and hopefully it can be dealt with in correspondence outside of the inquiry, which is what we're trying to achieve. So that's really a kind of safeguarding marker if we don't get the clarification.
Even if they do ask questions, it could go Swale, you know, in any particular order. It could go Swale Duchy Action Group or Swale Action Group Duchy, including.
Duchy have got to go on the Thursday, the 26th.
Oh, do they?
Apparently.
Oh, I see. Oh, sorry.
No, actually, can I just intervene there, ma'am? That's not the case. That's but we're going to have to be flexible about our representation in that week. So it'll be a replacement for me, and we'll be able to organise their attendance whichever day it pans out at. So treat us as completely flexible within that.
Fine. So we could fill the 25th, madam, with everything other than national highways, who could then come first thing on the 26th, and then we, you know, national highways' estimate is 1 to 1.5 hours. So.
Then we've got re-examination. But we could hopefully do that in the morning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You'd hope
so. You say, oh, yeah, but, you know.
Well, no, fair enough, yeah.
For what it's worth, my request would be, if there are still matters outstanding, that I come down the pecking order, because it may be that those matters are clarified through other people's questions. So I wouldn't be...
Okay, well, yeah. But anyway, if we haven't got time for the RTS on highway contributions, we're going to have to do it another time, I think. Well, oh yeah, that's true. We haven't done Kent County Council yet, have we? Sorry.
No,
Sorry,
this is the
Mr. Young,
thing.
I've forgotten about
Kent
it.
would have to come next, obviously.
Well, then there's no way we can get Mr. Socioeconomics done on the 27th, so...
I mean, at the moment, just to put this into, at the moment, Kent have down examination in chief 2 hours, and there's the only cross-examination is 1 hour by Mr. Bell on the time estimates, so it's half a day. So,
well, they could come on Thursday afternoon.
They could. That was what I was going to say. They could come on Thursday afternoon, but we do the thing that would have to shove is an important thing, but it's got to be put somewhere. But it's that section 106 on round table on highway contributions.
And the thing is that it's really necessary to have people there who you know are involved. So if we shift it to another week, then got to get everyone back again, which is not always so easy, is it? So I'm wondering whether socioeconomic has to. So the witness, Mr. Pestle. So why can't he come? So he's just not available.
He's not available in the week of the 30th.
And he can't make himself available.
I don't think so. No.
No, he has a long-standing commitment. He's always made it clear to us that he wasn't available in that week. The only issue is then we're not sitting for until the 15th of July. It's just if he doesn't complete his evidence on that Friday, he then wouldn't be able to pick up again until the 15th.
So when is he available again? 15th of July?
15th of July.
So it's not available from the... Right, okay, I see, for 2 weeks in July, basically. Right, okay. Fair enough. So at the moment, we're in a bit of a spot then as to when we can programme socioeconomics, aren't we? I wouldn't want it to be after planning, but...
Can I help?
Oh yes, please, if you can.
Okay.
Go on then.
So I don't think we're going to be very long, and I'm going to listen to the evidence given by the applicant on highways. So I don't know if I'll need 2 hours, but obviously I've said 2 hours, so you don't turn around to me and say, Mr. Young, you've gone over your 2 hours.
I would never do that, Mr. Young.
Well, okay. 2 hours.
Right, okay.
May not be needed, and again, cross-examination. I mean, Mr. Bell, I'm sure will obviously have considered carefully everything that he puts to Mr. Simon's witness. So I honestly don't think we're going to take much inquiry time. What I will say is we're available when you would wish us to be available. So the 26th or the 27th, or even, you know, I think I've got the 30th down as a Highsted day. Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
We'll come on any of those days and do the highways. But I honestly think it will fit into that week. Particularly on the 26th or the 27th.
Madam, just to say, those behind me are working through what we think is being discussed, and we think there actually is enough time, but which would not be surprising, because all we're doing really is moving Kent to the end.
I do understand.
And we had a whole slippage day on the 12th of June to give us that we're now proposing to use. So we think if you actually add up the number of hours that people are suggesting that are going to take, you know, if we're assuming people are held to their time estimates.
Well, they're not, are they?
Of course they're not, but you know, if we might have to make a change there. We think adding up the actual hours that it should be fine.
Well, the way it's got to work really, in order to work, is that we've got to finish highways with the round table session by the end of the 26th of June. And so Mr. Pestle can then come on the 27th, and presumably, Mr. Perry, you're not going to need him on the 30th.
I can't need him on the 30th because he won't be here. But just to observe, we're expecting everything with Mr. Pestle to be done in a day, and
Mr. Pestle, yes, but we won't have but we won't have Mr. Dobson done in the day, will we? Not in that Friday.
No, not in that Friday. No.
We haven't even got time estimates, so I've no idea.
We haven't, because the evidence isn't in yet, and so that's another risk factor. Ideally, we want to start Mr. Pestle kind of afternoon of the 26th to be.
Might it not be the case? I don't want to. Mr. Westwall and Smith is not here, so this is a bit unfair. My learned friend as well. If we could finish Mr. Wild's cross-examination as a whole by the end of the 25th of June, we're sort of in business, because then we can do Kent and the 106 on the 26th of June.
We should be gaining a day just by using the slippage.
Well, I know. That's why I'm a bit confused as to how it doesn't.
Well, because we haven't got any time estimates in for re-examination, and
no, of course.
If you've got a witness that's in chief for a day and a half, and then you know, all the cross-examinations from everybody.
No, of course.
You're not going to be able to have re-examination in half an hour, are you?
No, probably not.
In reality. That's the point, really.
That's true. But even then, it could be re-examination Kent and 106 round table all on the 26th of June. I think that's perfectly sort of realistic.
If we can, but are you saying that you might think that Mr. Pestle will be longer than a day?
Well, we don't know. I mean, there is a kind of basic programming question here, which is: do we take a risk, or do we program it with certainty at a time so that if it takes more than a day, he's still free? That's the
trouble is his availability. Because,
I know.
You know, the only way we can do it is to have him after planning.
Yeah.
And then if we do that, then we're going to run into all these problems that we were trying to find extra time for, you know.
Yeah.
I think I agree. Yeah, I appreciate it's a risk. We've not got his proof, so we don't know how long it's. You know, but I think we've got to sort of work on a hopefully realistic assumption that he'll be a day. I mean, I appreciate we may end up being wildly wrong, but it seems like a realistic guesstimate. And given his programming difficulties, it would be a real. We don't want to push him behind planning. I think it's really important that we don't, because I want to be able to ask Mr. Dygan about all of that stuff.
I mean, the only other way we can do it is if we finish Mr. Young and Kent County Council on the morning of the 26th, we can push up Mr. Pestle to the afternoon of the 26th.
Yeah.
And we just have to sort out some way we can do the RTS on highways contributions separately. I don't know how. I don't even know when we do them.
I mean, that was supposed to be the session, or it will be the session where we go into detail on the. I mean, I suppose it's
the 2nd of July.
Yeah, I was going to. Yeah.
if people are available.
The 2nd of July.
Yeah, or after the, before planning,
Yeah.
if people are available,
Before planning.
Mr. Young, yeah.
As long as we do, I mean, at the moment, Mr. Duggan's got 2 days for his evidence, and there'll be lots of cross-examination, obviously, from our side, will be the only part. So, but
I mean, I think...
There is, of course, the full 106 session itself on the 22nd of July, and then another full day for conditions after that on the 23rd.
Yeah, but that's not long for a scheme of this size.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. No.
Not unlike with conditions. So, Mr. Young,
Yeah, I have to say I don't see a problem. I mean, 3 points, if I may.
Yeah.
First of all, the local highway authority have agreed the highways. Now, every inquiry I've been involved in, that's quite a significant issue, and we're not finding any technical difficulty here. So I appreciate other parties may wish to raise these issues, but I don't see that week, the second week, really requiring all the time up to Friday. Second point, this is a really important case. I even mentioned it in the House of Commons today.
Did you?
I did. And the fact is that, we have identified highways as a significant issue, and we're available on all of these dates, and that extends into the dates of July. So if the roundtable session is at the start of July, we will be there for that, because this is really important. And then thirdly, there's plenty of flexibility, I think, around the 25th and the 26th, and I'm confident that we will get done and finish the highways on the 26th, and hopefully we'll have time for the round table then. And if we don't, then we can do it at the start of July.
Yes, I mean, I think we will have to, once we get the socio-economic evidence, we'll have a better idea of how long Mr. Pester will be. So if people are prepared to be flexible about the round table session, then it probably will work. Yeah?
Yes, well, that's our view.
I think we agree.
But what about the other, Mr. Warren and Mr. Magka?
Well, as far as we're concerned, ma'am, as long as we know when, we're happy. So I don't have anything else to offer, really, as long as we can be told when it'll be.
No problem with the roundtable session on the 2nd of July for National Highways.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. And for you as well, Mr. Warren? Yeah?
Correct, ma'am, correct.
Okay, well that's good. So I think we'll just have to play it by ear once we get the socio-economic evidence then, won't we? Have we got all that? Good, all right. Is everybody... Oh, yes, now, so is everybody happy with that, first of all, in the room and on screen, with the way we are hopefully going to do the highways? I mean, I know that there's not any dispute between the local highway authority and the county council, Mr. Young, but obviously the local people are very concerned about highways, so I would imagine there's going to be quite a lot for them. And from experience myself, I know that highways gets a bit out of hand sometimes, putting it mildly. So, well, I won't say any more, but, we'll hope that we can. But I think with that plan to, that half day, and that RTS could be moved.
Good.
We have got a bit of leeway there. So
Thank you.
that's very helpful. Thank you very much. Now, I just wanted to, just while we're all here, just talk about these extra days. I mean, hopefully we won't need them, but I do think that, just going to the end, that 2 days for closings with everybody is a rather big ask, to be honest. But I think, I mean, Mr. Young and Mr. Bell are not available on the week after, I understand. So, but I think that you two, I mean, really, as long as Mr. Simons is last, it doesn't really matter, does it, what order we go in? No, so no. I really think that we probably could deal with most people in that week 12. Mr. Simons seems to be available anyway.
I'm here. If you're here, I'm here.
Yeah, all right. Well, I wouldn't say that. But anyway, so you're available. So, you know, and we did have availability from others as well. So I think as long as we deal with Mr. Young and Mr. Bell and anyone else who really can't do that week 13, then we shouldn't have any trouble with that. Yes? Is everybody happy with that? Yes? Mr. Warren, are you okay with that?
I just wanted to check what the dates were.
Well, what I suggested was that we, 1 or 2 days are reserved for the week after, so that will be the 27th, would it be the 29th of July?
It would be the
28th or 29th, the Monday or Tuesday.
It'd be, if it was Monday and Tuesday, it'd be the 28th and 29th, yeah.
And I think sort of various people said they could do some bits of that week. So, but I mean, I don't think, you know, unless you're very concerned that you're not going to be here to sit here, Mr. Simons, presumably you can't really respond anyway. So presumably you can have someone listening in. You know, but I'm confident that we should be, unless things go really badly awry, we should be able to at least hear those who are not available in the end of week 12.
So that the end of week 12, ma'am, is the 24th and 5th, is it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So I would
That's
hope.
fine. That's fine as far as the judge is concerned, ma'am.
But would you be available the week after the Monday?
Yes.
Say if.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We slightly prefer that, to be honest.
You prefer that? Oh right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we might not. I don't sort of count on it, Mr. Warren.
No, indeed. But if it's relevant at all.
And what about for Mr. Westmoreland Smith? I can't remember. Does he? We got any instructions there?
Thank you.
He's all right.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Westmoreland Smith is unavailable in the week of the 28th, so would prefer to present closing submissions on the 24th or 25th, if possible.
Well, if he's unavailable, yeah, all right, okay. I'm sure we can manage that. Right, thank you very much. So is there anything else on timetabling that anyone wants to raise?
Madam, I just had a point about National Highways evidence. You will recall that in the proof of evidence of Mr. Peters, he referred to considering the Section 16 process and that supplementary evidence might be required on that. Just to give an update, National Highways is in the process of drafting a note which it will seek to agree with the applicant. That note is being drafted by a specialist, Mr. Stevenson, and it will be with the applicant on Friday. Madam, once you've seen that note, National Highways is in your hands as to how you wish to deal with it. If you would like to ask questions, we can make Mr. Stevenson available, and we would propose to do that with National Highways evidence. And now there will be some time on that Friday afternoon, so it wouldn't be a long session, of course, but just if you had any questions for Mr. Stevenson.
So, sorry, what's this about? A consideration of
the consenting procedure under Section 16 of the Highways Act, just to explain that process.
Oh yes, please.
And we've been told about that note's on the way, and the intention would be ideally to put it in as an agreed document. Obviously, in the end, National Highways are the experts; they can explain it best. But we're grateful and content for that to happen from our side of it.
But obviously, others might want to ask questions.
Of course, yeah.
Correct.
I don't know. Thank you. Anything else on timetabling?
I think Mr. Warren's got his hand up.
Oh, has he? Mr. Warren?
Yes, I just put it down when Mr. Simons kindly referred to it. Can I just check two things, ma'am? Sorry.
Yes.
The dates where we might do closing.
Yeah.
Just because we are in a position where we might have to feel the substitute to read it or whatever. When roughly do you expect to know when people will be giving their closings?
I think we'll be able to fix things a bit better when we've got some time estimates on the last tranche of the inquiry, which will be when? I can't remember. Do we know?
The due the 28th of May. The tranche 3 proofs.
Sorry, what date?
28th, I'm being told. So we'll obviously, I don't know whether there'll be a deadline for time estimates, but say the week after that or whatever will be when we get our time estimates through. So early June, 4th of June-ish.
Great, thank you, that's very helpful. I just had one other query, ma'am. At the moment, am I right that the planning evidence, certainly to the extent that the Duchy participates, is programmed for what I think will be week 11, the week of the 15th of July, is that wrong?
Yeah, well, as things stand, the planning evidence starts on the 2nd of July.
Right.
That's the council. And then as far as you're concerned, yeah, the Dutch is at the moment on for the 15th of July.
Yes. Thank you.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine, ma'am. And I know this has been communicated through the programme officer and so on, but that week of 15th, 16th, 17th, etc. is fine for us, but I'm afraid we can't do the preceding 2 weeks. That's why we've gone for that 15th.
Well, we're not sitting the week before, so
okay.
Nobody's going to be here.
First.
No,
thank you. That's fine. That's answered my question. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Anything else on timetabling? No. Could I just so the one other thing that we were all going to discuss was when we're going to discuss deliverability and availability and land values and all that sort of stuff, wasn't it? And I think it was said that wouldn't be dealt with in the highway evidence, but maybe the planning evidence.
Our intention was we're doing a note that we're going to try and agree with, certainly with Kent, on. We'll talk about the northern. Are you meaning the discussions to do with Stones Farm and the?
Well, the
when you say availability,
whether there's, just the deliverability of the whole. Yes, the north and the south, really. Whether there's any ransom problems.
That issue, we'd intended that to be discussed. I mean, people may disagree. We'd intended that to focus on, to be a focus of discussion during the Highways 106 session, because it's within the Highways obligations in the 106 that many of the answers lie to how all of the land control deliverability issues are to be resolved. And that drafting is almost agreed now with Kent, both in terms of the 106 drafting and also a note that's going to go into, it's a note that you've referred to already that we've not put in yet because we're trying to agree it, a note to explain what the situation is. So the obvious place to do it would be then. There are no land ownership issues or whatever in respect, or land control issues in respect of the southern scheme at all, and that the ones in the north relate very much to 106 highways related matters. So that'd be the obvious time to go into the detail. Obviously, more generally though, questions of timescales for delivery and all of that can be something that gets picked up. Will be, I'm sure, something that gets picked up in the planning evidence by all the parties.
What do you think, Mr. Young?
Yeah, a couple of things. So first of all, I know precisely why you're interested in this topic, and
right.
It's,
glad you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do. Yeah.
I completely understand the deliverability of the scheme is an important issue.
Yes, it is.
And you're quite right to ask these questions and to want to know about this. We have been looking at the viability of the whole scheme because, of course, it's important to Kent that the roads are funded, the timing of the roads, and also the issue of making sure the schools can be afforded and provided. So rest assured, we've got full eyes on this. We are also the body capable, if it were necessary, to carry out any CPO powers in terms of roads. I'm not saying that that's necessary or that we would need to do that, but that is a power that we have. So fully alive to the issue. We're already assessing the viability. We've had to wait for the cost of highway works to crystallise, as you'll appreciate, because that's a major component now. That is now crystallised, and so we can carry on with the rest of the components on the viability. And what you won't have seen, if I may say so, is an enormous amount of work behind the scenes on the Section 106 from the solicitors at Kent. That issue is, and the whole team there, I've got both public sector and private sector solicitors, several of them, working on this, and we've been working continuously to reach a resolution of all the issues which are important to deliverability. So that's just to reassure you that all that's going on whilst you're busy listening to the evidence. From Kent County Council's point of view, now the highways agree, this is our primary focus. This is our primary focus on the Section 106 and the deliverability of the road, which obviously, as you know, is in our local transport plans. In terms of when that takes place, again, a great deal of time in July has been booked out in my diary to make sure that we're there for the evidence in relation to this issue, planning, and obviously Section 106 and the closing submissions. Can I just ask then, on this issue of deliverability, when is it that you would most like that to happen?
Well, that's the question I was asking, yes. Well, if it's to go into the Section 106 on on highways, then, you know, that's been pushed around, isn't it? And I think that's going to need a bit of time, isn't it? You know, because it's not just this. I mean, there's obviously lots of other highway matters to discuss in the Section 106. And of course, we've also got national highways, haven't we? I mean, you're interested, obviously, in the deliverability of the northern and southern relief roads, but obviously that all ties in, doesn't it, with the new junction, doesn't it?
Yes, and we've been working with National Highways, and we've jointly commissioned work in respect of the costings and so on. So all of that's been going on behind the scenes
sure it
as
has.
well.
Yeah.
And we've worked in close cooperation with them. I've been communicating with Mr. Westmoreland-Smith to understand where their position is on the final position of the costs of the junction, which then feed into the viability assessment. And obviously we have our own costings in respect of our roads, which is the majority of this scheme physically in terms of tarmac. So yeah, it's all been dealt with. I suppose what I'm saying is, please can you just tell us which date you want to discuss that?
Yeah, well, I know that's what you're asking. I mean, we've got viability sessions, but they are for affordable housing, I think.
Yeah.
Mr. Bell, I mean, you raised the viability, didn't you? Were you talking about affordable housing, or were you talking?
Not specifically, Madam. I'd understood. Bear with me. That it was kind of a wider view on viability and not just the.
Well, we haven't got any session, have we? I mean, this is the thing, really. I mean, yeah. So what were you thinking you were going to deal with your issues? Because you told me you didn't want a round table on it because I wasn't capable of doing it or something.
No.
And that wasn't. I didn't think that was us.
No.
I think I did actually suggest viability should be a round table, and
it was at the CMC.
It's got to be formal evidence. Fair enough, but there is no formal evidence on it apart from affordable housing.
Well, I suppose, Madam. I mean, on the 1st of July, we've called it affordable housing viability on the topic list, but it's someone from Continuum instructed by the Rule 6 party, and if that person, whoever it is, wants to give evidence on affordable housing and other things too, then that's fine. That's fine.
so it's not just a full. I
It
mean,
might.
we haven't seen the evidence. So
No, of course.
I've absolutely no idea what the problem is, or issues that you want to raise, and the quad evidence as well. So is this just a general viability session that includes the highways viability then? Right, Mr. Young. Well, that's at the moment programmed for one day. I doubt whether that's going to be enough. 1st of July is when we've got a viability session.
Yeah,
well, that's fine, but that's distinct from the other things that we're talking about. So there's the 106 issues that relate to control of land deliverability of the scheme through mechanisms in the 106, through the operations of Mr. Young's clients. All of that's got nothing to do with related to viability. It's capable of having knock-on implications for viability, but it's not viability.
No.
So that's why I've said that the 106 session for highways is the place to do it. Obviously, if there are knock-on consequences on scheme viability.
I'll do it this time, Mr. Young. We can't hear Mr. Simon's
Sorry, everyone. Sorry. I was just saying that. The 106 issues on land control, deliverability of the Northern Relief Road, those issues are 106 issues. They are obviously capable, depending on what the answers are to the issues, of having implications for scheme viability. If in the end the continuing witness wants to take up those issues, that's fine. That's fine. But it's not at the moment anyway going to be the focus of what we were planning on giving evidence about. That's fine, but we can always rebut whatever it is that comes up. But the principal focus, the time to air the detail of the deliverability of, in particular, the Northern Relief Road and the land ownership situation and all of that it's got to be, I think, the 106 the round table session that we're calling on highways contributions. It'll be on highways contributions, and other highways matters, and because it's going to be there through our legal team attending that we really explain to you in detail what's going on.
Yeah.
And then obviously the viability consequences of that, if there are any, and just to be clear, we don't think there are any, but that's for the evidence. Anyway, the viability consequences of that can be picked up in the evidence, and the continuum witness can talk about that, talk about affordable housing, whatever they want, with the benefit of all of that detail having been given.
But at the moment, Mr. Young, then we've got no evidence in viability terms by Kent County Council. So are you content that it's, as Mr. Simon suggests, that it's dealt with on the 26th of June in the Section 106 session or not?
I mean, you can do.
No.
But was there not discussion? Can I just ask a question? Was there not discussion of doing it on the 1st?
The 2nd.
The 2nd.
2nd of July.
The 2nd of July. Is that the suggestion?
That's down for planning.
The housing viability.
There was discussion about shifting it, but I think given what we're talking about now, if we can't do it on the 26th, it would make sense to do it before we start any of the viability evidence on the 1st of July. So we could do it on the 1st and then move into viability afterwards. If we can't do it on the 26th, and we don't want to completely give up on
I see
that.
what you mean, yeah.
On that hope.
No, but I just think, I'm wondering, it's sort of quite a big topic. It's not just that, it's all the highway contributions.
Well, of course. No, of course.
Is half a day enough? That's the point, really.
Can I help?
Sorry?
Can I help?
Yes, help.
Yeah, because I think it is a topic that we should look at properly, and I think the 1st of July as a separate day would be an appropriate day to look at it. We can decide when we see the evidence whether it needs to be a round table or whether we want formal evidence, but the highways and the highway works and the contributions, I think, would logically be capable of discussion on the 26th, and then the wider deliverability of the scheme may be subsumed into that. It depends what the evidence is, but it may be that we want the 1st, and if we don't need the 1st, then that's fine. But I think both of those topics, on the 26th and the 1st are important. And the viability, obviously, a key component will be the highway works and the highway contributions, and affordable housing will inevitably be the casualty if it proves to be more expensive than delivering a policy compliant level of affordable housing. But I think the 1st of July, earmarked as a discussion on viability and deliverability, would be sensible.
Yes, Mr. Bell.
Madam, apologies. In respect of dealing with viability by way of a round table, I've gone back into the pre-inquiry meeting note because, Madam, this was an issue that was discussed with the 5 parishes group before they instructed me.
Yes.
Madam, having had a look at it, and it's paragraph 53 of the inquiry note, there was a suggestion on behalf of the 5 parishes group that it be considered by way of formal evidence with cross-examination. And then I think you left it as that there was some scope for topics to be dealt with through round tables, but that it was a matter for you to consider once the evidence had been submitted. Our position is that we aren't adverse to viability being dealt with by way of a round table, and what Mr. Young is saying makes perfect sense. If everything can be dealt with by way of a round table on the 1st of July, once you've seen the evidence, then we'd be happy to go along with that.
Okay, thank you. So that will be the viability evidence on highways as well as affordable housing, then that's what you're saying. So do we need evidence from Kent County Council then, won't we, Mr. Young?
Yeah, and we fully intend to provide that. But obviously, as I said, we've had to wait for the highway works costs to crystallise and be agreed with National Highways.
Yeah.
And now we can move to looking at the overall viability to make sure the schools are delivered.
Okay. So
we you know, you'll appreciate why this is important to us. With the greatest possible respect to other parties, we are not concerned with the affordable housing. That's not our remit and our concern.
No, we
so
don't.
if money is required to fund the roads that reduces the amount of affordable housing, then that's important. That everybody is aware of that, but what we do want to do is make sure that the schools can be afforded out of this. I've got no reason to suggest they can't, and no reason to suggest the affordable can't be delivered either, but that's why we've been looking at this keenly as a local authority, the county, keen to make sure that everything will be delivered.
okay, so on the first, so we'll keep the round table session on the contributions as long as we have time for it. On the 1st of July then we will have a viability session, format to be decided once we've seen the evidence, and we will have evidence from 5 parishes, we'll have evidence from the applicant, and we'll have evidence from Kent County Council. Is that right?
Yes.
And anyone else going to chip in? No. No? Okay. No. Okay. So then that means, yeah, so I don't know whether a day will be enough or not, but we'll have to just wait and see when we get it, won't we?
Yeah, we'll have to see and wait. We'll wait and see when we get it.
It probably would be enough if we were to do it by round table, but if it's to be done formally, I
think not. I'm wondering whether, I'll come back to this when we've seen the evidence, there might be a distinction here between the viability evidence, which could probably be done round table, and the affordable housing evidence from Ms Dickinson from Quad that I suspect is going to be will need to be done in the sort of traditional way. She'll go considerably beyond just viability, looking at the full picture in terms of affordable housing delivery.
I mean, can the affordable housing, I mean, that's just giving, presumably, yeah, okay.
It's a lot, it's more than just the number. I mean, there's qualitative and quantitative data, but there's also history, there's policy, there's different mixes. And So it's obviously deeply relevant to viability, obviously, but it also it's not. It sits outside it.
Well, will she be able to deal with viability, or are you going to have a viability width?
It depends. She can, but it depends on the level of detail that we are now going into. If there's to be a sort of a technical viability roundtable, then I think it's going to be someone else.
What about a continuum? Are they going to provide the viability evidence on everything? It might have to be split up, you see. Okay. All right, but I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to need another day, if that's really.
Yeah.
So that might push everything forward, mightn't it?
It could do.
All right. All right. Thank you for that. I'm hoping that's clear with everybody. Can I just ask a few other things then? As you're here, Mr. Young, the public rights of way round table session. Hopefully, you've now got an agenda. I don't know whether you've seen it yet, but apparently there is now a statement of common ground. Better late than never, perhaps. But anyway, I haven't looked at that, obviously. In terms of, you cross-examined, didn't you, Mrs. Brockhurst, on the visual and amenity issues in relation to public rights of way. I presume when I did that agenda that you're not going to want to address that again.
No, that sounds like a leading question.
Well, I can ask leading questions in this, can't I?
Yeah, no, exactly. So I'll give you a yes or no answer, which is what witnesses should do. And the answer is no. Of course, I'm not going to repeat it.
No, what? Oh, you say of course not. But, you know. Right. Okay.
That's well. Just to be clear, that's why I asked in that session, and I felt it was a topic that was tied to landscape, out with the technical issues about public rights of way, and so yeah, absolutely, we're not going to repeat or waste time going through all that again.
However, Mr. Bell, I don't think you did ask questions from Mrs. Brockhurst, did you?
We didn't, madam, but we didn't on the basis that the points we would have taken were effectively taken by Mr. Young, so we wouldn't be seeking to repeat those points either.
Good.
When you get the statement of common ground that you've not had, let alone read, you will see that there is a single sentence, single matter of disagreement as between us and Kent about a single crossing. So whether or not that causes us in due course to reflect on whether, I mean, at the moment we've got a full day for that, and it may be that there's not much. I'm sorry?
I don't think it'll take that, but I think a lot of it is me asking clarification.
Of course, which of course you're fully entitled to do. But anyway, and it's not immediately obvious what could slot into its place anyway, even if we did go short. But
okay, well, we will still want it, I'm sure, because there are lots of things that I, just from reading the proofs, that, as you can see, I wanted clarification on. Right, okay, so that's that done, thank you. Just one other thing on the titles. As we've got National Highway, we have still... Are you there? Yeah. Ms. Drabkin, my tea. Oh, you are there.
Yes.
Keep disappearing.
Yes,
but I think that's just Kent County Council is a party to the Section 106 agreement, isn't it? But I can't see what the difference is. Why National Highways isn't? What the difference is?
Madam, can I ask Mr. Peters to answer that question? I think he may be able to than me.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Inspector. I think our position is that we'd like to include a specific paragraph reference within the 106, but not necessarily be a signatory, and rather emphasis would be on the planning conditions. And this is what has been discussed, I believe, with the KCs involved at their level. So we have drafted a wording of such to include in the 106 agreement, which we have shared with the applicant and so forth, in order to get their comments on it, so that we remain focused on resolving or agreeing to the planning conditions.
Just to say we're on board with that. I think the distinction, Madam, to answer your question between National Highways and Kent is more to do with schools. Sorry, more to do with schools than with highways. Kent need to be a signatory for that reason, not because of the northern and southern relief roads.
I see. What's the paragraph that's going to go into the section 106 then, Mr. Peters?
Thank you, Madam Inspector. It relates primarily to the fact that no changes to the conditions can take place without consenting or engaging with National Highways.
Well, I'd like to see it first, but I'm just wondering whether that can be done, can it, if they're not a signatory? Let's see the wording.
Let's see the wording, and then we can discuss that.
Because you
I mean,
can't bind them if they're not a signatory.
I mean, in the end, the amendment of, we've got no objection to it, but in the end, the amendment of conditions or whatever is a formal statutory process anyway. So, you know, it's just Section 73 or whatever through which they'd be a consultee. But let's see what the wording is. And
okay. Thank you, Mr. Peters. That's fine. Thank you very much. So, Kent Holding BV, they're also not a party of the deed, are they? I'm just trying to think who they are. Are they something to do with the science park? But they do control land needed for the Southern Relief Road, don't they? Don't they?
this is, yes, I think that's right. But we need to, it's the 106 team who are going to be here for the 106 session roundtable are going to give you.
I'd bring that up in the section 106.
We're gonna go over that in terms of
all right.
the signatories at the roundtable.
I think that's everything then. Just a minute, let me just make sure. Oh yes, just one other thing. Sorry, I did ask at the beginning of the inquiry for everybody to give me a copy of their the qualifications of their witnesses and company positions and all the rest of it. Got one from Mr. Simons. Don't think I've got one for anyone else, have I?
Not many.
No. Can everybody make sure, please, that they do send those in to the programme officer, please? Yes?
Madam Inspector, I can confirm we have sent them through.
Have you?
From National Highways with all the qualifications.
Okay, well, we'll check, but yeah, thank you. Anyway, anybody who hasn't, please do.
We sent ours, just so we're clear.
Oh, very good, Mr. Young. Thank you very much. Right, okay. Is there anything else that anyone wants to raise? Yes, Mr. Bell. Yep.
Madam, there are just a couple of clarificatory points that have arisen over the last week or so, and they've been raised by third parties via the parish councils.
Right.
Madam, very, very quickly, dealing with the first one, we understand that the programme officers, when people have been registering to speak, have been asking that what they want to say is set out in a document and provided by a particular date. We've had a couple of people who have said, well, actually, we're away, so we won't be able to provide it by that date.
Okay.
And they're a bit worried that if they don't, they won't be heard.
No.
I've done that reassurance, but Madam, if you're happy, if people attend with speaking notes, even if
they could hand a copy, if they come with sort of 3 or 4 copies and hand a copy to me and Mr. Simons particularly before they speak. That will be very helpful. I mean, people don't have to do it.
No, perfect. It sits with the type of guidance that I've given anyway.
Yeah.
And Madam, the other one is in respect of one of the registered speakers who, due to personal reasons, may not be able to attend. If she can't attend, are you happy just to accept a written statement from her, either to be read out by someone else or just submitted as a late representation?
Yes.
Perfect.
Either.
Grateful.
All right. Anything else anyone wants to raise? Right. Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Thank you for the people on the chair, sir. I don't know if you can see quite how you look, but you look as if you're in a cinema at the moment. Anyway, so thank you for attending, and look forward to seeing you all later in the inquiry. And that's fine. You can go now if you want to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, everybody. So we have an option. Either we finish this witness, and I'm happy to stay for if it's only going to be a quarter of an hour.
I've gone through my notes. I think I just have one question.
How could we say no to that? No, absolutely.
Yeah, everybody happy? Just a few minutes.
Thank you.
All right then. Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. Are you all right there?
Yes, you're okay. Thank you.
Yep. Good. All right then. Thank you.
Just last time, just turn the microphone on. Good evening. Basically, sorry, I'll take it at a slightly more leisurely pace. You were also asked some questions finally about the compensation planting, and you explained that you have not disagreed with the amount of compensation that has been provided. I just wanted to ask you, is it only a question of how much compensation is provided when considering the suitability of the compensation planting? Or are there other factors as well?
No, the Natural England standing advice kind of gives details in terms of what to consider with compensation planting. And if I just go to that now, sorry, it is. I can't remember what the core document is.
20.13.
Thank you. Apologies. No, so the on PDF page 9 of the Natural England Standing Advice, it refers to compensation measures. And obviously, PDF page 9. And it details that they're always a last resort, as discussed, and they should be appropriate for the site. And it does say create new native woodland or wood pasture, as well as restoration and connect. In addition, it also highlights connect woodland and ancient and veteran trees separated by development. Oh, sorry, with green bridges and tunnels. Sorry, did not need to include that bit. But no, it says about creating native woodland or wood pasture, which has been proposed. But obviously, as detailed in my examination in chief, obviously, it's about ensuring it can be the best it needs to be in terms of quality as well, which comes down to management and implementing it and monitoring.
Thank you very much. Those were all of my questions by way of re-examination.
Right. Well done, everybody. Right. So tomorrow then we are going to hear from Bonnie, first of all. Is that right? And then
Mr. Baxter. Thank you.